Yeah. Talk to him. I talk to him a lot.
Okay, but
Actually, me and him, we didn't really start off on the right foot, but
we on
MBK
the
made
live.
it.
I don't know if you wanna.
Oh, yeah, yeah, man. MBK made us squash it though, but he was a good brother, man. He was from London.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah, Terry probably know him, and Richie.
I ain't talked to them guys in a long time. What's that ticker? What's the video ticker?
NVDA. I ain't buying none of them stocks.
Mm-mm.
Stocks too high.
They are.
All of them too high.
Am I on the internet? What's going on? I ain't tripping. Peace, power, and profit, you all. We ain't been playing on the live in a while. So we here. We just talking amongst ourselves and
All of them too high.
going live.
All of them too high.
Chris say all of them. All of them too loud. Peace, power, and profit.
What the heck?
That was me in the background. I was trying to see if I
No.
was live. And I'm trying to figure out why this didn't move. There we go. I was trying to see what's going on with my chart ain't changed.
Mm-hmm.
Do you see the chart on the screen? Yeah, it's gonna go there. Go.
Yeah.
Oh, we just shot to 125, but it went to 200. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, okay. It did that one long pop.
Mm-hmm.
That candle didn't have no. That daily chart didn't have no volume. See that red candle underneath it?
Let's see.
It just stemmed up, drop.
Man, why the hell does Dick's Sporting Goods and Adidas so damn hot, bro?
What they
Yeah.
got? Earnings coming.
Nah, that's expensive.
What's going on with my chart? Why is it looking like this?
Nvidia at 126. No, it's not bad. I
All
would
right.
definitely buy in, but
Let's see. Where you at, Brandon? Come out to play.
that ain't what we want to talk about today.
What are we gonna talk about today?
Uh, Brandon,
What's in your wallet?
that's a good question, man. Oh man, there's so many scammers out here.
Oh, you want to talk about them folk? I don't know any. Who's scamming?
Oh, hold on. Andre said
Somebody.
I sent him the Zoom link.
Andre's
Uh,
in the chat. Get a little peanut. I'm about to send it to him.
I got it right here.
Andre, there you go.
I ain't talked to
What
my boy in a
Marquise said.
minute.
I thought Marquise had surfaced the other day. I was like, is that Marquise?
He did. He was. He didn't say nothing, but his head popped in. He be saying the messages.
I thought so. Hold on.
Oh no, I've been really tripping. Like man, just looking at society, I just think this society is doomed. I think if you really want to survive, you just invest in America, but you got to live outside of America. That's what I think. I think that's what I'm gonna do. I got to get out this
Man,
country.
you say you about to live outside of America?
Yeah, you got to because it's getting worse every year. And when I say worse, it's just people are going insane. Like propaganda used to be, just normally bad, right? It's even worse, like 100 million times worse now. People
Wow.
t- take their beliefs, even when you talk about stocks and shit. It's a lot of propaganda in that now too. So it's why you
Mm.
got a whole bunch of people, scamming and you know fronting. They was actually, trading books with each other on how to build cult followings.
Yeah, I saw. Yeah,
You seen that, right?
I heard about it.
So I seen that. I'm like, oh, I don't know why I did that. I'm
What?
like, I just want to have a vested interest, like with my investments and you know my businesses and stuff like that in America. But me myself, I need to be outside of America just for sanity and peace. And I mean, everything is trash except for the money. Still come back and visit family. Don't go too far, but um, I always have a vested interest, in American businesses because they're always going to produce and make money. So,
Mm. What up, Dre? What up, Dre? What
what's
up?
up, my
Hey, how
boy?
y'all doing? What's going
What's
on? I just
good,
wanted to
brother?
see if I just wanted to see if y'all held on to y'all Apple stock, man. Y'all should be clapping your hands right now. Made some money today, especially if you have within the tens of hundreds of shares of Apple. Made some money today, Jack. I know I
I
did.
think I got.
Unfortunately,
Let me see. I think I got that in my
I got
retirement fund.
I got a little bit, but not as much as I used to have.
I'm thinking. I will say this. Obviously, there's going to be another dip, but I think it's going to reach this point of before the split of 400 again. Uh, Not this year though. I think it depends on the election as well, right? We got to see what we understand what one side represents within the market versus the other side. But if it gets
Oh
Yeah,
to 400
snap!
again, then I'll sell.
Apple went up. Apple doing it like that with the 200,
you ain't
213.
Two,
know that.
it
You
went to
know
like
I've been
218 today.
man. I got kids now. What you talking about? Don't
Man,
start nothing.
you been had kids.
No, I didn't.
You had kids in spirit.
They
You had
used to
kids.
live in my house and have to pay attention to them every day.
I posted the video of their the event that they have in the chat. That really made they stock go crazy because now they doing they
Yeah,
doing collab with OpenAI now.
yeah.
But
Which probably was mad about that, Elon?
yeah, Elon was hating. But iOS 18 finna be crazy. It's finna be crazy,
Mm,
man. They got some crazy shit on there. So if if I was somebody that was looking to invest for like long term right now, this is not advice. Let me disclose that. Um, I would really be looking at Apple and Nvidia. Nvidia stock split, so there's no
Yeah,
reason
that
why you
stock
can't
split.
afford it.
Yeah,
Yep,
yeah.
right. So it's affordable. Apple is still affordable. Um, but those two companies right there, and Microsoft is a little expensive, but you always know that those companies are going to be around. Nothing's going to happen to them. They got plenty of money. Their balance sheets are good. You can always bet on that regardless of anything. So if you want to, invest into a single stock, those would be some names that you would want to invest into. Now, normally I would tell people buy index funds, of course, but you know, Apple, Microsoft, Nvidia, they ain't going nowhere. And the wave we on AI, why wouldn't you? You know what I'm saying? So their fundamentals are sound, and everything else it just benefits them going forward because they innovate.
And the one thing they have that works on their behalf is that not only are they the standard company for computer technology, they're the culture, right?
Yeah.
It is the culture to have an iPhone. It is the culture to have an iMac. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? So it is the
Yep.
culture.
Yep. True story.
Mm. Well,
Well, what
I ain't been paying attention.
you haven't?
He said you haven't.
And this is also not advice, but if another company that stood their stock split when they did and dates back to almost where they originally at is Amazon, right? I made a lot of money
Yeah.
in the last
Nah,
Yeah.
year.
Yep.
Uh,
nah, I got them.
they're still flirting with 180, right?
Yep.
180,
Mm-hmm.
190, and so that's another thing that people I think really slept on when they made that stock split. Uh,
Yep. That's
I
and
true.
as
bought it.
y'all know from talking to me, uh, the one thing I'm banking on heavily is still Roblox. I think Roblox, if I just think I
Yep.
just foresee them going into the school system. I do think they'll be a part of like public education when it comes to like uh
Yeah, all the
grade
kids.
school.
Shoot.
Right, exactly. I think you're going to see a time when teachers come into the classroom and say, "Turn your iPads to Roblox."
Yeah.
and do the math section, right? Because it's more interactive. And that's why at $35 a share, if
Yeah, I
someone is
Super
bought
looking
cheap.
that.
to, right, you
Super
have
cheap,
to invest,
bro.
right, right. You have to invest long term. I would look into that, y'all, because I'm predicting, and this is not advice, I'm predicting that share. I think that on a level of at least in the next 2 years, $250 a share. So you get at $35, you could literally change your life if it gets up to like 250, you know.
Yeah. I also though I think Google is gonna be fine, but also Walmart. Man, y'all need to invest in Walmart. Super cheap.
I said, oh, what is it?
Benville, Arkansas, in the building.
Oh, Walmart drop. What
It's
happened?
stock split. Mo,
I ain't been around. Y'all got to help
man, that
me.
happened in February. He was around.
I wasn't paying attention.
Man, what brand in that, man? I'm finna. You was
Mm.
around then. You knew. You knew. We was talking about it last time we was on live too. So, but Walmart very affordable. It's not going out of business because if when people like they already are stop shopping at the expensive grocery stores, they go to Walmart next. So um, that has a lot of good thesis behind it, and it's cheap. It's the same for like General Mills and Mondelez and you know
All
restaurant
these
brands,
positions. Uh-huh.
Coca Cola, you know, all of those type of companies, consumer staples.
All right,
And
I see y'all.
and if you say no to stocks, you can always buy some precious metals. So brother Andre,
Go.
introduced us to one gold.
Yep, I got it.
To my portfolio up 22%.
Yeah, man. I know y'all seen some.
Yeah.
Because if you think about it, when I showed y'all 3 years ago,
Yeah, it was 1,100 or something like that. Girl,
No,
you went out.
gold. Oh, yeah. He probably pop back in a second. Think gold was like 1,600
Can I see gold on here? Let's see.
on one gold.
I have to go to one
can y'all hear
gold.
me now?
Yeah, we hear
No.
you now.
Go to GCF. Go ahead,
Yeah,
Greg.
I was saying that when I showed y'all 2 years ago, it's at about 1678. I think my average price was like 1678 an ounce.
Hmm.
And I had 4 ounces then. So imagine how much I got now as far as the value now that it's
Right.
at like 2022. So you're looking at almost $20,000 in gold.
Yep. Yep. That's
You
that.
been get
Yep. Simple math. Put GC equals F.
oh equals
Yeah. See if it pull up like that.
like the equal sign.
Yeah. Type gold futures right there.
Oh,
Yeah.
go back.
Yeah. Gold futures.
Yeah,
Yep. Look at that.
yeah, because it was. I remember that. Oh Lord, what have I done?
Hmm?
Yeah, and don't forget, y'all, I was buying that joint at like 1600 an ounce, yo.
Mm-hmm. Crazy. Nine shit. 23. Think it went up to 20,
Yeah, because when
24,
Drake told us
25.
it was like 16. Oh, I'm trying to.
It was floating around
It was
1678,
16
sixteen
something.
fifty. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
I remember
Yep.
that. That was
Yeah.
2020.
Yeah, boy.
Yeah, so sometimes the long
2020.
game, the consistency that we always used to tell people, think about this. If the average person that was still watching you guys when during the pandemic, if they would have just listened to
Ooh.
us, if they would just listen to us as far as like, you listen, this money's gonna stop, y'all. So invest while you got this excess capital, right? They would have had at least 20, $30,000 if they could have just held the toe, you know what I'm saying? Total line. You know,
Hmm.
understand? Think about that. And then they wouldn't have to pay you no money or no courses like all these other hustles, right? They would just listen to us like, listen, y'all, this is the time to buy. This is the time to buy. They just want no one will listen. You think about it, you have less viewers now than we had then. That's crazy.
Yeah.
Hey, they'll we not we gotta be you gotta be making up stuff too good to be true, charging them thousands of dollars for them to tune
Yep.
in. And
Yep.
then
Yeah.
when something go wrong, then they want to come back and blame everybody. Don't put me in there. Say, well, there's this one person that was on the live the other day. I said, boy, is you stalking me or something? So, oh, you scamming again? I said, it's real interesting how you find the time to say or think. He was on JT show. Then I think he jumped on Ujao show. It was on Ujao shows. He wouldn't even talk about that. Find the time to stalk me. I said, obviously, you ain't been doing your research very well. You stalking the wrong person. But hey, do what you do, because I ain't about to give you no more energy today. He's an idiot.
Yeah.
There's always one.
Man.
But
Boys, people like listening to people, that's reading books on how to gain cult following.
hold
So,
on.
you know,
At the end of the day, the one thing I used to say when we were all together doing that show every week. I used to say to everyone, like, I don't understand how you have the bandwidth to watch 3 hour videos on pseudoscience, but you don't have the bandwidth to watch an hour and a half of you actually changing your life and getting stability.
Ooh.
I think that's weird, right? Because at the end of the day, y'all know I go into I'm a nerd by nature. So a lot of that stuff interests me. But you at this point in my life, that stuff don't interest me no more. That stuff like I'm like none of that stuff is gonna I can't bring that to none of my wives across the world and say here.
That damn dream boy. But you know what? Why you playing? I mean you joking about your wives, but I was in a driver's training, and the young lady who has the academy for it, she said, did they get you to go down to them badass kids down there in the youth challenge? I said, yeah, I had to go. I had to go talk to them about beginning investment and how to save their money. And she was like, man, them kids don't listen. I said, because I said I didn't have a problem because I was talking to them about money and how to start, and how to use what they have. I said, if you start relating what you do in the money, they'll pay attention to you, because you got to remember them kids coming from the street. And all they want to know is how can they get money, how they can get the bag. They don't care about nothing else. They don't want to learn nothing else. I was amongst some teens, and some getting ready to go to college, and some were still in high school. And these kids couldn't even do basic subtraction math problem.
Yep.
I
Yep.
about fell out my damn chair. I said, wait, what? So I was like, just write it out. You know what? I don't even care if you use your fingers. You got to do something. They was looking at me like, but I don't know. So I said, so you're telling me you've never been taught to set this problem up like this? They was like, wait, what did you just do? And why did you do that? I said, y'all about to go to college. Do y'all do? Oh, we in trouble. Oh, I can't do this.
Mhm.
So I had to turn my summer jobs into tutoring, into an educational camp, because the young folk are not ready. And so I was asking, I had posted on Facebook about the scale, and I got a whole lot of comments from a whole bunch of educators. But and I'm just like, okay, I see all of these comments, but at the end of the day, I know I had to take the ones amongst me, and I said, listen, you're gonna add and subtract for the rest of your life. Multiply. If you can't do algebra, I'm not concerned. But you got to be able to add and subtract. Go ahead, Drew.
Yeah.
I thought you was
I
about to
mean,
say something.
no, I was just gonna say, when you said that, I was like, yeah, it's funny how my, let's just say I know someone very close to me, lineage wise in my family, that's an early teen, and her high school is teaching them Python and C++, and she doesn't even know how to give you change back to $10. I
Wow.
think that's kind of weird.
That's crazy.
So you're learning something that is actually damn near like thermodynamic. you you're learning how to make computer programs that can damn near change the weather, but you can't give me change back for $10. It's amazing to me. And when she told me, I looked at her like, "Are you serious?" She was
Wow.
like, "Yeah." And I was like, "Girl, you in trouble. You in trouble."
Isn't isn't that amazing though? Like you could, it's the simple, and that's why I think sometimes that, okay, so our education system here, they get locked in. They got a whole bunch of exotic ways that they have created the classroom and the schedules to appeal to, I guess, some type of normacy with technology and all this, right? And I'm saying, like, if you ain't doing basic, if you can't get the basic down, then what are you doing with basic life? And so then the kids start shying away from life skills, because you don't know. And so when somebody's up, so I was telling a friend of mine, I was like, yo, you guys out here doing these classes, y'all got all this stuff going on, you got all these educational things going on. Y'all talking over these kids' head. They don't know the basic. You have to bring that all the way back. all the way back. And you better get creative with it, because if you're not creative with it, they're not tuned in. And they have mastered, I don't know if y'all paying attention, but they've mastered how to make you think they're paying attention to you and respond. I see.
Yeah.
Whew. So I started teaching I told y'all I started teaching my nephew how to read the charts and how to at least identify, how to make some money. And I let him pick out some things to invest in. I put, hey, he has some money in his buying power. And every week I'd be like, okay, we gotta analyze some stuff. So now I have to get real with it, because I was like, man, you guys don't know how to make money. If you're not gonna make it in the educational system and these basic jobs that are career fields that they're putting before you all, then you better learn how to make money on your own, be self-sufficient. That's why I've been going back out to the flea market, trying to teach them how to market, teach them how to sell, different things, man. I was like, ugh. And like you said, we've been on here since 2016, and we've been missing some months in the last couple of years just due to, extracurricular activities. But in the same sense, you know, just being able to, matter of fact, all of the different apps, I was telling Chris, there's some people on the cruise with me that were trading, for all the different apps that are out there, and all of the YouTube videos and all the audio and read materials and how-to books that you could put your hands on without going buy anything at the store, and we still not tapped in. How? Somebody was just saying, man, I don't even know what they call. And it was a vet, female, got kids. They closed down this apartment, whatever they were, and they're about to be homeless. So they said, they called it like the person about to be homeless. I'm like, yo, how can you be homeless? You're a vet. You got benefits. Tap in. Like, what are you doing? Or whatnot. Right. No, I'm not doing it for you, because if I do it for you, you're going to be back in the same situation next year. No, nope, 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 nope. You got to get through the process, walk through the process. Here's where you go. Here's what you need to get. Da 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 da. Like, stop pretending like we don't know when the stuff is right there before you. You may not know what to do, but there's a facility you can walk in there and somebody will take you through it. You at least know where to go. I'm not buying that. Cop outs.
Dang.
So we a little difficult, a little hard on the females or whatever, but in the same sense, in order for them to self-sustain, because listen, if rent is, and we talked about this before, if a one bedroom is running, well, Jay don't even say New York numbers, but Carolina, 1,600 for one bedroom. New York, what, 5,000 for one bedroom?
You're talking about anywhere between 26 to, if you're talking about one bedroom, depending on the area, Manhattan. So you talk about anywhere between 26 to about 5 to 6,000, and that's just like I'm talking about. That's basic level. I'm not talking about luxury one bedrooms, right? Because different parts of the city is gonna have different uh, price ranges because of the actual, like for example, you got Central Park East, Central Park West, and you got Columbia area by up 110th Street, or then you got Brooklyn. Brooklyn has what, three of the most expensive zip codes in America. Think about that.
Yeah. Yep.
So
Brooklyn, Chicago,
it's
LA.
right. So and I'm sure Queens got to have some of that too, even though Queens is a huge borough that's diverse as far as zoning, the way Queens is set up. But when you think of it in those aspects, the bottom line is that I remember I used to say this. During the pandemic. I used to say, listen, especially men, we got to look at our lives as a profitable skeletal chart. You got to look at your life as incomings and outgoings, like everything, right? Like everything, in order to survive, especially if you're not going to be one of those investors and like have that patience and discipline to watch your money grow. you better look at your life simply as incoming versus outgoing. If not, how do you win? How do you win?
Mm.
You know what I'm saying? And I've had these, and because I've been MIA in a lot of ways lately because I've been doing a lot of behind closed doors working in the political space. And I've been trying to tell people, understanding how each party now has rebranded themselves, understanding that it's no longer that two sides of the same bird talk. It's like y'all got to get rid of that because both parties are like totally different. There is no two sides of the same bird. You can believe that, right? And understand like how each one works, and you have to be able to be the team leader in order to get money because each of them are going to bring a different set of policies federally, right? We have to be more adjusted to those things because if you're not, there's going to be a nice place for you to sleep called the Chateau El Bridge. That's what you're going to be under.
Yes, it had. I know here they shut down programs here, so boy, they better get ready. Somebody was they shut down the summer. Y'all know I talk about that feed program a lot. They shut it down here in the Carolinas this summer, so they gonna come for that after school piece too. You know how many people? I mean, well, we have a lot of in the areas where we work in. A lot of people started to um we got a lot of grant writers that starting to pull funds from other places, but you talking about it's all chaos. It's all
Mm.
chaos right now. A lot of chaos right now. But we had one program who brought in a couple $1 million to help the students. But shit, that's just one area, not even a whole county.
Right.
A lot of moving pieces.
And people better get prepared, man.
Get prepared, shit. You better jump on hold on to somebody's tail wagon. You better be holding on to somebody's shirt tail, because
No.
you gotta catch up and you gotta learn at the same time.
Yeah, you know how people like to say, this ain't the old days. Women
Mm-hmm.
like saying that the most. This ain't the old days. Well, they gonna wish it was the old days because these prices ain't going down.
Honey, they not going down. And it's tapping into the what you call that thing, the SNAP. They ain't getting no relief either. It's sucking that up. That those COVID SNAP, them thousands of dollars they was getting for food, man, at the drop. And with the inflation, with the inflated numbers, that's not even picking up much of anything. Yep, that's crazy.
Yeah,
So
it is.
just so
But
imagine,
huh?
just imagine. I mean, I continue to do the shows. Hopefully, that somebody would grab something that'd be useful for themselves. Um, whether they start with a small dollar amount or they have capital to, spread around and diversify their portfolio one way or the other. But here's an interesting topic. No, I better not bring it up. I forgot who I'm on there with, Lord. Then Sonny might pop up and then Lord, I'm gonna have to fight.
Well,
Mm-hmm.
you better talk
But
about it while he ain't here.
then I have to fight all night. Now, Makita was doing a topic on Clubhouse the other day called "Is Marriage the New Retirement?" Is people latching on to people because they can't afford to live by themselves, so they latching on just marrying anybody?
And I'm telling you, hell yeah,
I don't know.
without a doubt.
Chris said, hell yeah. Hey, you better be some good best of
And,
friends. Hey,
and,
we got to combine these incomes.
and Andre know this. I mean, we talked about this stuff before.
Mhm.
We know that men who got money, who got bread, we know that women, they won't come out and say it, but they'll lay out everything that tells you that they looking for help. They need help.
Hey, now don't forget about the men.
We ain't talking about broke niggas. We not talking about them. We talking
No,
about men that got and women out here. And I'm talking about women in general. They tired. They either tired and tired of working, or they both tired of working, tired of taking care of these kids, and they need help. That is just a
definitely need
fact.
help.
That's just
Definitely
a
need some
fact.
help.
I'm not talking about niggas that ain't producing, ain't doing shit in society. Women
But
out
with
here with kids that single mothers, they tired. Even the women that don't have any kids, they tired. They want a man to take care of them. And it's hard for them to say it because that would give up they feminist propaganda, their women's lib and rights, because they still want to hold on to some of that independence. But at the end of the day, they don't want to do this shit no more.
or what
That's
about
the
just,
reality. I done had conversations. Huh?
or what about just the fact that where we are right now,
Uh-huh.
that is beneficial for you to have more than one income in that home.
I agree with that.
You
I mean,
know
I would agree too, but at the same time,
that
here's the oxymoron with it, Mo. Here's the oxymoron. A woman will say that she won't do 50-50 with a man, right?
you say won't like will not.
Will not do
Okay,
50-50 at
yeah, I
all.
just don't understand you.
Right. So, but they don't want to be a kept woman or a housewife.
Oh, you know what? Oh, go ahead. I forgot.
What?
Oh no. I'm gonna talk and walk. I forgot I ain't fed the kids.
Oh Lord have mercy. You
Man,
tired too, Mo.
yeah, man, you tired. You gotta call the people.
You keep going.
Come get these. More tired, boy. May took her through the ringer.
Hold on. No. Keep talking. I got y'all on my phone. Let me go. Christian, come on. Let's go get something to eat.
Oh my God,
Them
Mo.
poor kids are starving. They got white around their mouth.
Man, boy. Over there starving them kids.
Oh God. No, because I worked out. I forgot. I forgot
Damn.
because I had no, because I had earlier, and then I had came home because when I work out, I normally don't eat afterwards. So, but I forgot because Zion is at camp, and Sanaya went with one of her friends, and and then I started hearing Christian talk. I was like, oh shit, I got another kid in the house.
Oh
Don't
my
call the people.
God, boy.
Don't call the peoples on me.
No, we don't do nothing like that, boy.
Oh God, listen. Well, I already told y'all my dilemma. It ain't that I can't do it. It's just that I'm not used to it. So
Yeah.
some sometimes it kicks in and sometimes it don't. Oh, I was not paying attention. I ain't gonna lie until I heard his voice. I was like, oh shit, I forgot to feed the child. Okay, okay. Yeah, I need a man to come
So,
keep my calendar. He I told my boo, I said we might as well put these incomes together. I don't know what you doing. Okay.
yeah,
Some
but what's wrong with putting two incomes together?
shit ain't nothing wrong with it to me. Hey, ain't nothing wrong with it to me. You call
But
you hey, I don't buy into what other people think about what I'm doing. I know it's hold on, garage door. I know it's more beneficial. I know it's more beneficial to do it together. I ain't crazy. I grew up around married folks. But hey, you can't in the same sense. So now you with one of our friends.
Yeah,
Have to
man.
be.
Sister say,
Come on.
listen, man.
Oh, you don't like me that right? I'm right here.
Sister say, listen, no, I ain't doing no 50-50. And she got 3 kids by different men. I'm just like, how you demand this shit? How you get to demand what you ain't doing and you got somebody else's kids
Yeah, that's crazy.
trying to be like that, but they just be talking so bold nowadays. And my mind, I'm still stuck when, most of y'all will be working at brothels
What's a
talking
brothel?
like this.
What's a brothel?
Brothels.
You know what a
What is
brothel
that?
is, Mo.
Hoes. Hoes. Because I'm just like
On the other
the
side.
confidence of women nowadays that, be passing that
Hey,
thing that you're around. What?
hey, the poll workers make money. What you mean? I thought they make a little bread.
Yeah, and that's fine. But they don't get to go around and say, hey, I ain't doing 50-50, or you don't get to pay me this. I'm just like, no, you don't get to make those demands.
That's the
You know, you done made your what they used to call, I ain't gonna say that online because people gonna think I'm being disrespectful, but you done had these different type of relationships. You don't get to tell a man what you ain't gonna do when it comes to a relationship, as in I ain't doing 50-50. I'm just like, who gave these women authority to talk like this? Like, what makes you, like, what propaganda made it to where women, who done had kids, by multiple people, come in and try to demand and say, oh, I ain't dating no man that's talking about 50-50.
I don't know them kind of people, but in the same sense of
That's
what
why I got
that.
to get out of this country because
You say I gotta
I'm
go.
I'm liable to say, like, maybe in the 1300s, you wouldn't be talking crazy like this. Your ass would be, begging to be under a man's protection because you ain't shit. But see, I would be called all of these kind of names now because I would have to check a woman like that because she getting beside herself. See, this false confidence is the problem I have with
Well, maybe
a lot
maybe
of
in the
people.
1300s maybe in the 1300s the men would take care of them so they wouldn't have to talk like that. See, I didn't wait. We're not going there with this conversation because I was trying to do this with y'all. I was talking about something totally different, but boy, y'all
No,
keep going there with
because
this.
Mo,
I'm
no,
gonna just leave
reality
This is economics and
is Mo.
finances, Mo.
Oh,
Reality,
this economic. Okay.
Yeah,
Listen,
it is.
yeah,
It
this
is,
is
you
bro.
all
right.
economic and
And
finances.
look,
So if me and you procreate, we ain't married, who fault is that?
oh, I don't
Yours.
look at it as a fault. Because that's why I ain't got no kids because y'all ain't about to get me. Oh no, you's a
No,
busted.
no,
You ain't about
no.
to do
There's
that.
nothing wrong with
Nah,
that. If you,
we ain't
because
procreating
you
none of that.
smart.
If
Okay,
you
let's say
this
you
is what my
messed up
mama
the
say.
first time.
No,
Let's say
see,
you messed up the first time,
oh
Mo.
yeah, you're right. If I mess up
Let's
the
say
first
you,
time
and then
and I
you
had
go
to make,
back and you do it again. Well, whose fault is that if it don't work out? And then you do it a third time. Who
yeah,
fault?
yeah,
who hold
yeah.
these people accountable for this shit?
Oh hell no! I knew he was coming.
What?
This is why.
No, it's not about what's coming. But I'm saying who are holding these people accountable for, making these repetitive decisions that's costing, both the kids and
I,
the parents, you know, trouble. Because either one got to pay child support, the other got to handle the kid by themselves. And the
Both
kid
in
is
trouble.
innocent in the situation.
Both in trouble. I
But
think you
all
like
this,
them kind of women. I think you like them.
no, I don't.
They just know how to finesse you, and then you look again. You can't get them to a happy medium understanding. 50-50. If you automatically have to have that conversation, it's kind of, to me, it was always something that's kind of bothersome. Like, how do you not think you have to contribute? Now, if you don't want to, okay, you don't want them to contribute. Anybody I dealt with that never wanted me to contribute, but it was like automatically my nature. Like, I get ahead of them. It was just like automatic because you have to survive too. Like, how do you not want to? But then also in the same sense, I've been amongst people who are like they are still feeling entitled in their old and they in their 60s, and they're in situations, but they don't mind being
Right.
in a situation but they don't have the character for someone to take care of them. So there's plenty of men that came along and said, "Okay, I'll be that person. I'll take the 100% of the responsibility, but you ain't gonna treat me like that." So it's
Mhm.
kind of a catch-22. It's
So even
available,
with the
but
right.
if you don't have the character, then
Mhm.
you get left behind. Then when you get
Right.
left behind, you bitter because then the next person comes and say, "I'm not doing it." Now you upset and you mad. So it's
Right.
twofold. It's twofold. And then in the same sense, if you have then on the other side of the spectrum, if you have the young lady who is willing and able, then it becomes too easy, or they too free, or they they too relaxed, and then it's just become a mess. It's almost like it's a daily, to me it's a daily character issue that um just never seems like it'll ever be fixed.
Yeah, I don't think it is either because here's another vantage point with the 50-50 dynamic. Because this is what women are saying. Women are saying, you want me to go 50-50, then I have to come home from work, cook, clean, fuck you like a porn star, and
Oh,
and nurture you. And I'm just like, when has sex become a one-way pleasurable
always,
street?
always. I think that has always been there. Prerequisite,
Right.
prerequisite, prerequisite. You
Okay.
can't convince me no other way.
So
Oh,
only men get pleasure from sex?
oh no, women too. That's what I said. I'm not. Hey, I'm not biased now.
No, no, I was just asking, but it just seems like when it comes to that, they said, well, it's already 50-50, so I'm already going half of the bills, and I'm going to a job where I had to listen to one man, then come home to another man who I'm going 50-50 with, and exert more energy by fucking them, cooking for them, cleaning
Oh,
up after them, and then giving them children. Well, it ain't 50-50.
it's more like. So let me ask you: is money the only hold up for the man? Like, is it the money? I mean, what's the hang up?
That's what they placing on them. They want they saying that that's not fair. So
Oh, it's too high. Yeah, it's high. How you get it
the
down?
man's portion should be the woman's portion should be lower, and the man's portion should be higher. If you want all of these things, you know, I shouldn't have to work as a woman, and I should be at home. But what if you don't know how to run a house? Or I ain't even gonna put that in there. The
So my
privilege.
back is some pressure.
If you want me to do all of this, I should be at home. I shouldn't have to work. And
If I had kids, if I had kids and a man, I think I'd have to stay home. It's too much.
okay.
You,
I'd have to.
hey Mo,
I'd
you're not even feeding the kids, and you by yourself, and you ain't cooking. You home.
yeah, you.
Starving, boy.
That, that kid in the background coughing, dry cough because he's so hungry. Come on, man. Ain't drinking days. Come on,
I've already said this ain't no joke. Trying to do all of that has been a lot. I'm sorry, it's just been a lot, and I've been trying to. I do well sometimes, and sometimes I do horrible. So I call on the cavalry, like, yo, I'm gonna need some help. Somebody gonna have to take this one over here. Somebody gonna have to take this one over here. I gotta take care of this right here. I had to call on the cavalry. I had to change my time schedule. Matter of fact, I came back. Well, I don't think I did this right. I came back from my cruise. Like, man, I think I might need to quit my job. I ain't gonna be able to do this. This ain't working out for a sister. I gotta scale something back in order to meet the timelines. And I don't be wanting to take them out of the activities. So, but I really thought I should quit. I really thought I should quit, but not to be on the system. I could hold my own, but I really thought I should quit work because I'm not fulfilling them duties properly at all.
Right.
Good thing they grown.
What happened to the dude that sometime when we used to do the podcast, the dude used to have to end the show to cook his sandwich and stuff for us. Is he still with you, or did that dissolve? The one that used to, correct you when you was out of line sometime when we do.
Oh, wait, what are you talking about? Dre, what are you talking about? Hold on, you tripping. Dre said, cook him some sandwich. Wait, who was I cooking sandwiches for? You tripping like a mug. Hey, you might be talking about my nephew Zion.
Nah, you were dating some dude. You used to have to make sure his supper was on that table. Sometimes we'd be in the middle of talking, and the show just stopped. You just pull the plug.
He must have forgot.
No, and I'm still dating. I don't have no issues here. I had to figure out the timeline. I told you. I had to figure out the
Yeah,
timeline.
that's what I was saying. Because there used to be, I mean, even when you used to jump on me in our session
You
show,
know how to
sometimes like,
get
look,
back on the line.
you used to be like, yo, I gotta go. He about to take off his belt. I'm like, look, go make
You're
that
so
man
silly.
supper, please.
Hey, I had to get through that. I had to say, I was like, man, I ain't making no money lately. He's like, yeah, you need to get back on them live streams.
Nah, but let me just say this though. The one thing I learned, Mo, is this. What Chris was saying. I said this a long time when we first during the pandemic, and I kind of alluded to it early when I said men got to look at their life simply as incoming versus outgoing. But when I'm telling, listen, now that I'm older, I tell any man, I don't care how old you are, but really, if you in your 20s and your early 30s, if you ain't got no goddamn money, you better not think about no woman.
Forget it.
Like you could cancel Christmas. America has raised the bar. And one thing about you women, as I tell all women, from my mama to my worst enemy, y'all are self-interested creatures and y'all are self-absorbed. And what happens is that y'all have this thing where y'all say, we want to sit at the table. And then we try to be a gentleman and go, I'll get my own chair. And then y'all go get the chair and say, this chair too heavy. Then we go bring the chair to the table. And then y'all be like, this chair too high. And then you get out the chair and say, okay, leave my chair at the table. And when I want to sit there, I just want it there. And you just looking around like, what?
Mm.
And that's what women do. Always remember something. Men negotiate and women persuade. That's why I do not listen. Yeah, y'all heard, listen, I'm worse now than I've ever been. I don't listen to no woman at all. I don't give a damn if it's the weather. I'm not listening to y'all because the one thing y'all mind does not do is commit to an idea that y'all bring up. And then what happens is, as soon as I commit to it, because you said it, then I have the risk. And then you know what y'all tell us when y'all fail on y'all idea? Well, who told you to listen to me? And I'm just looking around like, all right. And so when you think about that financially, see now a lot of men, not all, but a lot of men can't recover from the whimsical mind of a woman.
Right.
You understand? A lot of men can't recover financially any longer from that. I'm telling you, you will end up living under Chateau Le Bridge real quick. If you listen to these women and think about them, man, listen. It's men have to be more in their posture. And the one thing that helped me out with all of my wives is they know I don't care. I think that turns them on. Like, Andre, I'll leave you. Like, they know me. They listen, I don't see. My new thing, I start showing them the puffy tape. I'm like, look, it could be worse. You could be with him. You at least you with somebody that ain't gonna bother you. Like, I look, don't listen to these women. I'm telling you, men, get your life straight before you go into yo, the risk is not worth the reward. The juice is not matched the squeeze, and the steak doesn't match the sizzle. You better get your life together. You can't be out here dilly dallying, and yeah, you can't. And because you're not gonna win that battle. You're not. You're not gonna win the battle of their wants versus your needs. You're not. It's always what you're like somebody said, somebody said to me, will I ever get married again? And I told them, getting married in 2024 is paying $30,000 to play in your own movie called The Butler. That's it. That's all you're doing. You're just paying $30,000 to hear for the rest of your life that you're not good enough. That's all you're doing. So you might as well get your stuff together and understand, if you're going to get into the family unit, make it be a business. Understand that each of you have a role. I don't care if it's financial, I don't care if it's physical, but understanding that it's a survival tactic. It's a survival tactic. You know, Mo and Chris, my best friend Christina told me she hit Chris up because Chris posted a quote from one of her favorite new books.
Yep, I was gonna
And
hit you up about that.
right, and this book, Mo, is saying everything I've been saying to y'all for 3 years. Christina called me, is like, Andre, you were right. Again, I said, Christina, I'm the one to tell you because I want to be the bearer of bad news. I
Right.
was dealing with these dudes on a constant level. I see these men are locked out of women. Like, they don't have a chance, and because the bar has been raised,
Yeah.
and a lot of people don't understand that. Yo, there's always aberrations to the rule, right? There's always going to be guys that's going to be able to still find a way. But a lot of men, I'm telling you, they're not. They're not. And these women are not lowering their standards until they get to a certain age. And then it's like, oh, well, you got a job and you're cute enough now. I'm
Yeah.
60 and you know, and I need somebody to put icy hot on my hamstring before I go to bed and give me my blood pressure medicine, you know. But I'm telling you, y'all better, men, you better get in your posture and understand this ain't no game. You know, that's all I wanted to say about that.
Simple. That's pretty simple.
Mm,
I
mm, mm.
like Dre. I ain't even trying to hear that shit. Don't even say it. Matter of fact, if you got to call me with it, I don't want to talk. Don't even text me. Don't even send an email. I don't want to hear it. Talk about something else. What's the weather like? Okay, that's
It's
nice.
hot.
Cause
It's hot.
I don't want to hear no shit that don't make sense. And you ain't finna convince me because this ain't a Bible verse, and you ain't a preacher. So stop, because I ain't put money in the communion plate. So
Yeah. I'm like that. Like I say, I'm at that point in my life where I just don't have these weird conversations with women where they try to convince you about a lot of these things that you know better about.
right,
I just like, I hear you, mom. Like, that's cool with me. That's fine. That it just it's nonsensical. It's like, I'm not even gonna waste my time even conversing with you about it.
right,
What are we doing? Because listen, at the end of the day, I don't care who it is. There's never been a man in the history of the United States of America where he was just walking down the street and a woman pulls up next to him in a E class or a AMG talking about something. I seen your heart from down the street. You look like the nicest guy. Do you want some vagina? No, they don't do that. It's either can you produce and can you be the one that I envision? Because like I say, men can see themselves with women as women aspire to be with men. That's why women want the ball player, the rapper, the entertainer, the businessman, the guy that has something she could brag about to her girl. A guy could just look at a girl and be like, touch, and then go about his business, right? He ain't even thinking about what she's doing for a living a lot of times. He's just like, oh, she bad. But a woman's
Right.
like, I wonder what that Negro do. So it's a different dynamic. And I just think guys got to understand that you live in a totally different America from your mom and dad.
Right.
And once you get that down packed, then at least you got a fighting chance. But if you think your marriage and your character and you being this upstanding,
Shit, that shit don't matter, man.
that shit don't matter, bro. Can you produce or not? That's all they want to know.
Mm-hmm. Can you get me a Birkin? Can you take me to Aruba today or tomorrow? When? Now? Great. If not, bye. That's simple. You got an Amex card? Great. You shop where? Oh no, I can't do that. You buy
What's the
Gucci?
MH card?
Huh? What happened?
What's the MH card? I said, what's the
Amex.
MH card?
Amex. American
Oh,
Express,
Air Max.
Mo. Amex.
Oh man, I don't know no slang.
No, that's the talk. But I tell them, hey man, shit, I'm Mr. Chris. I was born in '86. You know, I did. I used to hang out at Drink Houston when it was open. You know me. You know me. That's a different person. You a different person today. But I got a new game to play. But all
Peace,
that goes.
everybody. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, all that goes back to finance,
What's up,
Mo.
California? Mo,
All
how
that
the
goes back
ball?
to money. All of it is about money. How you get
Well,
it,
you come
how
take
you
care of
can
my house.
spend it. Huh?
Send me one of them that's taking care of them households. We'll square my way.
No, you got a man already.
Yep, he good. He solid.
He gonna whoop your ass for saying that too.
Oh shit! I whip his ass. Now
Uh,
I'll fight. I'll fight. Now don't do that. I'm nice. I'm cool, but I'll fight. And yep, I may not win, but I'm gonna fight back. I don't plan to.
come on,
I don't.
Mo.
I don't plan to have that kind of relationships though.
Well, we
Nah,
know
I
he
don't
just
look. If I had to fight, then I ain't gonna be there. Don't even worry about it.
no, we ain't talking about that fight. We ain't talking about
Yeah,
the ones, Mo.
throwing no hands. Nah, I be I was no, I ain't never had them issues, and I always understood. I used to watch and learn. I teach
Yeah,
my niece. I try to teach my niece the balance. You got to do your part. It's a group effort, and I definitely teach it from the business perspective.
right.
You know,
Yeah,
can
for
I
sure.
because if you can't do it from that perspective, you're gonna be in trouble, especially these days. Can't speak for the previous years of life, but I know darn well. I mean, I just look at from what I'm doing. I can't even go across the world and specific. I just think about just what I have to
Right.
go through. I mean, what I have to do right now, and how would rather live? Like you don't want to live in all that kind of,
All right, man.
you know. So
Oh yeah, I forgot to clock out. Shit.
that's the wrong one. Yeah, you don't want to live in that kind of you want to live in peace. You might want to go about it this way. But then in the same sense, you battle with somebody else may tell them, and how they should, what they need to consider and how they should go about it.
Mm-hmm.
And I could tell, you being on teams past 2 years on how soaking information and then how they'll gravitate to the consistency of it, who they're around, what they see, you know. And I always thought that was pretty interesting, when you're around young adults coming up. But then also I've been around young adults that they had prior experience in the streets,
Right.
and it was just fake it till you make it, because I'm going back because I like that right now. And then here we go, 10, 20 years later, 15 years later, babies, kids come along and you're in relationships and things of that nature, and you wish you would have had took a different approach, you know? So
Mm-hmm.
that's what I say. I don't think it'll ever go away, because the hard part is that when they see somebody else surviving with those type of mentalities, they don't want to conform or to change to something different or something better. They would rather just do it that way. Um, and
Uh-huh.
that's what the battle is, on trying to get a community to change or to see it differently. Matter of fact, we was last year around this time, had a young lady that went with us to Vegas, who previous member was in the on assisted living. Then that person became on assisted living. Then not a child, ain't but 21, 22, finessing the system.
Mm-hmm.
So and when you try to say, hey, what you're telling is skill, you don't even have to live like that. You could be, do what you do and still be able to take care of your own. I ain't about to pay no rent. I ain't about to buy no food with no cash. No, I like it like this, and I know exactly how many hours I need to work to keep getting it. I'm like, wait, what? But hair and nails definitely always jazzed up and better than mine. you know, always finessing somebody, always doing something different. But that's why I was like, that's the kind of stuff not gonna change. So I mean, living out of country,
Oh,
I ain't
okay.
going out of the country. I'm not
Oh,
going
yeah,
out.
you is. You going to the
No,
Bahamas?
no, I ain't. Hey,
Damn, man, mama.
hey, this guy was trying to get me in the Bahamas. They was like, Sherry crazy. So dude was like, he asked Sherry something. So Sherry was like, no, I'm not. I'm divorced. I'm not married. He said, well, what's wrong with you? Hey, what you mean? Why something got to be wrong with me? He said, because there's no way you should be married. So he said, well, I think I'm going to take you out and see what's wrong with you. Sherry's like, all right, he's like, give me your number. She's like, all right, I'll give you a number because I need to hook up in another country anyway. I'm not trying to live in America. Show me the road so I can find me some property down here. I was dying. It was too funny. He said, what's wrong with you?
mm,
Funny. It was
that,
too funny. It's too
yeah, he
many
wild for
variables.
that.
I don't know. For it to turn back, man, there's so many variables. It don't seem like it's gonna turn back. I just hope y'all come around. Andre got a couple little angels running around. Chris, you probably got some angels. And Sonny locked in on the angel. So, hey, y'all squared away. I don't know what your brother's gonna
Hey.
Yeah, I mean, I think I have a newfound. No, that's not a newfound belief. I think, like I was telling my man today, who's married. I said, you ain't cheating on your wife yet. I said, you taking the fun out of marriage, brother. I said, you ain't sneaking late at night and slide into the bed and act like you had to work overtime. I said, that's why you get married for, bro. You taking the fun. Let's just be single then.
Yeah.
I'm like,
Hey.
yo, what are you doing?
do.
But the point I'm making is like, listen, if you're a man and you're self-sufficient, and let's just say you're attracted to some woman, meaning some woman, there's women out there that find you attractive. You better go out there and collect you some women because they ain't giving these other dudes, they don't need, listen, women are funny. They won't give the guy that love them a chance, but give the guy that likes them or that they like and all the chances in the world. So the guy that's right in front of her, they don't even care. Like, I don't even see this man. But the guy that they aspire to, Like, hey, I'm waiting on my Jesus. He's coming. He's bringing me my king. I'm like, all right, well, no problem.
And
It's
you got
sad, but it's the truth. Like, women are not going to date the guy that they don't like just because he likes them and nobody else like them. They'll wait for their Jesus to bring them somebody. And you be like, all
Yep.
right, well,
I
Eve,
remember
look at the Golden Girls. They did it. They
I remember
waited to Jesus.
waiting him. I remember I remember being in I think it was in Kosovo. That was my first experience with that comment right there. And this guy, man, he was bringing me gifts. He would do all kinds of stuff. I was just so mean. But I didn't recognize it at the time, you know. I was just like, he must be crazy. I don't know him. Why he keep bringing me gifts? I was 25. I never forget it. And this first time came, he's like, hey, he said, come here, lamb. I was like, okay. He said, you won't know sincerity if it slapped you in the face. That young man is trying to be your friend. I was like, who? I was like, who? What are you talking about? It was
Oh
funny.
my God, Mo.
I was just like, but I had my eyes on somebody else. So I said, damn, I should have took him up on his offer. But you know,
Oh,
you live and learn. You live and learn.
oh no.
Yeah, you live and learn.
That's what y'all say, boy. You live and learn.
Yep.
What?
Hey, I learned my lesson. I learned my lesson. But at the end of the day, I wasn't crazy like, you know, some of the stuff y'all be saying. I ain't never did that. I just didn't give him no chance. That's all.
Ah, dang.
I wasn't that far off the mark.
Mo out here running the man away. It's been a
Who?
tyrant.
hey
What would
Mo, I always say this, right? And it goes back to what I said 10 minutes earlier when Christina told me she hit up Chris about the joint in the book, right? Is that all women gotta do to see a woman. Women are like the old proverbial tree can't see far from the forest, right? Women don't see their own behavior. So all you got to do is download a dating app and download it as a man, right? Don't download it as a woman looking for a man. And download as a man looking for a woman and read a woman's profile. And you will see just like this, like weird, arrogant slash delusional slash like
you were there?
prerequisite that nothing actually has anything to do with her trying to get to know a man. She's literally telling you her statistics, bragging to herself, and then telling you that you got to keep up with that. You're just looking
Ah,
around like, so I'm supposed to be able to compete with a standard that you set for yourself, not for the guy that you want, right? That's why it's funny because you can literally, you know how many search engines that you learn while you're in college where you can look up company financials and find out their COO, CFO, CEO. You know how many CEO and CFO women are on these dating apps? They're like a CFO of this marketing company, CFO of fintech, and you just looking around like it ain't that many female CEOs in the world, right? It's just everything is inflated. Everything is vanity driven. And see, like men, as we become older, we also become simpler even if you got money. I know me, you know, my only rule with women, just don't get on my nerves. That's it. I know women are going to be women. My only rule is just don't get on my nerves.
and
Because
what would get on your nerves,
what,
Ray?
you know, what gets on my nerves is like, how can I say?
Mm.
Just, I would say this. With me, I don't bring drama to a woman. I see, you know, women say, a man got to have emotional intelligence. And I figured out something one day, Mo. You know what emotional intelligence is? Emotional intelligence is me as a man knowing if I have a girlfriend, a wife, or a female friend, is that if I in the same space with her during that day, I'm gonna hear some BS that nothing it means nothing to me, and I just gotta be able to sit there with my mouth shut and go, mm-hmm. He said that? What?
Yup,
That's emotional
yup.
intelligence. That's all
Yeah.
emotional intelligence is. Me being able to sit there and listen to y'all BS that don't mean nothing about nothing and not add anything to the sauce.
Hey,
That's
you
emotional intelligence.
you are absolutely right. And look,
That's all it is.
hey,
Because
Mm.
I
they
know my
because there's no
friend got
intelligence
it
in
down pat.
emotions.
My friend got it down pack, and I already know when I have talked too much because he's changed the subject on me and asked me something. I'll be like, "Did you just cut me off?"
Absolutely.
That means
Absolutely.
you didn't already.
Absolutely.
I didn't give you enough
Absolutely.
time. That means I didn't get at first when I first started dating him. I didn't get it, and I'd be like, "Man, he done cut me off again." And then I started recognizing it, like, "Oh, okay, he didn't give me enough conversation about that. That was you might want to
Oh
stop."
my God.
So now I can time myself. I can time myself. I'm
And
good
Mo,
now.
and Mo, you know the best thing to do if men gotta like you just gotta I know no I'm gonna say it, but you just gotta learn how to outsmart women. If you know she's about to go into her emotional intelligence rant, make sure that it's around the time her favorite show comes on TV. That way you sit down for like the first 5 minutes of the
Yeah.
show, watch it with her, it's gonna divert her attention from whatever she was about to tell you to the show, and then by the time the show's over, she's sleeping, you ain't gotta
I
hear
forgot.
it.
Yep.
Exactly.
Hmm?
You're right. You're right, because boy, I tell
So
you,
that's all you got to do. And so
I used
once
to
you
get
get past
offended.
that, you're good.
I
You
used to get
know?
offended.
Hmm. They
I used to
Yeah.
get
sure like
offended and I
rent, boy.
wouldn't I used to get offended and then I wouldn't talk. And then he was like, "Why you normally always talking? What's wrong with you?" And then I was like, I had to start thinking, like, okay, all right, maybe I'm supposed okay, let me just try this. Let me see what's going on. I had to analyze myself. I was like, oh, he trying to give me my little time. And then I got emotional at one point because I'd be like, I want him to interact, but he'd be like, I don't want to talk about that. Then I was like, okay, let me switch it up. Don't get mad. Don't
You
switch.
know
Don't get
what?
mad.
And I'm
Just
guilty of
I
saying shit like that out loud. I ain't
don't
trying to hear that, but
know.
I had to curb it sometimes.
Right. You
Like,
gotta curve. You gotta curve that. You gotta be wise. That's the only thing that is intelligent of a man. We gotta be wise enough to know not to say something that's going to um
Don't
shatter
gossip
her.
with me. Yeah, and
Right.
don't gossip with me. I don't want you to
No, no,
gossip
no.
with me.
You
I
ain't
just
gonna
want to
gossip
say
with
what
you.
I say.
You just gotta have 3 words in your lexicon. You gotta be like, what? He said that? Yeah, I understand. That's crazy. If you do it in
yeah.
that order, you won. You won. The conversation's over within 15 to 20 minutes, and then you just go on to the next thing. Because men, we come home already decompartmentalized of what we have to do that night and going into tomorrow. Women mush all of that stuff together. So eventually, when you mush something together, what happens? It spills over to the side, and that's when you're gonna hear about her day and why the traffic light didn't change and why your favorite song came on 5 times while you was in traffic, and why your coworker looking at you like that in her cubicle, and blah blah blah. And we just gotta sit there. That's emotional intelligence. That's
Mm.
it. And if you're gonna, because I tell men all the time, if especially if you got a pretty woman, if you got an attractive woman, she is a chore. Period. She is a chore. So you gotta already be prepared for that. You
Hmm.
got to. It ain't like the woman that is kind of like in a different mental space where she knows she ain't the baddest thing, so she's willing to cook, clean, and shut up. But if you got a woman that knows she's kind of like the pick of the litter, she's a chore. You're gonna have to make some type of compromise. That's just what it is.
Mm.
Hmm.
Y'all heard that? Listen to us for a few seconds anyway. Mm-mm-mm. I'm so funny. I'm like, yeah, what? Yeah,
This
they
is
so.
American investment advice. American relationship investment advice.
Mm.
If you got a fine woman, man, it's a bill. Go ahead and ante up
Girlfriend money.
every month for that bill because it's a bill. But
Yep.
if she average, okay.
Women are like cars. If you got a BMW, the maintenance on a BMW is way
And
more than the maintenance on a Chevy Cavalier.
all right.
It just that's just the truth.
Hey,
I
That's a
and
check it to
that's
the
why
time.
that's why I tell men we want the baddest chick because life is hard. I tell women that all the time. I said if you understood that a lot of men don't make great money, or a lot of men don't feel successful in their own life. So the only thing they have to look forward to is that pretty woman when he come home. That's why he's like that. You know what I'm saying?
Oh.
You see that, go to the mall. If you see like a chubby dude with like a real bad chick, look how protective he is over her.
Oh yeah, he be right there.
Yeah.
Right? You ever see his face when he actually looking around and seeing like, you know, these niggas looking at my woman? You could see it. But then you look at the guy who got the little, I hate to use the word because it's overused, but the little swag, and, you know, he in shape and he fly. He just walking next to her like, all right, you know, you leave me if you want. I'm going to get another one. It's a
Yeah.
total different dynamic. It's a total different dynamic. You see it all the time. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, it's an investment that if you're going to play that game, you better understand that it's a risk and it's a reward. And it's an ROI on it. It's a return of investment.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And that's the truth.
Do you watch? Do you Drake? Do you look at some of them country wing skits?
Yeah, sometimes.
Which
Sometimes.
one? Which
Mo,
What do you
one?
mean?
I'm trying to do which one.
Mo
Chris,
looked at all of them.
I be looking at him because I be tripping on some of these storylines.
I had a
What was?
conversation with Country Wayne through a friend in Atlanta because he, you know, even though he's Christian, one of Country Wayne's producers is Muslim. If you know anything about black Muslims, like Orthodox Muslims, Sunni Muslims, they
Mm-hmm.
once they take Shahada together, if they're in business, like say if you're a rapper and I'm a producer, like they're gonna pair you up. So they paired me up with him, right? And me and him had a real conversation. And I was honest with him. I said, I said to him, uh, uh, um, I don't take your skits. Your skits are pertinent, but you got like 8 kids. Never take you
10.
seriously. Like, and I told him, like, I can't take a man with that many kids and who's paying that type of child support. I can't take you seriously with women. I would never take your advice. Right? Now, this man, he told me out of his mouth, he's seeing a $400,000 check a month. And
Mm-hmm.
but then he also told me how much he pays in bills with that. So it's like, you know me, I'm the Capricorn in me like takes over. I just be like, bro, I don't even want to hear that shit. Like, cause you know me, I like. Let me tell you something, Mo. I got one kid off the books and probably 20 off the books, right? But the
Oh,
one I got on the books, the money I send to her is in my Cash App, right? The money that me and her, my ex-wife, has the legal agreement, not child support, but we have joint custody.
are
And
you been
just,
married? I already know that.
yeah, I told you I'm a victim of marriage fraud. But listen, just in my part of my custody with my daughter, right, Mo? If I looked at it from March, not March, so when the so let's say April of the pandemic up until now, do you know I've given that girl $30,000?
Mm.
So imagine how much money he giving 8 kids.
That what
Imagine.
that what he say? I'm about this time to put all y'all in it. That's some of y'all child support money.
That's why I tell you, kids are the number one killer of black men in America. You ain't got no money? Okay.
No,
You go have some kids if you want.
you been paying child support for the rest of your life.
Listen, let me tell you something. One of the most dynamic, and it goes from dating to children to everything in a man's life. It's called the Matthew effect, which comes out of the Bible, but they use it in psychology and economics. And that is, to those with everything, all is given, and to those with nothing, all is taken. Meaning, that's why you see pawn shops and payday loans in poverty, and you see all the lavish stuff amongst the rich, right? Because those with everything, everything is given, and then those with nothing, all is taken. And
Yep.
I ain't trying to listen. I ain't trying to be in that mix, Jack. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Right.
I will continue to go across seas and get these women pregnant and tell them my name is Chris Woods and and Marcus and every other names because they can't find me, and that'll be the end of
No, he's funny as hell, bro.
I can't. I can't with Dre. Dre, listen, he got all them those storylines. He's dated all them women. This is all my baby mamas is in my kids. They better
Yep.
if they want that child support check, they better be in. I need some videos today.
Think about how crazy that is, though, Mo. The money that he could have. Do you understand? Let's just say he had 4 children, right? That's still a lot. But let's just say you have 4 children. With 400,000 a month, Mo, think about, and that's just from Facebook, right? So think about the industry you can create amongst your own. You could live, because you know he got family in Alabama.
Mm-hmm.
He got family in Atlanta. So imagine industry and the wealth that you could create. But no, you too busy shuffling money amongst baby mamas who ain't gonna do nothing but buy cars and bags. And it's like, bro, silly to me. That's silly to me. Yo, it is silly. I'm not judging them. Do what you. I told him have 8 more kids, or I give a goddamn. But I would never take you seriously. You'll make me giggle and sniggle, but that'll be the end of it. I'll be like, all right, this nigga crazy. I ain't even want to hear that. Because as you get older, you understand what's at risk. And shooting up every woman's club, it's financial suicide. It's financial suicide.
Yep. Yeah, financial suicide right there. For the rest of your
It is
life.
irresponsible. It's super irresponsible. I would never do no mess like that. Because one thing we understand is that we emulate success. So the young man in the hood is going to emulate Country Wayne's success because he sees him on Facebook. But then when he also see him on Vlad or on the show that I got him on with my man E from Boss Talk, right? When he told me that stuff to my face, they're seeing you also talk about all these goddamn kids. So you know what happens? So the next kid that come up and getting that money, he's doing the same thing. He's like, well, Country Wayne getting money and he got all these kids. I'm gonna be all right too. The hell no, I'm not. No, I'm not.
That's crazy.
That is not the model.
Hell no, it ain't.
So him, I said to him just like this. I said, following your storyline is like telling your son to grow up and hit the lottery to get rich. I said, what you gonna tell your son? Grow up, get a trade, get a job, or get an education and become successful, or grow up and hit the lottery? Because you virtually hit the lottery.
Yep.
You are a success story. You are aberration.
You know
what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
It ain't too many dudes that's going to be able to follow your footsteps, be successful with all them goddamn kids.
Hell no,
Not gonna happen. Not gonna happen.
A lot of them do it. 10 of them, him and Nick Cannon, a lot of kids.
Nick Cannon is another. See, Nick Cannon will always be simp of the year because it's one thing to have all these bad chicks knowing that they wouldn't deal with you if you weren't Nick Cannon and you just sleeping with them, you just got a bunch of bad chicks. Then guess what? I do the same thing. But it's another thing to purposely get them pregnant, knowing you're not going to be able to be there and knowing eventually you're going to have to pay child support because you're not physically there. Eventually, all of those women started saying, well, it's fine, Nick, you ain't, because he said it. They're like, oh, yeah, they just know I'm there for them. But then all of them eventually came out and say, he missed their graduation. He did. And then he says, yeah, I might have had too many. You think so? You were supposed to do the Lord's work, eat a skedaddle, and get out of there. Supposed to get all these women pregnant and then now Nick gonna have to be working till he gonna be like Sammy Davis. He gonna die on stage. He gotta work for the rest. Wilding Out is going to be shot at nursing homes. He's going to be so old working with all the goddamn kids. Like, come
That's
on. We
tough.
already know. We already seen he don't own nothing of Wilding Out. Remember when he had that racial such and such comment on YouTube when they took everything from him? He was already damn near claiming broke then. Talking about he was contemplating suicide. So we know he don't owns any of that, right? So now you're gonna create all these kids?
A lot of kids.
Man, listen.
Yeah.
Yeah, man, that's a lot. Lord help me. 10? Like the first.
10 kids, man. Ain't no way.
That's a lot. My cousin had 7. I was like, girl, I don't know how you doing it or whatnot. Took the whole village to raise them bad boys. And the last one just graduated out of high school. She said, Lord, thank you. Well, that's a lot.
Mm.
Yeah, I'm going to do that. Yeah. What's the price?
I'm like, man, 400,000 a month, and you getting taxed. Ooh, God, dog.
That's why you buy all that real estate. Try to keep some of that money.
Hey, what's going on, y'all?
What's up, Price?
Not much. Just listening to y'all laughing, man. Just
Yeah.
What up, Bryce? You got what you oh no, that's Dre cutting up tonight.
yeah, he on one. He on a tangent.
I finally fed my kid.
I ain't on no tangent. Listen, I'm just the Lord put a word in my heart. You know, I can't say I'm on a tangent. I'm telling you the truth though. Kids are the number one killer of black men in America.
Peace, Price.
Oh, what's up, bro?
What up, man? What up? I'm listening and laughing too. Wait till I get to the house so I can speak my piece.
Oh Lord.
You know that
Especially
was gonna have more
Listen, I
moaning and
said
groaning.
I don't want to talk about this because Sonny gonna come. He come damn Sonny. God
Yeah, it's
damn.
all well. Sonny coming in for you. Hey, Sonny boy, Zim. I got a dividend. Zim reinstated their dividend today. I got a dividend from them, so that was big, man. I just want to give a shout out to that.
Yeah, the stock raised up too.
Yeah. And I got a dividend from it. Was a nice little dividend too. So I wanted to give you a shout out for that. Thank you, Jesus. Hallelujah, Father, in the name of the blood. So I appreciate that, brother.
Name of the
Yeah.
blood.
Yeah, we ain't got to eat spam this week. That dividend hit, so we eating good this week. Thank you, Jesus.
Hey, knowing what you know about stocks, right? And say, for instance, you have to go to court, and not everything that you have as far as finances will be brought up, but a lot of things that they do know of will be brought up. So if you had an opportunity and they was like, okay, well, you have to pay 2,000, 1,000, whatever the case may be a month, right? Do you think that there's a way where you can get it paid, knowing that you know stock now, get it paid without you having to actually take finances out of your pocket?
I presume I could, yeah.
Yeah, you can live if you got enough.
So if we get dividends, right? So if, say for instance, like say you had a court thing going, you knew it was going to happen for about 3 years. You've been saving up for about 50,000. And the first thing that your thing was, hey, I'm going to get me a Nvidian yielding stock that pays me dividend about $2 and something every month. You'll be able to pay for your child support and then some without ever having to have to actually touch your own money just from the money you save.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Oh,
I mean,
yeah, absolutely.
That's the Warren
So
Buffett.
that's why I was gonna get into the Nick Cannon. I just brought that up because that was the catalyst to get into the Nick Cannon thing. Because in reality, he more than doubled his money almost every year for the last 3 years, even with the heavy child support. So in reality, like you know how when you're going through court, you're not gonna say, "Yeah, I'm rich, I'm balling, I'm this and that." You're gonna play the broke role. You're gonna be on that page, and it'll be on the page of where uh, when it's all said and done, his investments is the ones that pay for his child support to where it never has to come out of his pocket. This is why his money still is escalating. Because if you look at it, like last year, his net worth was 20 million. This year it's not even up yet, and he's already worth 50 million. So something he's doing is not taken away from him with the child support.
Is the judge who giving him favor?
Do they
Well,
speak on
400,000. What is it? 400,000 a month?
Do y'all
no,
Or
have
that's
an
40,000 a
Country
month?
Wayne. Country Wayne is 400,000 a month.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't
yeah,
know his
because
network. I
that's
don't know.
state. No, that's state. That's probably state by state cases and how much they allow them to take
Well,
from your.
I think Country Rain might be different because he is religious and he do be on his sucker shit. So he might have went to court and said, "Well, I have enough money to pay for whatever my kids is." You know how this nigga talk. So he probably was on that type of shit, and they upped the ante on his ass. So
One of the main
that
issues
could have
with
been one.
Country Wayne Marcus is that he on my boy podcast. He on Boss Talk 101 bragging about he got the money to pay for them, right? And like even Mo is quoted him saying, if they want their child support, I need them in my videos, right? He's
Yeah,
also said that bad. So imagine him going to court
yeah,
saying, I ain't got no money. He's like, well, hold on, bring up that clip. Man, I got
yep.
all this. They gon'
I think
my baby mamas, you know
I
what I'm saying?
honestly think I think he went to court and said he got all the things he needs. Because I seen him in an interview where he pays child support to these little heifers, and they still work for him. So
Yep,
they're making money while he's paying them extra money, which is
yep,
goofy. But you know what
yep,
I'm saying? I could see why he's paying 400 some thousand.
yep.
Oh, I'm gonna open the garage. I'm gonna open the garage.
He probably
That's fucking hot.
they
But nah,
probably.
he
I
has
mean,
a
but
point.
if those ladies was smart, they wouldn't have put them on child support. They would probably make more money outside the system or inside.
Nah. Listen,
Nah,
Mo.
I'm
You
telling
always
you.
go for the guaranteed money, Mo. You go for the guaranteed money.
But you don't get it. You don't always. You don't get it all. The system takes
Listen,
some of it.
you gonna go for that guaranteed money. I'm telling you, Mo.
uh,
Like you go for that
That's
guaranteed money. But I gotta go put one of my wives to bed. I'll be jump back on if y'all still on in a minute.
Okay.
lullaby.
Mm.
I don't know.
All right.
I know it's his.
yeah. So,
He said.
oh, go ahead,
I
Mo.
thought he. I thought he said that he. And I don't know. I guess I missed the. I guess I missed. He pays that much in child support. I thought he
Yeah.
said that he hired them all so he wouldn't have to deal with the child support. He hired them all and he was paying them more than they would get if when he was if they was gonna put him on child support. I mean, I guess I heard that wrong.
Dang. Nick
And
Cannon said he paid more than 3 million annually in child support
Yeah.
for
So
his 12
that's
kids.
what. How much is that a
Ooh,
month? Like 300 and some thousand a month?
the
what,
problem with I think the so
3 million per month?
just playing devil's
Oh, that's
advocate on that
annually.
for
Yeah,
the
that's
for the
No,
300.
it's
female.
3 million annually. So it's what,
That's
like 200 and
300.
some thousand a month?
Nah, it's three. Yeah, shy
200
under.
thousand, 200 and some thousand a month.
Yeah,
So where it goes wrong is that when they get those funds, if they don't do anything with it, and especially if they're paying that child support on time, then when those kids grow up, those those women, I think in Wayne's case, and probably just because we actually get to see his kids or whatever, and them growing up, and the
Mhm.
age once they age out of child support, that's why them girls have to come work for them because there ain't no more money.
No, that ain't no.
Child support don't go forever. Child
No,
support
in
stop.
his case is different. In his case is different. His case is on the page of he wants to be close to his kids, and he got a bunch of kids, so he has all his baby mamas and their dudes kids. I mean, you know what I'm saying? He got
Right.
everybody basically working with him and working for him. It's a good idea. I like it on the Christian aspect, but it's on the page of he's a sucker too. And I know the way that he put his info on the internet as far as like going on interviews and saying how much he has and what he's doing and stuff like that. I know he went to court with that. If he didn't go to court with that, their lawyer did, and it's on the page of he didn't have to be paying all of that, but for you to be boasting and bragging, you're gonna end up paying them consequences.
But you think that him paying out? I thought that him being able to pay out that kind of payroll. I mean, either he gonna give it to them, or give it to somebody, or they gonna get him in taxes, one or the other. Either way it goes,
Um,
the money is gone.
yeah.
Well,
Oh
he
yeah,
gonna
yeah,
get in
yeah, yeah,
taxes
yeah.
regardless.
It's
He
gonna
gonna
get
get
it.
in
I
taxes.
think it's gonna be in all of them. I think he gonna end up giving it to them. He gonna give it in taxes, and he gonna end up broken the motherfucker.
I don't think he's gonna end up broke. I think that way he got all that real estate. He
Okay.
got a good scheme going. He got a
Well,
good.
I ain't gonna say he gonna end up broke because I mean
Yeah.
shit. If he ended up with the same finances I got, they would consider him broke. So,
Man,
but he'll do less than what he's doing now.
Now, if
he
he don't
gotta.
have another alternative, if he don't have an alternative business idea to social media, then yeah, his capital would end up somewhat
I mean, he
lower.
gotta do what he doing right now because
That's
he
what's
can't.
hot.
He wouldn't be able to survive.
Yeah,
And we're gonna have
Be
to
out
stop
of there.
that's one thing we're gonna have to stop saying in the black
that's
community. The same
what.
way we used to say, like it used to be big to say, oh, I got a business or this and that. Just because you got a business doesn't mean nothing. And just because you got real estate doesn't mean nothing. I
I
got
was
real
think
estate. That doesn't mean
I
a damn thing. That shit just help pay for this house.
no,
It doesn't mean go ahead.
I'm thinking in terms of residual income or passive income because of the property, being able to. I'm looking at it from another aspect of what you can do
Yeah, what you could
with
do with
property.
it.
Cash producing assets. That's what I'm thinking. If it's an asset, it could be bringing some monies.
Can
And those are the only places where those are the only things that well a lot of your money being in some type of asset is the only place where you're gonna be able to kind of shave off some type of tax, but you're gonna pay tax regardless. It just depends. I think you just have to. Hopefully, he got another business idea, and I think that's why he got a million skits going on to kind of keep the flow. But what
Yeah.
happens after social media? What I'm thinking, like, what would be your next business venture?
I
well
mean,
right
he
now I
got.
think ain't he doing stand up comedy or something like that? Because them skits is running out.
He's always done that. I
Oh,
mean,
he
Yeah.
he got
always did stand up?
because remember he coming out of a throwing a party type of person, um, to skits. I mean, to comedy, to skits, and then back to stand up, and then throwing in a few movies now.
Yeah.
Oh.
Cause so he has what, 2 movies now on Netflix, and then
I mean,
he's on tour.
he got some stuff going, but the longevity is gonna be investments. The skits,
Yeah,
they, it's gonna have its run, and then something else is gonna, come and somebody gonna have a new model, and that model may outpace of what he doing. But right now, he got some young and the restless shit type going on right now. So,
he
you
really
know,
do.
it's
Hey,
it,
that soap opera, that lasts forever.
it's
Yeah.
working right now. He got Facebook and YouTube, so he earning money from both. But them investments is gonna be what matters in the end. So
Yeah, He should be bringing in some good dividends somewhere. Somebody should be setting them up right, you know, whatnot. But either way, both of them, both lanes though. But what I was talking about in reference to the child support piece is that for the women, that eventually runs out with age. So I mean, unless you gonna pay him alimony, I mean, he ain't been married but to a couple of them, so ain't no alimony.
I think that trying to explain to women that that would be a bad case is like trying to explain to people in the projects that getting on EBT would be a bad case for the long run. They don't care.
They don't.
It's not about the future. It's about what's going on right now.
Right
And if
now.
you can pay me that much money right now, I'm gonna take it.
That is true. Shit, I might take a check. Give me one.
No, but that's the mentality like right now. Everything like when we be having our discussions and y'all be getting pissed and stuff, but it's the economics of things. Like right now in relationships, it is no real relationships. It's more of a pay for play type of thing. It's not on the page of like, oh, uh, she met this nigga at the bus stop, fell in love, and they lived happily ever after. Those days are gone. It's over.
Right.
Like, we're in a whole different dynamic to where if you're not really on your shit as a man, like doing whatever you can, then you're only going to get a certain type of woman. But if you want, like, if you have an idea of what kind of woman you want, you're basically going to have to get on your shit to get that woman, unless you just want to settle for whatever it is. If you
But
want to
people,
work behind the counter and flipping fries and shit like that, you're going to get what you get.
make it seem like if me and my homeboy is a doctor and I'm a lawyer and we got kids, they would look at us trying to arrange marriages through that as crazy. But you want my kids to just go out here and fuck around with somebody that ain't got shit going on, fuck around and have a baby out of wedlock, and now we got to take care of that. But this over here is crazy. I don't look at the world how people look at it. They be looking at this shit ridiculous. Like I'm not mixing. If I have kids, my kids is not mixing with somebody that ain't they family ain't got shit going on. I don't give a damn if you call it judgmental or not. How do you expect to make better families and you can't structure your shit to where it benefits
No, that's
even if
facts.
they
That's facts.
why the fuck would I want this nigga he ain't got nothing going on my daughter get pregnant and cause she just so in love with the nigga and he dump her. Now I gotta live with that liability. Fucking up the
And
bloodline.
that's facts too though. So that's another thing that changed in this dynamic. Like parents aren't picking the people for their kids no more. The kids are picking people whoever they like. And like Mo said earlier, when she was talking about the young girls and stuff like that, a lot of times they like whoever the people they're around like, or they like to do whatever the people they're around do. You know what I'm saying? So the type of guys that they're around, like the people that they're around, the type of guys that they like, they'll like them too. And without having no kind of guidance or being schooled on what type of dude this is or what he's capable of, you end up getting fucked over. And there's a lot of that going on because no one's asking their parents, nobody's asking their mom or their dad, do you think that this is the right type of person? If anything, they don't even want them to know because they think that they're going to hate them.
That's true. Listen, my niece, right? Y'all see my niece. Man, one of my
Mm-hmm.
friend's sons who graduated and I took them, I wasn't paying attention, but I had to, I wasn't thinking these are teens, at the end of the day, they still teenagers. I took them to the state fair and I was like, where's my niece? Like, and they giggling. I said, hey, I'm gonna tell you right now, no. So my niece is like, what you mean, 18? Oh, why not? And I said, because this, I promise you we gonna have some problems. It is not going down. I say, I'm sorry. You need to become unattractive because this is not going to happen. He's not strong enough, and these people are crazy, and we gonna have some problems. So here, mama, because I know her, we cool, we friends. And she said, why wouldn't you want your niece to date my son. I said, look at your dynamics. I'm not pointing fingers at you, but look how y'all do. Look how y'all deal. Look how y'all do business. Y'all got three young adult kids right now that y'all still acting like they in. Y'all go back if y'all make these kids choose. Y'all, I mean, they just do all kind of ignorance. I think no, we're not doing that. I already got somebody for her. You don't even worry about that. Okay, this the other young man. And it wasn't. I wasn't trying to downplay him. I just said if I'm watching how y'all move. No, listen, I worked too hard. I kept my niece out of Louisiana because I didn't want her to fall for the ignorance or the anything. No, we work hard to shape this young lady. No,
Right.
no, we're not doing that. So
Yeah.
and they be telling her things like, you're 18 now. You don't have to listen to your auntie Mo. You don't have to
God
ask your auntie
damn.
Mo
Yeah.
permission.
See,
It
look,
be like,
see,
Oh,
you
did
don't
I
that's
have
say
to ask
that
that?
your auntie
bull.
Mo permission. Yeah, they be like,
That's it.
you still asking for permission? She's
See,
asking, and she be like, "What's wrong? What you mean? That's my auntie Mo. That's why that. I don't want to do it." And she'll tell because I talk to them all the time, and she'll tell them. She be like, "No, but I want to do that. So I mean, what do you mean? Like, and because it took me a minute to kind of shape a little mindset, and explain to her, how some things go. And a lot of tips and advice I be getting from y'all because I be peeping game. And I'd be like, oh, shoot, I never thought about that. And so I expose a little bit, but I'd be like, nah, let me stop paying attention to what's going on because I have to tell her. I say, hey, I done had a lot of teens come up under my roof. And I tried to shape them, transitioning from high school to college, into the military, wherever they go, jobs, entrepreneurship. And I say, you see the track record. Now, if you take that route, this is what you're gonna be faced with. But if you take this route, or at least explore it. Look at the opportunities of it. Take your time. Don't be such in a rush. And so now her little friends, they graduated a couple weeks ago. Excuse me, her like, well, I have a boyfriend now, and I had my first kiss. Or I had this, and why don't you go there? Why don't you tell your auntie, let us do this? But listen, my niece, she'll be like, if she feel like she about to be in a hostile situation, she'll call me. If they don't feel like they're gonna bring her back right then, because she's not driving yet, she'll be like, Auntie Mo, come pick me up from over here. And they be like, where you going? She'll be like, I'm going home.
That's fire. That's
yeah,
fire.
yeah,
I
Yeah.
for
yeah.
prom,
That's it.
bruh. I see your prom. I said, I'm gonna follow you to the thing. She said, are you gonna come? I said, no, I'm not. I'm gonna let you have your little room, but I'm gonna follow y'all. Make sure y'all going so you can feel comfortable. Once you get there, then I turn around, I'll leave. And I followed her. She got there. She said, okay, you go now. And then I said, okay, y'all supposed to be going to eat pizza or something afterwards or whatever. And she said, yeah. But she's like, Auntie Mo, I don't really know. But I'm going to see how they did. She's like, I'm telling you, any sign that somebody trying to set me up, I'm calling you. So she's like,
Yeah,
at like 10 o'clock, she was like, I'm good. I'm good. So I said, don't you know? Man, 11 o'clock. She said, you need to be here at 11:30 because I'm about to sneak out on them.
yeah.
I'm not
Real
going.
talk.
And I
We need
scooped
you
her.
out here in Cali, Mo. We need you
I
to
know.
raise these girls out here up something decent.
But you know what I had to do though? It was difficult. I ain't gonna take no fear. What I had to do was, so her mama transitioned in January. What I had to do was, because she got an older sister, she got three older sisters, got three of them that just got it going on. And then Kimmy, she had babies because she would listen for the knucklehead, two different fathers fighting all the time, all that extra stuff, right? So she's seen it. And then she see her so I was like, hey, listen, call your other sister, the one who's about to be a nurse. Call her. And I said, and tell her let you into her social media, let you on her page, and you see how she got. I said, you need to get a little closer to her, start talking to her, see what she got going on. So I called Janai. I said, hey, call your little younger sister. She get ready to graduate. I said, you're closer in age than I am. I can share information, but she'll listen to you more. And so I said, gain a relationship with her. She's gonna ask you some questions, things by nature about college. She's a little afraid to go or whatnot. She's gonna go 30 minutes away, but just, give a peep game or whatever. And so she started talking to us. So I said, okay. She's like, Mo, you gotta let her go just a little bit. You gotta let her get out there. I said, yeah, but I want her just to be able to get out of a situation. I can't control it, but I just want you to know that you can get out of any situation. And if you don't feel comfortable, you don't have to be there. And you need to know the consequences of life, but you also need to know there's some pros and you can have fun too. That kind of thing. And shit. So now you be on it, man. She be scaring me sometimes, man. She'll call my phone, be like, it's I'm not doing
Okay.
that. I'm not going
Right.
never. I don't want to do. Nope. You don't got to worry. You can't make me. But then sometimes she got a little friends that be, she got these two in particular, and they be trying to mush you up. Like they kind of use a psychology on her,
Yeah.
and and she'll come and she'll have a conversation with her dad, and then he'll break it down to her, whatever,
Yeah.
and like, man,
Uh,
Mo, I'm so glad my daughter not like that, and I'd be like, boy, you dodged the bullet. I'm gonna tell you that. You dodged the bullet right now.
Mhm.
Fucking up my shit.
It's hard, but sometimes, but the person has to buy into it. I know y'all, a lot of time people blame their parents. Man, we can educate, we can put a lot out right now. Matter of fact, coach asked me, I wish he would jump on. Coach asked me, he said, hey, why are gangs so relevant to kids? This, that, never. I said, well, you know what? I don't know much about gangs, but I can tell you this group of gang members have a camp going on right now in the summer. It starts at 12 midnight.
Yeah.
Basketball day, from 12 midnight to about 2 in the morning. And I would tell you, those guys got 350 kids strong every night in that
Mhm.
gym. Now, we can say, oh, don't let them be in the present. I said they got their attention. But so what they done is they was able to attract the kids, and then they can bring people like us in there to give them a, educational block here, there, whatever, right? To kind of bring in that enrichment side of it. But they got the ears of the kids.
Mhm.
They got
Hey,
their attention.
that's also strategic, Miss Mo. That's the
Mhm.
war hours, midnight to 4 in the morning. So
I,
yeah,
I figured
give them
that.
something to do.
I figured that. And when I tell you they deep, man, girls and guys alike. And so one of the another group that's down there is like, man, we don't even have that number in our camps. I said, hey, you might want to get them cats to come be at your the face of your camp. Because what they try to do, they try to educate them to that. Now we know they need to be doing something during the summer, but in the same sense, we can't overwhelm them. They just got out of school, 8, 9 hours a day. You got to learn how to be creative. I think we took the creativity out of education.
Mhm.
You know,
Yeah. That's just crazy now.
yeah. So
Oh,
it's really cool, really weird. Let me see if I can find that picture of the group. Like, they going in with it, um, with the whole. Well, Chris, you've met Jermaine, our representative here.
yeah.
Uh, so what I like about him, um, he will use he uses his platform as a representative to give these guys and girls a voice,
Right.
um, to be able to do what they need to do in the community. So he's boots on the ground with these girls and these guys or whatever. And man, just got it. Just will them in, and they all so young. Um, from the political perspective, and then he could get them. Okay, let me share my screen. I'm about to show you. He could get them funding so that they can make their programs more relevant to those kids or whatnot. Which is pretty cool, whatnot. But in that, it became crazy. They doing every look at that. Can y'all see?
Mhm.
Just deep. And this is in Lower Richland area. This is in the rural area,
Yeah, they deep in there.
whatnot. Got them in the classrooms in that particular facility. They have the classrooms and stuff. Now you see this lady in the middle?
Mhm.
That's why I'm in touch. She used to be in county council or whatever. Man, used to bring in mad money into the community or whatnot.
What's her name? She look familiar.
Bernice Scott. That's her son, Calvin, and that's Dr. Johnson right there, Representative Johnson. He over District 52.
Okay, he is
But
state representative.
yeah, he's
What
state
is he?
representative. State.
Okay.
hmm Yep. So they all work together, and the senator is black too. Senator, I know he's over Senator Jackson. So they all work together to keep funding flowing in that area, in that rural area, for their district. But yeah, they got it going on. Kids everywhere, all the way around the gym.
Yeah.
Or whatnot every night. So there was like, how the heck, look, over 350 attendees. How the heck y'all get that many kids in the gym at night and we can't get them because y'all too busy talking at them? Gotta find, you gotta give them some type of outlet and then reel them in on the educational piece. And so this group that's heading it up is called I'm affiliated with at least two of these folk. The jump with it. Uh, gangs in peace or something like that. Jermaine's under the Democratic banner, but he be out there. Yeah, they call gangs in peace. I think they call something like that. Anyways, yeah, I just want to throw that out there. They doing some great work.
Yeah, that's tight.
Great work out there. 350. I didn't even know it's 350 kids in the community. Now, when I did a camp, I was used to do camps over there. I used to help. We did two in the East Over and Hopkins area, and I used to have about 75 kids in one location, about 45 in another.
Right.
Ooh, that made me crazy. But to have 350. Go ahead, Price.
No, I'm just saying those are good numbers. That's still a good number of 100 over
Yeah,
100 kids.
right. Just some work, but it's so much. It's so much that it's kind of getting washed over. Everybody's working, so you ain't in the home. By the time you do get home, they ain't even in the activity. By the time you're done with that, they in the bed for school or playing on the game, and you start it all over again 5 to 6 days out of the week. You really got to sit down and make sure that you can schedule out life to get some enrichment time in. Otherwise, time just passing us by.
Woohoo.
And they just teaching themselves. I'm talking about with kids in general. You retired. We know you got a lot of time.
Yeah.
Is it overwhelming?
It is overwhelming sometimes. It is. I ain't gonna tell you no fib. I was telling them earlier. Shoot, I was about to quit my little part-time hustle. I'm like, okay, I gotta get this under control. Let
Yeah.
me schedule it out. I gotta schedule it out on some days, and I had to tell people now. They be like, "Man, we don't see you." I say, "Listen, I got kids now. Can't do that. Got to do this, this, and this. And I'm not going. Don't call me on the weekend. We need a break. I
Mm.
need a break. Don't call me. We gotta do this, this, and this." And good thing is only one of them in the activity, because if it was two, whoo, man, I'd have to call in the cavalry. What?
Dang.
So I have a newfound respect for two people working in the household. Then because it's just so much. You just got to be aware, and you definitely have to have a hand on time management. Because if you don't have a hand on time management, time gets away from you so easy, and you look again, you're like, I gotta start this all over again tomorrow. Like, give
In
me
a
this,
minute,
like,
it's going to I was gonna
mhm.
say in a minute it's gonna be on the page of where if you want to stay in the middle class level, you're gonna have to have two people in the house working
I
basically
think
or
that's right
working from the
now.
house.
Yeah, I think
I,
we already there, bro.
yeah, I think that's
Well, I
right
mean,
now.
I didn't want to say it, but yeah, of course we know it. But just by looking at the stock and seeing how the rate hikes is going based on the job market. I mean, about the job claims and stuff like that. So we already know that part. But to the whole world that hasn't caught on to it yet, it's on the page of like in a minute they're gonna start. It'll catch on. Like, damn, I'm seeing all this content creating on TV. I mean, on the internet and stuff like that that entertains me. And then you can start getting like little commercials that'll tell you how you can make money. Eventually, they'll start jumping into that just by word of mouth. But as far as right now, yeah, you got to jump ahead of the game right now.
Yeah, you better. Some
Well,
passive income.
I ain't doing no 50-50. Nigga, please. I make money. I don't
Mm.
know. You sound
Until
like
they shake us up. Until they shake you up. You ain't. Let
Man,
me
I'm
ask
doing 50-50. I don't
what
give a
you.
shit what nobody talking about. I'm doing 50-50. If
Oh yeah.
women want that equality, I'm gonna give it to them. I'm doing the
I
fifty
still be
fifty.
bought.
you
I
know
still
they
be
only
bought.
want equality when it benefits them. They don't want it when it don't benefit them.
Man, I had a conversation with somebody who was saying that it's nothing wrong. Like, if you in a marriage, it's nothing wrong with one person saving money to the side. I was like, what the hell? But that's the
Why you can't
mentality
save
out here.
no? Wait,
I,
why
Huh?
I
you
don't,
can't save no money?
but I
Oh,
don't
go
know
ahead,
what
Okay,
that
Frank.
cool.
means.
I'm
What
gonna
does that
give you the
mean?
scenario I gave them, right?
Okay.
So, um, you are working this business, and you are making about, we'll say, about 150 to 200,000 a year, right? And I'm on the page of where when we met, I had something, but then I fell off. I started having survivor's remorse, anything that just keep me away from working, right? And eventually, it'll fall off because the dynamic is off. Usually, it's the man paying for things because women want the product, men want the woman, which is the product. So it goes hand in hand like that, and it gets on the page of where eventually the dude will be a burden on the female. So it have to be a catalyst to where it's going to end up failing.
I don't get it, man.
Wait, hold on.
No, I hear what you're saying. I guess what I don't get is
Hold
how
on,
did
give
we
me
get
give me
here?
1 second. Hold on. I got
All
somebody
right.
on though.
Well, I don't see anything wrong with saving something. As long as I think you should both be able to handle your house expenses, and then save something together, and then each individual have a little something something that they want to have.
Okay, hello.
Go ahead.
I'm back.
I
Yeah. So anyway, I was saying that the dynamic, eventually it'll end up where the person will end up leaving. But in the meantime, while I don't have nothing and I'm sitting at home and this person is out there working or whatever the case may be, and I'm taking money out of our account and saving it to the side, or I'm taking whatever money I get from whatever expenses we have and I save it to the side. Because if I'm not making anything, how am I saving anything? So you got to be stealing if you're not making anything and you're saving something. And then even if you do try to make something, say I start working at McDonald's while my woman is making 200,000 a year and I'm making 20,000 a year. If I'm saving, I'm still stealing. Or it's on the page of I'm getting over, one of the two, and it still equals out to the same.
Well, that last part, I wouldn't say that, because if you're gonna do 15% of that 20,000 a year in savings,
Oh, wait.
you
So
know,
you okay with you being you're in a marriage, your wife got whatever job. She work at Starbucks, right?
uh-huh.
You okay with her putting her check to the side while you go work, right? That's what you're saying?
No, because you're saying a whole lot in what you're saying, and it goes
Oh,
against
okay.
all
Well,
the,
no, but
the,
that's
the
that's that's the whole thing. It's about tucking because it's on a 50-50. We in a partnership or relationship, whatever the case may be in the marriage. It's supposed to be where both of our incomes come together. And so even if I make more, you make more, both of our incomes come together. If you saving on the side, that's something different. And now
Okay,
if you
okay.
saving
Can
on the
wait,
side,
hold up, Sonny.
go ahead.
Sonny, can we pause? Can we pause right there and
Go
and
ahead.
slow it down? Because I agree with majority of what you're saying, but I think lines are getting crossed because And let's just keep an ideal job. Both me and my wife, we've always had jobs. Well, no, not always, but we for a great portion of our marriage, we had jobs where we had 401ks. So the money was already taken out regardless. We've always had joint accounts. And then she always had a big girl account and I always had a big boy account. So we've always operated like that, but we met in the middle with household obligations. Any major
Mm.
purchase, we go in together. She signed, I signed. I signed, she signed. So
Mm.
I
I,
agree with
I
that.
we
Okay.
Yeah, that's how it's supposed to be.
well, that's what I'm saying. The whole thing of 50-50, I
That's
don't
how
get
it's
that
supposed to
concept.
be. But no, that what you just said is 50-50. She signed, I signed. It ain't you sign and then because you pay for it. She signed, I signed. It's a
Hello,
joint thing.
Price. What you calling
Everything
it?
is a joint. 50-50 is a joint thing. That's just what when people say that, they're using it as a phrase meaning a joint thing. It's a joint thing.
What
If
you?
you have to
Yeah.
really no one's literally going 50-50. If you have to literally go 50-50, then literally you have to give me my gas money. Literally you have to give me my money for the food. Literally, like people's not doing that.
Okay, well, you know what? I
What
do
you
kind of
calling
get
it,
that.
Price?
No, I call it reciprocating. You know, it's marriage supposed to be a partnership. It's supposed to be a
50-50.
team, a partnership. Yeah, exactly, 50-50. But I'm just saying the actions should be reciprocating. Just because she makes more or I make more, that shouldn't determine a certain level
Anything.
of flex.
Yeah. It
Yeah.
shouldn't determine
Okay.
anything. But
Okay.
now
So let me
here's where
ask
it
you something.
determines something is when a motherfucker start tucking on your ass. And they
Hold
and
on,
then
Sonny.
if they start tucking on your ass and you make more than them, you gonna start feeling a certain way. If we boys and we out here serving out on the block or whatever the case may be, and we going 50-50 on the sack, and somehow you end up tucking and then we end up short, like nigga, I'm gonna be on your ass.
Well,
Same
yeah,
shit.
that's problematic. That's
Let me ask you
problematic.
this, Price.
Yes,
Let
sir.
me ask you this.
Okay.
So since you said what you said, right, and
Uh-huh.
that was you and your wife dynamic. So when y'all was younger, did she feel like um that she was doing more than the typical 50-50 because she had to come home, cook dinner, and have sex, have sex with you and nurture and take care of the kids? Because women,
Well,
that's not 50-50 now.
Wait,
okay.
I can answer that if Price ain't got it.
No, I can, but you can go ahead, good brother, if you want to
No,
put
go
something
ahead,
out.
Price. No,
Hey,
because
because
the easy
well,
thing I was gonna say is every man is different. Some people like it. Like I have a cooking business, so I like to cook.
see, Sonny, I'm like Sonny, you know. But when we first got married, we didn't have kids. We had a little one bedroom apartment. My wife, she worked retail. That's why I say it wasn't always where she had some type of 401k opportunity, but she worked retail and she was trying to finish college.
Mm-hmm.
And in that particular situation, I was kind of making more than her. Well, I was making more than her. So I would be what you would just, for lack of a better term, breadwinner. And whatever
Mm-hmm.
she contributed to the household, it added to our quality of life. But the essentials was kind of what my salary was doing. So, but
Yeah,
yeah,
but
that was no problem.
he's saying that if you like how you the breadwinner, was do you still feel that it's 50-50 if you come home you tired as hell and you got to clean the house because it ain't clean, you got to wash the dishes, you got to be on the page of cooking because ain't nobody cooking no food right now, and yeah,
Bro,
that's basically
but
he's
that,
saying is that still 50-50.
but
That because that's what the women saying. Because they
well,
coming
okay,
home fuck you like a porn star too.
but to that point, before I got married, who was washing my clothes? I was. Before I got married, who was feeding me? I was.
Right.
So I'm just saying. And like I say, my wife, she worked retail, and that was, and it was a lot. Most of the time, it was like, shit. I get off. She was going in and wasn't coming in at 9 o'clock at night, but she had already cooked, so there was food there. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
But then sometimes it was like, hey, I ain't got it. I had to go get a sandwich or go to Subway or whatever. So I don't get the whole. I just didn't have to experience that. We
Yeah,
just
yeah,
looked at
yeah,
it.
yeah. That's what we
Well,
talking
that's
about
what.
is more
Yeah,
our generation versus your generation. Your generation is like the nuclear family, like
yeah, because the
Yeah,
motherfuckers
women
is
we
still
now,
staying together and shit.
the
yeah
women
we
now
Bunny and
saying
Clyde.
that. Yeah,
Yeah.
women now saying that that ain't really 50-50 if I gotta work too and still come home and cook and clean and then fuck you like a porn star and take care of the kids.
Yeah, you got help.
Well,
Well, then
You got to help.
then that means that if I have to do what should be your duties, then you have to
I'm
do what should
good.
be my duties. Then
Oh,
this
we gotta
means that
share.
you need to get out there and fight. This means that if somebody breaking the house, you need to get your ass up out the bed, not
Oh,
me,
I'm locked
right?
and loaded. You ain't gotta worry about that. I promise you, you come
No,
up with
but we're
mine.
talking about as a whole. And even if that's the case, right? Eventually, you'll start looking at him as a bitch ass nigga because he's not
No,
doing manly
no, no,
duties.
no, no, no. I don't
Okay,
agree.
well, you probably won't because you probably like soft
nah.
dudes and stuff like that. I don't know, but the normal, the average female, right, wants a strong man. The average black female wants a strong black man, right?
So,
So their idea of a strong black man is not I'm gonna sit in the bed while you take your ass out there and go shoot. It's so their idea is this black man is gonna protect me. So that's his job. So in our minds, it's on the page of like I love a female, a feminine female, especially one that cooks and cleans for her man because she knows that I'm out here doing what I got to do to support our family. The most I can do, even if I'm only doing half of it, I'm still in doing the best that I could do to try to help my family. So her side of it is I'm gonna show my support by cooking and cleaning. His side of it, I'm gonna show my support by always providing, not missing a day at work, being on the page of where I'm always trying to pay bills. I'm always trying to protect you no matter where we go. These are different things in different categories, but people try to mix it up because of this whole job situation. If I start making more money now, I have to look for a man that's making enough money like that. And this is where the dynamic starts fucking up. Now I don't have to do my motherly duties, or now I don't have to do the womanly duties because I'm making men money. And so it's not a substitute, but they try to make it like a substitute. But go ahead, Mo.
man, we sharing that responsibility. I don't care what y'all saying. What you saying right now, Sonny? This is no listen. It's a full time job just to do that. What you playing? I don't. I've never had those concerns because anybody that I was involved with, we shared the responsibility, and the guys I grew up with are in my family. They do both, so we don't really have that. That's not really one of our weaknesses or problems because they like to cook and they've been brought up to clean, so it's kind of
Well,
easy.
I don't. I
Don't really
actually
get
don't think that
involved.
none of the stuff that we're talking about
But
deals with anybody on this panel. So I
right,
think that we're talking about. I mean, I hope because I'm
but
only
let's
talking about a generalization. I got a woman, so like when I
right,
talk about
but let's
girls and doing this and that, I'm not talking
right.
about me personally, but I'm talking about the average person, the average
But
guy. I know what they would
let's
do.
take it on a let's take it on the surface though. You talking about you so okay. I think that it would only be a concern
Mm-hmm.
is if the guy was unappreciative and soon as he come home he drop his stuff everywhere, get out of the tub, he throw his clothes and like there's no you don't police after yourself and you just do anything because I'm there and I'm doing it all the time. I think when there's no appreciation is when it becomes a problem. But I think just automatically and simple instincts is the foundation of maintaining a home and cooking and cleaning. I think is there majority of the time. But I don't know because I don't
No,
have that
no,
kind.
you're right. You're definitely right.
Yeah,
I
you know.
just think that there's
But let
no
me go on the 50-50
appreciation.
part.
I
Let's talk
think that
about that.
there's
But
no appreciation on both sides though. And
wait,
that's
let's
why
talk.
that's why it's a mess of that dynamic. But that
Let's
goes back to the 50-50 that you want to jump into. So
yeah,
like
talk about that
when
money.
you
Not from the part of adding in the household responsibilities, but from the fact of um you haven't. I told y'all she's going. Is she close? It's 8:47. She came back already. Um, the person having putting some money away. The only reason I agree with both individuals.
It's stealing. I don't care how people say it. Like I grew up in a 2-parent household.
No, wait.
Like
Let me wait. Let me
and so I could tell
wait,
you
Sonny.
some shit
Sonny,
that it
wait.
sounds crazy to do that.
Wait.
What's up?
Wait. No, the reason I want to say the reason why I agree with it because I'm seeing a lot of individuals get put in situations when life happens. If one person, if you're not, if y'all not saving, for the rainy day or life expectancy things, one person you could really be in a situation when things happen and not being able to take care of yourself. And I don't know, maybe because of my military background and what I see from our perspective, where maybe the woman wasn't working, she's cared, being there for the guy. The guy was the veteran, or the male was the veteran, the female was the veteran, male was a civilian, and then they
Mhm.
didn't work, and then that person, something happens to that person, or that person passes away or something, and they get stuck, and they have nothing, and then there's no benefit for that person, and
I mean I get it,
we
but
seen but
there's a life insurance policy for that though.
but but what I'm saying is, but that's a part of that's kind of like a savings option. That's a
No,
part
it's
of
not.
that.
So this is the
It,
difference, right? So I get what you're saying. You're saying in case people pass and stuff like that. I hope that's what you're saying in case people pass.
I'm
But
saying,
in
eh,
today's society, majority of the relationships that dismantle like that are because motherfuckers just don't like each other no more, or like how you said, time has passed, or they outgrown the person, whatever the case may be. But they're leaving on bullshit and humbug. They're not leaving because a nigga died. And if you tucking, it's even worse. If you tucking expecting the motherfucker to die, that's even worse. Like, you know what I'm saying? But it's crazy that tucking period is foul. If that's the case, if your thing is you need something to hold you over in case I'm not here when I pass or something like that, get a life insurance policy. Other than that, you just thinking about saving on me until you get the right amount of money so you can leave my ass. And majority of marriages are divorced based on women. It's not a majority of men going to the court trying to divorce women and get child support. It's mostly women. So this becomes a hustle when you really think about it. And so if people start saving, they're saving for the hustle. It's stealing.
Hey, so hey, let me make sure.
I don't know about that. So
Okay, well, why don't you get a girl, let her tuck on your ass, and then if she ends up leaving you, then you can't say nothing. I
hey,
mean,
but
you
hey,
saying that it's okay, but the money that she was tucking was the money that you had. Because
can we
back
clarify
to the
what tucking
scenario,
is?
tucking
Can
and
I just
saving them. Tucking is oh, this is tucking, right? Like I got a
just
I
say
got
without knowing.
um
That's
how
it.
about
That's
this?
it.
I got a mortgage due in a couple of days, right? Now, say if I was going joint with another female and it was on the page of where I said, man, you know what? Um, I'm short. I really don't have 2,300 right now. I only got like 15, but I really got a savings that I'm putting to the side. So I'm only short because I've been saving the money. Now, if I've been doing this for about 10 years to the side, and then I'm just tired of the way you look or the way you smell or the way you act, and I just decide to leave your ass, and I got 100,000 saved to the side, anybody in their right mind is gonna be like, where the fuck did that come from? Because it was hard for you to even pay the rent or pay the mortgage.
okay?
That's tucking.
Again, can I clarify and just can we just sum it up and say tucking is not
Stealing.
no, okay,
Stealing.
it's
Tucking is
okay,
stealing.
okay, bro. Can I get it out, man?
No, you said clarified. That's what it is. It's stealing.
Okay, so can I clarify what I think you're
Oh,
saying
okay. Go
tucking
ahead.
in?
Go ahead.
So you're saying there's a shortfall in the household or in the collective, and somebody is still putting money to the side.
No, I was giving you an example of that on that, but
Okay,
just putting money to the side period is tucking.
oh
I
no,
was
see,
just
well,
giving you an
see,
example
well,
of
we
Chris said
disagree
that.
with that because that
Yeah.
hear me out. We're gonna disagree with that because if I got a 401k and you got a 401k, we both in your what you just described is tucking.
When can you get the 401k?
Anytime.
Cause I got income.
No, I said when can you get your 401k?
401k is a workplace
You get it
plan.
anytime you want, but it comes with
What?
penalties.
No, come on, man. Look, listen.
You meant a
We're not
IRA.
talking about emergencies. We're not talking about all of that crazy ass shit. When can you get your 401k? Later on down the line, right?
But that's
No,
tucking,
you
ain't
can
it?
Okay,
get it
come
when
on.
you
No,
leave a
no, no,
job.
no,
When you
no.
get a job.
Walk with me
You
so
get
we
it.
can have an understanding because it's on the page of y'all disagree. That's cool. But it's obvious y'all disagree based on a
Okay.
misinterpretation or
Let's not even say that then.
a
Okay.
non-understanding.
Okay.
So,
Let's not even say that. Okay. Let me retract that. Can I retract that before somebody
go
else
ahead.
go?
Go ahead.
Okay. We don't. It's not a 401k. We both got money markets,
Uh-huh.
but I got a set percentage that goes into the money market every month.
Okay.
That's tucking.
I'm not seeing what the hell that's supposed to mean.
That's
They
that's
take
the that's the
taxes. They
account
take
that I'm
taxes
putting
out of your check.
money in.
Look, listen.
Yeah.
They take taxes out of your check, and then you get and you might get a return depending on how much you make by the end of the next year, right? That's not the same shit as what I'm talking about. I explained it in several different ways of what I'm talking about.
Well,
I
that's what I
said
He's
if you
said,
talking
bro.
making more
about
money, I
he's
said if
talking
you
about
making more
takes
money,
money.
I said if you making more money and than they're making, and it comes time to pay the bills and stuff like that, it's cool if they working a McDonald's job and you may be working a corporate job, but you guys are putting her check and your check together to pay for certain shit. If it comes to where you're paying the bills and then her check goes to her deposit, that's tucking. It's
You
clear as day.
saying that's what I'm saying. You saying her whole
Like,
check.
you know what I'm saying? And over
That's what you
time,
call
and look,
tucking.
listen to this. This is what
But that's what
Oba
I'm
be
saying.
talking about.
Are
Hold
you
up.
saying the
Go
whole
ahead, brother.
check? That's all I'm asking, brother.
It
That's
doesn't
what
even
she
fucking matter. Goddamn. Like tucking is tucking, nigga. Like it doesn't matter how much it is, what the check is. It's like, nigga, I'm talking about period. A person putting something to the side. If you keep on doing that over time, you start accumulating more cash. If they do
Knowingly
this,
or
you
unknowingly.
cool. You have people that have this as a hustle. What do you think? You have people that have that as a hustle.
Hey,
Now
I'm
tell me the
checking out, good
opposite
brother,
where you
because
gotta
you ain't
tell me
making
the
sense if
opposite. Hold
you
up.
talking
You want
in
to cut me
circles.
off and talk over me. Tell me the
Cause you
opposite
going
where the
forever and you ain't
sucker,
saying
tell
nothing,
me the
bro.
opposite where the sucker nigga has that as a hustle. Tell me where it could be the opposite, where the sucker nigga is winning like that, where the nigga that's going out there to pay everything and do all that kind of shit while the bitch is tucking, how that's a hustle.
Hey, Sonny,
Nigga,
right
come
quick,
on, man.
quick. Mo, let me get this. Sonny, is somebody tucking on you?
No, I'm trying to
Man,
explain something. Y'all keep cutting me off and trying to overtalk me, and at the same time saying you don't
Bro, you
understand
gotta
or you
let us
don't get
ask
it. And it's like, nigga,
the
if you don't
question.
get it and
So
you
right
don't
quick,
understand, then
You
why are
gotta
you
let
even
us ask the
overtalking me?
question. You
we
gotta
we
let
get
us
it, we
ask
get
the
it.
question.
Tucking, right. We trying to get more clarification. We
Damn,
understand what
nigga, you
tucking
gotta
is.
let us
Getting
ask
money
the
on the
question.
side.
Like you
We
can't
know what
keep
Cause
tucking
why
is,
you
rambling
getting
bro.
on
no
if
side?
we got a
It
question
sounds like
about
you
what you
opening up
saying.
old trauma,
Like,
man.
like,
We can't even ask you to clarify.
damn.
Sonny, you
No,
want
you
a hug,
can't
bro?
overtalk me, nigga. I keep saying the same shit. Just like right now, you saying that dumbass shit, and I said overtalking me makes me like that. And it's just
No,
that
what?
easy.
Well, then
Like, why
stop.
would you overtalk
Then
a motherfucker
stop.
if you don't understand shit? If you
Damn.
said
Well,
you didn't
stop talking.
understand, or you said you don't get it, why would you overtalk me while I'm explaining it?
Why do
It
you
doesn't make
think
sense.
keep talking is gonna fix the issue? That don't make sense. Come on, man. This ain't your shoulder to keep talking, nigga. Just stop. Damn, it's that simple.
I only
If
said
somebody
three
want to make
words
a
and you
comment,
started
let
over talking it.
them. Damn. You gotta
Make
let
that make
somebody
sense.
comment.
I said three words and you overtalked it, and then you supposed to be
Damn.
listening to it. Make that
No,
make sense.
I get you. I'm talking about others. I get what you're saying. I'm not arguing. I'm just saying others. You know what I'm saying? They want to comment on something you said before you get into your whole spiel, whether they understand it or not. You gotta allow them that grace so y'all can get y'all shit off, bro. That's all I'm saying. I get what you're saying. I ain't got no beef with what you're saying. I'm just talking about other people.
My bad. For the people that live in Wichita, Arkansas, tucking is stealing. For anybody that don't understand that, tucking is stealing. It's stealing.
That's what they said about Shaq wife. Isn't it? Isn't that what they said? Because she would put money away.
Probably so. Probably. I mean, if she was, that was stealing, because like her getting that 200 and something million after they divorced, and she was tucking, is kind of the example I was given when I was saying that a person could be on the page of where they putting little by little money to the side, and the shit just escalates and escalates and escalates until they decide to leave your ass, and they might have 100 and some thousand on the side.
Get a little
Like,
deeper.
like
But
having a secret account, like having a secret
yes,
banking
yes,
account that you don't know.
yes,
Yeah,
yes,
yeah,
yes.
yeah. I get that. Yeah, bitches do that all the time. Absolutely.
So so
That's
you
one
guys
foot
said the question
out.
was in the beginning is I'm sorry, Chris, go ahead.
No, I was just saying that's 1 foot in, 1 foot out. You can't trust nobody like that.
Exactly.
Go ahead, Brandon.
So you saying like in a relationship, you think it's best to go 50-50, like in everything, or no? That was a general statement
Who you asking that question to?
I'm.
to everybody. I didn't know what the question
I
was. I
do.
came in late.
Oh well, no.
I
The
do
original
50.
premise. Hold on, Mo. The original premise was I was asking Price or basically anybody when these chicks talk about 50-50 now, they bring in this whole different dynamic that, oh, I'm fucking you like a porn star. I'm working too, so I gotta come home, cook, clean, and then if y'all got kids, nurture the kids too. And I don't know a household where, one person just does that. So, but they added this dynamic in to where they feel like, okay, if they doing all of that, then it ain't 50-50. But I'm like, with an added comment to that, I'm saying when has sex become like one way to where I'm only getting a damn enjoyment out of it and you not? It ain't like you a damn corpse and you ain't nothing. If that's the case, then shit, you don't need to be there.
Hey,
I think that
that's a dynamic.
Right, you don't need to be in
you
that
know how.
situation.
Oh, go ahead. Because I was gonna say, you know how when you be working, like you might be working a job and you like the job and shit, but after you've been working the job for so long, you get tired of it. I think that people that aren't interested in sex like that and more interested in the money value, and they just sleep with you just because or whatever the case may be, like how you was talking right now,
Yeah,
it's more on the page of they've been doing it as a hustle or a job for so long that it's not enjoyable like the way you look at it is enjoyable, because you ain't been doing it as a hustle. You've been doing it from people that you really care about, people you love, people you've been doing whatever. They've been doing it on the money thing. So after a
right,
while, just like, it's let me get this over with type of thing.
right. Yeah, that's a good point.
Let's see y'all
Well,
some sea moss
I
so
don't.
y'all don't get a problem. Go ahead, Brandon.
No, I was gonna say something like that. If that individual's not working and she's not bringing home the bacon, I mean, but I'm giving her allowance, all that other stuff. I mean, it's not 50-50. If she's not taking care of them kids and I'm doing it, it's not 50-50. If I'm doing laundry, you have to work, and she's not doing it. So I agree with Chris a little bit.
That's how these women taking these simp points. Like, man, you ain't no man. You know, your woman got to go and work and, go and deal with another man at work, and then you try to tell her to come home and cook and clean and all this stuff. You ain't no man. I'm just like, kind of weird shit is this? That's what I was talking about, how dangerous propaganda is. And how this is why I got to get out this country,
Facts,
because this
facts.
shit is really dangerous, man.
I
I'm
don't think you
serious.
got to get out of the country though, man. I think that it's just
Well, I mean,
certain
for a little while.
areas.
My bad. For a little while.
Yeah, I really think that it's only certain areas because
Yeah.
it's like, okay, what's a example? I want to give y'all an example, but y'all ain't from Cali. It's almost like when I go to other states, like I go to Louisiana or Utah or Georgia or some shit like that, and
Yeah.
people ask me, "Do I know Snoop Dogg?" Some dumbass shit like that, and it's just
Yeah.
it's just on the page of where it's a it's when you go to other places and you got a new face and you're new to the environment with a different swag and a different everything, you can actually obtain the woman you want because in some of these small villages have a fine bitch with nothing but knuckle draggers, and you
Mm,
come over there where it's a different swag. And you
right.
know what I'm saying? It's like it's same aspect as if you went to Colombia or you went to Thailand or you went to Japan, or like the rest of these passport bros, but you're just passporting in the United States in these rural areas where they don't really have shit going on like that. And you can
Right.
really pop something.
Right on.
But I mean, if you want to leave to Philippines and spend all your money on one of them, it's cool.
Well, shit, I mean, your money stretches over there.
I mean, shit, he could day trade over there. It's like he getting free lean.
Yeah.
You said free lean. You stupid. How y'all been doing in the market anyway?
Good.
Making a
Pretty good.
killing.
Yeah.
Making a
Mo,
killing?
where Mo go?
I'm
Mo,
right
you
here.
still here? What you was gonna say? I ain't want to break the convo before you said what you was gonna say. Then we can
I
get
got
into
my
the.
ass kicked on Apple. Let me just say that now.
I was
What's
just
the?
gonna say this scenario, but it's case by case basis, and it's based on the individuals and their relationship. Because I came in that conversation with mine that
Right.
that's how that's the that's how we can do things, and he agreed, and I'm good. So, um,
You talking
because
about
huh? We say, Brandon,
safety thing?
say it again, Brandon. What did
I
he say?
think I
Hold up,
think his
hold up.
mic went out.
Hey, but
You
well,
said the
until he
50-50
get
thing, Mo?
Wait, Brandon, yeah, 50-50, and each put away some, because I don't look at it, I look at it a little different than Sunny. I look at it like, if you want something personal that you want to be able to have on your own, I don't have an issue with you put money away for you to buy that whatever that is that you like and that you want. As long as we taking care of our expenses and
hey
we
hey
taking care
Mo,
of our together what we want, I don't have an issue. And then I'll put away, because sometimes I want to just be able to buy what I want when I want it. And I don't want to have to go and say, hey babe, we don't need to take this out of this for this. No, I got something put away. I can buy what I want to buy and keep it pushing. But I don't have that. I don't have that hang up. And then as far as the household, we do it together. So we won't have that kind of issue, because if we do it together, we get it done quicker. And if I take the bulk of the responsibility, it's cool, but sometimes I may not be able to get to it, and I like you to pick up a little slack. That's all I'm saying. But I don't really have that. I don't really have that hang up. I actually would prefer someone to put something away for themselves, and I'm definitely gonna do the same. But I'll definitely always make sure the home front is always squared away.
and our we front is always squared away. We good. We do it right now, and we ain't even married. So I don't have that problem. And I don't know. I mean, some people could have a ill will intent on why they do it and how they do it. But I used to be all in until I had to start dealing with scenarios where one of the other person gets left out and they can't fend for themselves. And this is young and seasoned. I'm not talking about just old people 70, 80, 90 years old. I'm talking about either way. And so life scenarios I can use my own self for an example. When I first got injured, if I had not set myself up, I'd be looking crazy right now. I'd be looking real crazy because everybody's not going to deal with an injury at all. And so that's why I like to just say it's just provisional play. Like it's just proper planning for you. Now, I'm not talking about the ratchet side of life. I'm talking about two individuals who have decided whether one make more than the other one that they've decided to say, because I look at it like a job, right? Even if you both working, that's it. Even if you work, I'm looking at it the way Price played it out with, if we both working and we both have the opportunity to get a retirement plan or some additional insurance or whatever, right? Options out of our paycheck, regardless if you give it to me or not, I still have those options that are already on the table. If I opt out, I can opt out and that's fine. But what benefit would it be for me to opt out of it? I think you could benefit, but those are scenarios that I think real adults have. The scenarios where people are tucking, quote unquote, that plenty speak of, they come in with the intentions wrong. And sometimes if you get bamboozled with that, then you know how to handle yourself accordingly. I don't think we should call them names and things of that nature. You already knew what was up when it was happening. You still decided to stay though. I think that people don't have real conversations coming in relationships, or even if they get bamboozled. Once you have decisions to make. That, like I said, bringing up Shaq's scenario, I don't think his wife was working. I think he was giving her money, but she was saving some of the money he was giving, and he was upset about that. Then it's like, why give me money if you don't want me to save it? Why am I supposed to just take the money you give me and just spend it all?
Yes,
Oh hell no.
because with
That-
because with listen, like I didn't want to cut you off, but yes, but and I explain the rest of it too. But yes, I don't want to cut you off. But go yes.
I mean, you said yes. I mean, I said no. I'm not. I wouldn't do it. We would. Hey, I would tell you, I wouldn't. The guy would be upset with me because I'm not uh impulsive spender. I'm not just gonna spend everything I have. I just never did. And so, if someone gives me something, don't be surprised if I still have some of the something. And if I have to spend it all, then I'm like, why do I gotta spend it all? And I would have a hard time. I don't care if it's just $50. I would have a hard time spending that entire $50 just because you gave it to me and I have to spend it. Right? Now, if you give me, let's say it was a special day, right? Birthday, whatever day you want me to spend, you say, okay, I want to splurge on I want to do this for you. Well, then go out and get those gift cards and make sure you already got my appointment set up and you pay for it before I go. Because 9 out of 10, I'm probably gonna find a cheaper way to do it and still have fun in doing it and still have some money left over. You don't want to do that with me. Don't give me no cash
Hey,
and I'll
hey, Mo,
spend it all because I'm gonna save some of it.
let me ask you something. If I'm your dude, right, is it okay for
Yeah.
me to go through your purse and grab some money?
No, you bet. Why would you be in my purse? That's crazy.
Exactly.
But you
If
didn't
I need
paint
it, look,
that
look, hold on, hold
scenario
on,
like
hold up,
that.
hold
Wait,
up,
no,
hold up,
no,
hold
no,
up,
no,
hold up. Let me
no.
say
You
something. Let me
moving the
say something. Let me say
goalpost.
something. Let me say something real quick.
Go ahead.
If if I need it, I can ask you. So it wouldn't be no point in you trying to steal from me or trying to go through my purse. What I'm saying is this, and what Shaq was saying. If you need it, I'll give it to you. I'm giving you allowance because some of the time, at that time, they didn't have Zemo and Zelle and all that Cash App. So if you need it while I'm gone, I'll give it to you. You don't need to put money to the side unless you stealing. That's tucking.
Oh,
Yeah,
Sonny.
why? I mean, other than that, if that's the case, if we join in 50-50 and all that crazy shit, then it shouldn't matter about me going through your purse. Why not?
That's a difference. So you're saying that in order
Why
for the
not?
person,
It's not
wait,
stealing.
wait, are you saying that if
We 50-50.
if
It's
you
not
if I
stealing.
had to get the money, okay, it wasn't money you gave me. It was money that I just went in the account and took the money. No, I don't.
Yeah.
That's a different scenario. I don't.
No, it's not, man. It's not.
No, listen. No, you
Look,
gotta listen to what you're saying. Y'all
I
agree with
am
that?
listening.
You saying I didn't say I withdrew money that was ours and just took it and put it in another account. That's not what I said. I said if
No,
you
I didn't
give
say
me
that.
some
I didn't
money,
say you said that.
well then how is it stealing if I didn't take it from you? You talking about coming in the purse. What?
I'm saying like this. It's either we joint or we not. And you know that there's guidelines. I'm showing you that there's guidelines to this shit. And you
Well,
know that going through a person's purse, there's guidelines. 50-50 is, I can't say, oh, we 50-50 that we join. I could go in your purse and grab some money, this and that. No, it ain't like that. And it's on the same page as we 50-50. I could be on the page of saving on you while we got to pay these bills and do all. No, it ain't like that. The
so
50-50
you saying the
thing is
bill's not
just a
gonna be
slang.
paid?
The 50-50 thing is just a slang that people use, but what they really mean is joint. Because there's no such thing as a 50-50. No matter how you slice it and dice it, there is no such thing as a 50-50. It's just about joint. A person
Okay.
could be 80-20 and they're still saying 50-50 means we're joint together. It ain't no tucking on the side.
Okay. Listen. I think you mixing that up.
No,
I
I'm
don't.
saying it straight how it is. It
No,
ain't mixing.
I don't think. I don't see me not going in your account as being me taking something that I have and putting it away as stealing. That's crazy or whatnot.
Well,
If the
you
bill
say
not
you
paid,
going in my account
I'm not
is
going in your account. Don't even worry about it. I don't even do. I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't go in
no.
your account.
I didn't
I
get
would
what
go
you
in your
said. You said
wallet.
that you
I,
said you okay
you
going through the
no, I
wallet.
said no. I said that you giving me
Mm-hmm.
money, not me going in your account and withdrawing it.
Uh,
If you give me some money, you're telling me I can't save a portion of it. I have to spend it all when you give it to me.
I'm saying anytime you save money, period, to the side,
Um,
it's stealing. Like it doesn't have to be on the page of me giving you money. Like I gave the example earlier. If I got a job at McDonald's and my woman has a corporate job that's making 200 and some thousand and I'm making 20,000, if I got money saved and we've been together for 10 years and then I decide to leave her ass because or whatever, like I could say, I'm tired of the way you wear your braids and I just decide to leave her, but I got 100,000 on the side. McDonald's don't make that money. So I've been tucking to the side from everything and letting you do the work. And so this is stealing. And people don't look at it like that because we're normalized to be on the page of where like the man has no say so on what he doesn't like or does like. And there's a lot of shit that niggas don't like. They just don't say it. That's
So, hey,
stealing.
hey, so son, let me ask you this. So I hear what you're saying. That so are you saying you would prefer everybody operate out of the same accounts, whether it's a general operating account, a checking, or savings, and everybody just operate out of them accounts? Is that what you're saying?
yep.
I mean, we could have several different accounts. Like I don't have just one account by myself. Like, you know what I'm saying? You could have several different accounts, but these accounts are a tribute to what we have going. So understanding the like how we said earlier, you're part of the whole thing with the nuclear family. Like nowadays, shit ain't like that. A lot of motherfuckers ain't even lasting the whole year in a relationship, let alone unless they done had kids with somebody or some other shit. So if a person, so a lot of times if people get in relationships, a lot of females Mo deals with females, but she don't deal with the ratchet ones. But if she dealt with the ratchet ones, they'll be honest with her and tell her that the reason why a lot of females be tucking on niggas and saving on niggas and shit like that, because they'll say themselves, because they don't know how long the relationship is going to last, and they want protection for when the shit breaks up. So if that's the mind frame and that's the case, you really just tucking and stealing. So
No,
this
I
is where
got that.
yeah,
So let me ask you this: if the guy is putting money to the side,
he's stealing.
he's stealing too. Okay, but it's for
He's
the
stealing.
same reason. Because he like, I don't know how long this shit gonna last.
He's still like
I'm just
whether it's a
asking,
guy
bro.
or a girl, nigga, you
Okay,
stealing. Like what the fuck? You putting money to the side, you stealing.
okay,
If it
yeah. I
ain't
guess I.
for us, we're joint. We're like, you know what I'm saying? Why would it be on the page of where you got to put money outside of us if we're a joint? And
I
so
got
this is, you know what I'm saying? Don't make sense. And then go back to what Mo was saying earlier, as far as like saving the guy could save the money to the side if that's what he wanted to do. Why not be on the page of we both save money to hurry up and get what you want so we can get back to our mission? But if we ain't doing that, then it's on the page of you tucking.
I like
And
a
then you
little.
let the you know what I'm saying?
I like a little freedom. I like him to have a little freedom.
Hey,
Yeah,
so
I feel you. It's a lot of dudes that never mind. That's another conversation. But that's why I say I want to talk general instead of us, so nobody can get offended by what I be saying, because like sometimes I don't know how to word things properly.
Oh,
no,
I'm
I
not
get that.
offended.
That's a real thing what you just described right there. I saw that a lot happen to some friends of mine. Jokers, like you say, they were saving up to leave, saving up for a come up or whatever you want to call it. So I get that. Yeah, I
Yeah,
don't
Mm.
know no other
if
way.
we was in a nuclear family, or if this was the 50s, then yeah, she could tuck away for that dress, or she could tuck away for them shoes or some shit like that. But motherfuckers right now is tucking away to leave your ass and get on to
Well,
something better. So that's
I,
this is a different program we in right now.
I guess I'm gonna say I'm lucky because it's just been times where my wife would be saving some money and we come into a bind and she's like, oh, we got that, and I'd be like, well, where you get that from? My mom always told me to put something to the side. So,
Mm-hmm.
but I get it. Don't sit there and let us go through the struggle and come out the other side of that. Then you've been stacking this whole time, and then whatever we decide to part ways, and you sitting over here with a stack. So, I get that. Yeah,
It's almost like, remember back in the day, motherfuckers be like, man, shit, I'll marry Oprah because of her money, right? It wasn't
yeah.
about
Everybody
her
wanted.
looks, because she was ugly as fuck. So niggas was on the page of like her money, and it didn't matter if she stayed with you or not, because you got that money. You was able to tuck from the money, and that's the mentality that a lot of females have nowadays. It's like that nigga got the money. It doesn't matter what that nigga looks like. I mean, because you see these motherfuckers looking like SpongeBob with foil in their mouth and all kinds of shit. So like, it's crazy, but he got the money. So that's the attachment that a lot of females are going for now, versus like, you got a good heart, or you smart than a motherfucker, or you creative. Like, niggas don't give a fuck about that shit.
It don't pay bills.
It don't. But what does pay bills is the sucker nigga that pays 400,000. I could get a baby by him, and while he got 6 or 7 other babies, and now I could be part of the crew to get paid $400,000 a month. And this nigga don't know no better. And we could just start talking this fake God stuff, and then he could just fall for the trap. Peace to Country Wayne.
I like country ways.
No, yeah, I think Country Wayne just bought his piece. That's all he said. If he can make all them
Yep.
baby mamas get together, he just bought peace.
Yeah, I heard the fuck out of that.
Hey, it working for you.
Jesus
Yeah, a
is
lot of
God.
you got motherfuckers that be working a 9 to 5, and they feel like it's working for them, but you burning yourself out. But yeah, I get it. I get it.
Some people, that's all they know.
Well, you say it ain't eternal. It may just be temporary. The real truth is gonna be how people act. You'll see true character come out. Let's just say everything dry up tomorrow.
Well, yeah.
And within
Who know?
30 days, you'll see folks' true character. You know,
Well, I mean, we see that all the time.
what we
Every
do.
every rapper, every singer, every actor that within the last 20 years, this is how you start having these movements, these Me Too movements, these uh believe all women movements, these all these different movements have been because and it's been based on the niggas that fell off. The niggas that fell off, it's like, okay, boom, we could get him because it's easy access. Now it's moving up more on the page because we're getting more into advanced from the information stage to the exposed stage. And so everything is about exposing people. You could get paid off of exposing people. So now that we're in the exposure stage, you have more up-to-date shit like the P. Diddy thing, where people is on the page, I could get more money for a motherfucker that's more up-to-date and current versus a motherfucker in the past, like Bill Cosby and R. Kelly and them niggas. You get what I'm saying? So it makes a difference. Like people are
So
really futuristic with looking at the bag on shit versus like what the audience is thinking.
how we resolve this then?
I told y'all before, we can't resolve shit. Women can only resolve women. Women are the ones who birth other women and birth other men. If we have a majority, this gets back into the economics, so I'm gonna swing it around. But if we got a majority of Black people have single parent households. Those single parent households are controlled by women, meaning that women are majority single parents out here. Then they are the only ones that can actually change it. And then the idea is, well, what about the men, this and this and that? If you have 5 females having babies by the same dude, it's gonna be hard for him to be for all of them, especially if you fucking with a pookie ass nigga who really don't give a fuck about none of y'all. So this is the difference. You just got to change it starting from you and really start implicating this shit, really having accountability about shit. Once that changed, then everything will change. But if that don't change, nothing will change.
Yep. Mo,
What? What I do?
why why are you quiet?
It was a good thing she wasn't hearing it.
You know, I heard that drummer you just said. I
That
already knew
drama.
what you're gonna say. It ain't no need to be rebutting. We already had that conversation. I ain't going down that rabbit hole.
Yeah, me neither. Because I mean, I'm looking for actionable items. You know, when you say change, what does that look like? Is it just
I
saying stop
mean,
going?
in a minute, it's gonna be like this. You're gonna have a bunch of rainbow ass niggas out here and a bunch of soft ass motherfuckers out here. And it's gonna the dynamic is gonna change the roles to where it's gonna be forced where females are gonna have to do that because niggas that know better, they just gonna end up just pay for play ass niggas out here. Because it's real easy to get if everybody's on the money thing, it's real easy to get anybody you want. So how long is that? I mean, how long is the females gonna let that just last? Like you just gonna keep on just selling it and making it easy access to people? Like, or you're gonna eventually say, man, you know what? I'm a smart enough, I'm a wise enough, I'm a only give it to the people who really, you know what I'm saying, on some other shit. Or I'm just gonna really listen to the elders that's gonna actually teach me this and this and that. Whatever the case may be, however it does, I'm not a female. I don't know how to actually talk to them to change them. I know for niggas, you beat that ass, nigga, he gonna change up. but I don't know how females is. So
Brandon.
You told Harpo to beat me?
no, not beat females as I'm talking about like with niggas that if like growing up even as a kid. The kid will get scared of the father because he knows that once he put that whooping down or he beat that ass or whatever the case may be, then it's gonna be a different program. So he gonna act right. Females don't have that between each other. So it's a difference. I don't know how y'all be talking to each other to calm each other down or settle each other.
I think you're
Brandon,
right
what
on
you
that,
say?
son.
Okay.
You're right on that aspect. I seen some females do some wild shit, and I know their background, and like they really didn't have a father figure in their life, or like a strict grandma OG that say something and put them in place. But on the flip side, I've been on that other side of that belt where I would act up, and I become Toby all of a sudden, you know, and that shit helps and change up, and I stopped doing certain shit. So yeah, I mean, I agree with you there, but I mean, I think we're headed towards that generation of, you hit me, mom, I'm gonna call the police, and the mom doesn't call the police, or I'm gonna call child services. So I mean, and that lets the child do whatever they want, become whoever they want, and I think that needs to be a structure where you can become whatever you want or whoever you want, but in a way where it's conducive to your life and life standards. And what I mean by that is you have to know yourself and you have to find yourself in the fold of becoming that person. You just can't be out here willy nilly, thinking you sexy red, going out buying out all this hair and shit. Like, nah, that's not the move. We know sexy red, and no, I take that back. We don't know sexy red like that because that's entertainment.
Yeah,
So she's just doing it.
she's a college graduate, to be honest.
Yeah,
That I mean,
yeah.
that's a whole
That's
nother
you about to
conversation
judge her
too
right quick.
on
Let me
the
go my
government,
yeah.
Yeah.
how
That's
they've
gonna
been
be
talking
judging her right
about
quick.
like a
So I take
government
that back. Salute to her. Yeah,
where the
Yeah.
fuck is my
but
pen?
no,
Well,
yeah,
forget
we
Sexy Red, then
we
go to Kendra G and see the women that come on there.
That's funny. Hey, I've been watching that too lately. That is comedy. And it's crazy because this is almost like what she did is the same thing as Kevin Samuels, but like when Kevin Samuels first did it, it was like exposing the way people actually think.
Right.
And nobody really questions like nowadays we have the questions like what I'm saying. I try to bring it to the economics where we can have this kind of question or whatever, but nobody really questions the fact of what they think about how they think or how they think of men. And so when you hear people raw and uncut actually speak, it's crazy. Like, what I'm saying? Like it sounds crazy. And this is where I
Mhm.
get why Mo don't really understand what we be talking about because she's living in the good girl world, what I'm saying, where ain't nothing happening. There's no kind of stigma. Everybody is black and everybody has both parents in the household, like this fantasy thing over there. But in the other side of the world, like at least over here on the West Coast, it's way different. It's a whole lot of motherfuckers who ain't got their father in the home. It's a whole lot of motherfuckers who purposely push the father out of the home so they can get paid, even if it's crumbs, even if it's $200, $300 a month. People is doing that. So it's scandalous out in this motherfucker.
So is Cynthia G the problem or her messaging the problem?
No, it's not Kendra G.
It's the people.
It's the people that come on, cause she asked him basically like Kevin Samuels used to ask him, like, what do y'all want? Trying to find out information about them, and you really get exposed to their thinking.
But that's what I'm saying. If nobody really paid no attention to say, man, you on that bullshit,
I mean, she be telling
would they
a
matter?
lot of them that too. She be like, "Well, how you asking for this?" And you don't even make that. She even
The
pull up the
niggas though
comments for
too.
people
She be on the
video.
dudes too.
Yeah, she get on both. People are paid money to ask the question, and chicks be coming on there, dudes be coming on there sounding silly. You know what I'm saying? It really expose people on how they think. So
And you know what's so crazy is that when people never heard this stuff, they always come with the same lines, like how they used to hit Kevin Samuels with the "Who hurt you." Like the
yeah.
same thing when I was talking about this earlier. I forgot who said it, but somebody was like, "Dang, what'd you go through?" Like, we ain't even talking about me. Like, I've been in a 7-year relationship. I'm doing good, but I understand what's really going on in the world.
Mm-hmm.
I got a son. My son is 20, and he be going through it with his thing. I'm not gonna put it out there, but he be going through it, and I be hearing his thing. Aside from actually watching shows and everything else, so it gives me a better understanding on what's going on, so I can be able to talk to him. And then when we have these conversations, I like to bring it towards the economic part because, like, we're declining. We're not inclining. Like, you know what I'm saying? It may seem like it because of the new technology, the new stuff that throws you off from different things, and you got more entrepreneurs or black entrepreneurs out there and stuff. Doesn't mean that people are actually making money like that, but you just have black entrepreneurs. A lot of jobs are being a lot of people are being let go from these big companies to where you have to be an entrepreneur, but it doesn't mean that you're a successful entrepreneur. It makes a difference. And so like the dynamic is switching right now. We have to actually change. And talking to my son, it gives me a broader understanding of how the dynamic of relationships is. This is why I said the pay for play thing. Like most people aren't on the married thing; they're more on the pay for play.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Chris, right quick. My
Yeah.
fault. I didn't get a chance to respond to that thing that you posted. Wall Street Trapper. You said that was the stupidest idea to make $1 million.
No, I didn't say stupid. I thought it was a terrible idea.
Oh,
The reason
okay.
the reason why I said it is because he thinking that he gonna blow up the social media. I'm just like, I wouldn't bank on that. I would want more of a return on that. So basically what he's saying is that he gonna keep the grift going. That's how I look at it. Cause I don't know if y'all peep this, man. The dudes, Bilal from EYL and Aristotle, they was going at it, right? Well, these
Mm.
niggas snitched on themselves basically, cause they shared text messages, and these niggas was discussing a book called "How to Build Cult Followings: The Secrets of Building Cult Followings." A lot of people didn't peep that, but I'm like, nobody seen this. So I'm saying these niggas sharing the same information on how to build cults. And that's what they have. They have cult followings. So people who follow them and agree with everything they fucking do and say, they part of a cult. I don't care how you want to spin it, how you want to put it, it's a cult. Uh, Especially if you can't think for your fucking self. Uh so I gotta stop cursing so much on here. So when he made that video, I thought it was terrible, a terrible idea. This is why everybody shouldn't have a fucking mic, because who the hell banks on social media to get rich? except for these new influencer people. When people talk about GDP, gross domestic product, that is not a part of that. This creator community shit, you're not producing anything besides content.
Hey,
That's
hold
not
on,
a
hold on.
product or service.
Hey,
Huh?
yeah, you producing product, service, and goods
How you
when you're a
doing that?
creator
How?
I
Well,
guess the content.
in multiple ways. So as far as like the product would be on the page of like so you developing content period is your product. People being into it is the entertainment part of it, but that's how they selling their product. Depending on what company they go through is how they get paid in different fashions like that. But they already have it's an outlet like a real business because eventually it's going to start going towards that. Like that's actually a wave right now, a big wave
that's not real
to the point
business,
to where
bro.
you start having people that are newscasters, people that are athletes are quitting their jobs to become this because this is a big thing. You have TV stations, uh uh TV satellite stations, cable stations that are getting shut down because people are more into the actual content as its own station compared to going to a actual cable station. Like people will be willing to pay more for these things. This is when you start getting into the Netflix with their moat as far as how they ended up winning over everybody else and kicking ass over the cable set. It's just the same program.
That would be true for somebody like DJ Vlad, Joe Budden, and people like that.
It's
Niggas
true
like
for a lot of people. Like these are
hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on.
go
For
ahead.
niggas like I'm talking about people with actual business and actual backing.
Yeah.
A
You don't think
person
all
that
these people have actual businesses and backing that are getting millions of followers? You think that they just sitting in their garage and getting millions of followers? I
yeah,
actually watched how it's done. Like I went to a studio and seen how it's actually done. That's why I
uh-huh.
know more about it. But yeah, no,
Yeah, okay.
these people they'll make it seem like they're home at home or chilling or this and this and that to be able to be more comfortable with the audience. But no, there's managers to it. You got cameramen. You got all kinds of crazy stuff going on.
For sure. I'm not doubting that, but I'm saying certain people are not they don't have that backing. I'm just saying that for a fact. When I say a business, just because you got a bunch of followers and shit like that, that doesn't mean that your business is profitable and it affects GDP is what I'm saying. You
Well,
know,
no,
anybody
I'm saying that if you got a bunch of followers, majority of people that have a bunch of followers have already turned it into a business. Is what I'm saying. Like
and they
there's
probably
people
have,
that
but
got millions of followers. They it's not where they just chilling at the house and I got millions of followers. There may be somebody like that. I don't know. But as far as the people I know of that actually do the content that's millions of followers, it's
mhm.
on the page of where they have it's a whole production team.
Oh, for sure. I'm not doubting that. Let's take for instance the dude Poppy Chulo. That nigga followers, he got bots as followers. Look at his posts. You can see who got real shit and who don't. Is what I'm saying. I'm not knocking. I'm not saying that their business is not legit. What I'm saying is, if you ain't got somebody like Revolt behind you, your shit is a small business. It can be considered as a side hustle. Is what I'm saying. It don't move the needle like NBC or CNN or something like that or fucking The Breakfast Club. Is what I'm saying. It's like tears. I guess
Wait,
what I'm
you saying that if you don't
when it
move
comes
the
to
needle,
media.
it what?
No, I'm saying it's like it don't move the needle like it's in tears. Like if you look at if we talking about media, this content creator stuff, because all basically all it is media, right? So you will have like CNN, and then you will have somebody like a DJ Vlad or a Breakfast Club, and then you would go down, and you would have niggas like Wall Street Trapper, and I think EYL is even higher than them now. But Tears, I'm not saying that their business is not legit, but the resources behind them is different that will move the needle, is what I'm saying. But let's
Yeah,
say, all of
yeah,
that's good. That wasn't my
the resources behind them make a difference. It's just like, but what I was saying is that this content creating thing, this is the new wave of what everybody's going to get into. And the people that don't see it is just the people that's not into how you can actually make money off of this. This is the wave of really becoming millionaires. If you see somebody can become a millionaire from nothing off of this, then it's obvious that this will be the new wave. Anything that you could think of where it started off simple and became complicated to do, it always comes from somebody hitting big and then a wave started. So with this, it's going to be on the page of where it's a lot of it's going to take the place of cable TV. So instead of you actually paying to watch your stations and stuff like that, you got people that's going to be subscribing. They're going to be subscribing to their favorite station. The people that's going to be entertaining them all day, the people that's going to be entertaining them specific hours, whatever the case may be. And so, with a lot of people that are big entertainers, people that are athletes and stuff like that, even people that were on CNN, they got out of that and started getting into content creating because they see how much money it is. And on top of that, they made it a business. This is why I say this is going to be the new way.
and I ain't doubting that. My point being, behind that, right, was back to Brandon's uh when he posted that video. He was saying, Trap Wall Street Trapper was saying that, he would basically, put his money, he would buy options and stuff like that, but he would put most of his money into, doing this grifting shit. I'm gonna call it what it is, because it's a grift. Uh, and that's how he would become a millionaire fast. And I said that was a terrible idea because, for one, uh, options, that's one part, but I would not be put money into fucking content creating to become a millionaire fast. Even though that shit is easily possible to do that, but I wouldn't bet on that. That's not like something I would be like, oh yeah, I would do that, and I will make become a millionaire fast or quick. Well, the thing about that is it's too much competition in that space to be trying to guarantee that you're gonna become a millionaire fast. I wouldn't bet on that. That's why I said it's a terrible idea. This is
Hey,
why
I think that thinking like that is why they're becoming millionaires fast.
I don't think so. I don't think it's people becoming millionaires fast like that. I think that's not that's not true. The data doesn't say that. It's a lot of people flexing that, but that's not true.
What's fast?
Huh?
What's fast? When you say fast, what's fast?
I don't know the time frame. I think that what was the time frame that he said on that, Brandon? Was that like 2 to 5 years or something like that?
Oh,
So I think he said 5 to 7 years becoming a
5 to
millionaire.
7. Okay, he said 5 to 7 years. So, but see, this was what I'm saying. This is why, this economy is gonna crash bad, and all this content creating bullshit is shut down, and niggas gonna have to go really get a skill, get a job. Um, because here's what's gonna happen when you put your content in the hand of these broadcasters that you broadcasting your content on. They have control. So this is why you shouldn't bank on shit like that. Secondly, in a competitive space where it's a million, thousand, hundred gurus online saying the same shit you saying, nothing different, and you charging, you know, if you look at the nigga prices, he discount his prices further and further down. You gonna get a cult following, as I said, for people that's gonna foolishly put their money into it, and there may be some benefit. I'm not knocking that either. However, for somebody to really bet on that is just not smart. That's not good advice. So when the sister asked him that, and I watched the video, I watched the whole thing to make a real critique. That was his way. He said he was gonna go back and do the iron work. That's great. He gonna sleep on the air mattress at his baby mama crib. That's great. Lower his overhead. I'm with all that. He gonna get the options. I'm with that too. But he said nothing about investing in index funds, uh, real estate, or anything tangible besides goddamn grifting on content creating. Because that's how manipulative this space has become. People really believe that these dudes is really being millionaires. I'm telling you, no, I don't think they millionaires like that because the data don't say that. And how are you counting these people as millionaires? How do you know they have $1 million or they gross $1 million in a year? What? Because of a car that you see? Because of a house? Could be rented. You don't know their taxes and what they bring in. I'm just saying that shit is overhyped. I don't think niggas is making money like that. I think that's an idea. Some people could be making that, but this idea that a bunch of these dudes is becoming millionaires off of this, I don't believe that at all. Never gonna believe it because the data don't support that. And maybe a niggas they probably made 1 million in a year, and then this year they ain't making that million no more. Cause you gotta keep that shit going. You can't make 1 million and be like, oh, I'm a millionaire. No, that's gotta turn over into more money. So I can't believe that other people can. Content space is big. There is money in it, but I just don't believe them niggas is millionaires like that. But that's all I was saying, Brandon. That I didn't think that was a good idea. But he obviously he know what he know. The latter part wasn't a good idea. The content thing, I didn't agree with that. Everything else was cool though.
Did he say that he would be a content creator, or he would say that he was telling other people to be a content creator?
No, the sister asked him if he had to start over like right now, how easy or how quick or what would be the fastest way he would become a millionaire. He basically was saying that what he would do.
That makes sense. I mean, based on that question, it makes sense because it's like it from if she's talking about from when he got out of jail and started doing different shit. If he had $1 million and he started it from there with the content creating at that time, yeah, you'd be killing right now. But yeah, on that part I could get it. But as far as like just giving it to him now and he's just starting off fresh, it kind of sounds shaky.
Yeah, yeah, but that's what I was saying. You agree with everything what he said, Brandon? What was your thoughts on that? I wanted to ask you about it.
Hold on, give me one second.
Uh,
No, I think I do agree with his, and that's why I put it in the actual chat
yeah,
because I wanted to see the structure of how he would break it down, and I was hoping that somebody would see that and break down their own structure and create their own
yeah,
structure for themselves to create money,
yeah,
like myself. like I know you've been posting this a lot in that back chats. Acorns, using
Yeah.
that as a vehicle to create wealth for yourself. Now, what I mean by that is obviously you're gonna put money into Acorns, but you have the option to use that money within Acorns to open up another brokerage account and start to
Hmm.
fund the trade while still investing in Acorns. That's why I put that in there. I wanted people to think about in the chat
Right.
who shit. How many people's in our chat? It's probably like what 6 million people in there, but like only 50 people
Yeah.
look at it.
Yeah.
I wanted
Yeah.
those people to create their own strategy or own system to generate wealth. That's why I put it in the chat. I
Right.
didn't I didn't I didn't expect somebody to say, "Oh, I want to be a millionaire." And like this is not me. I'm not saying, "Hey, this is how you're gonna become a millionaire." And I do his thing. No, obviously, it takes time to become a millionaire, and I think it's plausible for anybody to become a millionaire nowadays. For all the new technologies, all the new opportunities to get into, you're
Right.
bound to hit 6 figures guaranteed if you put the effort into it.
Right.
But if you're not, you know, you get the hell off this damn, this Facebook messenger and go ahead and work 9 to 5 and feel comfortable doing that. But I do agree with some of the things he said, and
Hmm.
then like I do agree with you, Chris, when you said some things. I mean, it's hard to do that than using media as another revenue stream.
Yeah.
Yeah, he had help with that too. On top of that, he had EYL. He had
Right.
who's the brother with the crown thing on his head? What's his name?
Yeah. Uh 19 Keys. They call his name was
19 Key.
Jabril. Yeah.
He had people backing him, so he had help. So that's
Yeah.
how he catapulted his wealth so far. So I mean,
Right. And another thing they don't tell you too, they paid these niggas to get on these shows. It's something
exactly.
called payola, podcast payola, where you pay to go on a show, basically to promote yourself and get some followers. You got to build your cult following, right? But you got to pay to play.
You know what you call it?
Hey, ain't that it like none of
What?
y'all do y'all used to rap?
Yeah,
So that we
as a
had
kid.
dreams.
Hey, yeah, because of me too. So look,
Yeah.
because it makes me think of this new content shit makes me think about the days. Because like me and my cousin used to go to the radio station and to rap up there, like because we wasn't known, you had to pay to, rap on the station so the audience could hear you and stuff like that. That kind of thing. Right.
Yeah.
But when you become so known, the people pay you to go on there. So it makes a difference. So you building up your brand, like in the beginning stages, you building up your brand. So you're supposed to do that kind of shit. You're supposed to like pay somebody, hey, let me pay you 2,000 so I can go in there and speak my piece, say what I'm about, and promote myself. You know what I'm saying? Because once you get so much of a big following, now you can start charging people. This is why that content thing is the new hustle. There's a lot of stuff to it, but that's just one of them.
But
Yeah.
no, just getting back to it. I mean,
Huh?
that's what he had to do to generate what do you say, $2,000 every week to invest in himself to grow. So I mean, I think that was a good strategy for him. Only reason why I posted that was other people in our messenger could get ideas of how to generate wealth. I gave you a starter on how to do it. Chris threw his link into the Acorns. I don't know why you guys are not investing. Whoever's not investing, I'm not saying you guys on the panel is not investing. I don't know if this is live or not, but that's a strategy that I think is the easiest thing to do in the world. You get up to 150, 1,500, take that 5 out, put into a brokerage account, and just start trading from there. But before you actually put that 500 to a brokerage account, get to study, learn about candlestick patterns, learn about patterns themselves, learn about technicals, learn about fundamentals. We got all that. You take that, then you get I would say the prerequisites for options. You can make a killing. Just learning calls and puts. Just simple calls and puts. That's it. Hell, you can just learn about calls and still make money. That's why I put that thing in there. I want people to think.
You definitely do a good job of that. What was you saying, Mo?
I heard your butt earlier.
What I say?
See, look at him. I'm gonna get him. I heard you. You just know I heard you. How about that? Hey, but I remember when Garfield went on when Garfield and Cheryl went on Airfield Advisor. Uh I was supposed to go on, but when the guy called me and he was like, he wanted me to join something. I don't even remember what it was, but I was like, wait, why do I gotta give you money again? And whatever that little MLM he had going on, or whatever he wanted to get a monthly payment from, I said, to go on the show? He's like, yeah. I said, no, I'm not interested. I didn't ask to come on the show anyways, but you got the people who you needed. I'm good. No, I wasn't doing it. Because it didn't seem like something they had. I don't even know if the field guy was even involved with it, or the other guy just was having a side hustle, or that was his management thing, and that's how they did things. This is back in 2016, before it became the name, I think, African Diaspora or whatever it is. It was Field the Advice Show.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Feel very used
right. And so Cheryl went on, and sometimes I don't be wanting to go on. I don't like going on people's shows to a certain audience, because you get a certain type of clientele that you're really not interested in. That'd be the whole other ball game of that. Like you could grow a content show, or when, like I was listening, and I don't even listen to him, but I was listening to Sanchez. He was just so happened to be the only person on that day. I was like, let me see what Sanchez got going on. He was ready. He was like, I need me a new audience. I don't want y'all coming on my panel trying to run my show. Get the new people. I don't want to talk about that no more. I don't want new content. It was so funny. He had about almost 1,000 people watching. And he was going on and on how he just needs some new content or whatever. He wants some new people. He want to talk to some new people, or he gonna do the show by himself. Y'all just gonna listen in. He gonna critique Tyson, Neil deGrasse Tyson or whatever. But yeah, I don't know that. I think that some people's podcast, when it comes to training or teaching or a lot of the stuff, a lot of the content, sometimes when it comes to finances, depends on what you're teaching and what you're getting involved in. You could either lose a whole bunch of money, or you can gain a lot. But I don't think that sometimes people that get involved with these different trainings, or it's they don't look at it as a temporary thing, and they don't follow the change. And so sometimes they get caught up in the shuffle.
Like I said, they all part of the grift. It was a whole circle. Now they all ain't together no more. Everybody kind of doing their own thing.
Oh, they
So
broke up?
who was they? Who was they you talking about? I'm talking about from the beginning. It was EYL. It was Wall Street Trapper. It was Trapper. It was him 500. Uh, and all of these other guys. They was all going on EYL's podcast, whether they was paying for it or not. Um, the point is that even if you pay the money, what if you don't get the return on investment that you looking for? Why would I want to put my money? Like I said, this whole media stuff, I'm telling y'all, It's booming. It look good right now, but I
Yeah.
am in to be a financial advisor. So I'm telling you, you can get richer from investing in a Roth IRA or 401k more stably and be a millionaire by the time you retire than trying to make a million in 3 years from goddamn content creating. And that don't mean you're gonna make it next year. You know, your shit can get canceled. Look at Fresh and Fit podcast. Look at all of these other people that had YouTube channels with a lot of revenue. You don't
You gotta
control
stay
that shit.
creative.
They can shut your shit down at any time. You is not in
Yeah,
control of.
you gotta stay stay relevant, stay creative, and definitely that's where the multiple streams of income come into play. Or the income you get and make that money make money for you.
Right.
Mm.
You
So
know.
even the finance gurus, they all
Ooh.
invested in the market. So, they ain't tripping if, the podcast don't take off because they got actual investments. I want to say niggas that's doing this content creating that ain't got no real skills or a job. Like, what the fuck are you gonna do if they take your shit away? Well, I said it's still gonna come down to, look at all those people that was making money on TikTok, and the U.S. decided to ban TikTok. What do you think happened to them? I mean, you can't make this shit up. You can't do nothing about that. You're not in control of shit. This is not your media. You did not create this. You are broadcasting your content on my platform. So until you create your own platform and stream your own content, that shit ain't safe. That's just like having a 9 to 5 to me. Except for, once they stop paying you, that's it. You have to find a job at Burger King because you got to go back to what you was. And that's all I'm saying. Because I'm thinking as a financial advisor, the grifts and scams is out here, and I'm a nerd, so I'm reading the data. And these niggas are not millionaires like that. I can tell you that for sure. They cap it, big cap it.
Yeah, but stay relevant.
Just like your boy Jay Morrison. Nigga was broke as hell talking about he out here flipping.
I don't know that. Hey, but
Hey, you know what?
all right. So
I think I like this might be off subject, but I was gonna say I like talking to y'all because even though y'all my age, well, a couple of y'all my age, y'all make me feel like I'm talking to older people.
Yo, ass, Sonny.
No, for real. Because it's like some of the stuff I understand where y'all coming from. Like I understand why there's a lot of things that Chris may not see because he's not into the younger thing. He's more on his age and what he's doing. I understand where you coming from because like you up in age, you done been through the military that got you mature to where you stay away from certain things. So you're not in the world like that. What I'm saying? I get where Price is coming from. He was married for a long time, what I'm saying? He's not in the world. He don't really understand how certain shit is. So when I be talking to y'all about this stuff, this sounds off the wall. I get it. I get it. And it's on the page like y'all don't know where it's coming from.
Yeah. I think it's a lot of variables though,
Yeah.
It's a lot of variables, but I think the same thing kind of go down. All the scenarios go down in different areas of different states everywhere, where there's north, south, east, west. But I do think it's a variables.
Well,
Um,
name a black state that ain't got a single baby mama problem or a single parent household problem.
Shit.
uh,
The numbers gonna say that.
Okay, well, name a state that doesn't say that. Well, if the numbers don't say that, name a state. Name a state
I'm
where
saying
it's not it's not more a single, as far as black people, where it's not a single parent household problem. Name a state, please.
I'm just saying the numbers don't say that the numbers say it is a problem, not just black folks, everybody.
Oh, okay. I thought you were saying that it ain't a problem. Yeah, I'm black, so I can only speak for me. Well, I can't speak for everybody else. I don't know why white people are in that predicament. I don't know why Mexicans are in that predicament. I don't know why Asians maybe, if anything. You know what I'm saying? But with black people, I know why we are.
Well, it ain't changing no time soon. So
I mean,
the variables are there's just so many variables to this stuff. Till it's just
I think since it's the beginning stages, the way that y'all be on that page, like, well, it ain't gonna change this and this and that. It's really not hurting men. It may be hurting the soft niggas or the suckers and stuff like that. But the motherfuckers that's really on their shit, it's really not hurting them. Cause like motherfuckers is winning off of that shit. It's like, okay, well, I ain't gotta marry you and stuff, and I can still get the benefits. Like shit, sign me up. Like, these are like it's a difference. Like, but then y'all end up leaving things like some of these people, like how I said, it's a hustle for the bag and stuff, and like how you said, that may not be enough to last, and so it ends up where it ain't enough to last, and some of them don't even get that much off of these dudes, and you end up in a single parent household, and now you trying to find another nigga to do this with and end
But
up
that
with
ain't
another baby. And then it's like, you know what I'm saying, until you get about Mo's age and just be on the page, I'm just gonna settle for any sucker that'll fuck with me.
hey,
And
hey,
it's
don't
not
be a
saying
hater.
you, but
Hey,
I'm
don't
saying
be
the
hating
age.
about
I'm saying
age
the
group.
age.
Well, we
I'm
got
not
that,
saying
that's
we
you.
not sustainable
we
though.
take
That's the
we
whole thing. Everybody looking for that instant gratification, or they don't want to take no lumps along the way, or no struggle along the way. And the route they choose it is not a sustainable route. You can only spend so many years on the pole. You can, it,
But that's not what they seeing though. That's what we are saying to them as men, but they're not hearing us out. Like to them, we're just talking shit. We're misogynists. We're just trying to be controlling, and we don't want them to have their way. You know, all kinds of crazy ass euphemisms that they be throwing out there. This is what's going on, and
That's
so
what y'all
it makes
be
it
want.
easier for
Stop
it
trying
makes
to
it
control us shit. Let them just do
yeah,
what they do.
you know what I'm saying? They say all that. So it makes it easier for us. So it's on the page. Okay, well, I won't control you. I'll just give you some money to sleep with me tonight and get the fuck out of here. And then I'll sleep with your friend because she'll look a little better. You know what I'm saying? It gives me the opportunity. I got options now.
uh, but then
So
it,
versus where I had to be with you and then I met your friends and they look way better than you. I can't even talk to them because I'm dedicated to you how it should be. But now I got the opportunity to mess with all y'all. And that's
yeah,
how I be going. You know what I'm
well, I
saying?
hear
It's
you.
crazy.
That ain't sustainable. That's broken legacy
It's
too.
fucked up. But it's on the page and nobody wants to hear what we got to say.
we ain't in them circles, Sonny. Sorry.
Hey man,
This is a
hey,
circle.
well, all I'm gonna say is, hey, I say what I'm gonna say. Whether you listen to it, or hear to it, or take it in, that's on you. Ain't nothing gonna change.
Oh, I know. Oh, I already know.
But see, but here where it gets real. So 20 years from now, when she can't go up the pole no more, or when she can't pull what she used to pull, she'll look at her baby and say, "Don't do what mama did." If she
Mm.
real,
Too late now.
Yeah,
no,
it's
well,
too
you can
late.
help.
They ain't gonna
Well,
listen. It's
They
too
she'll help
late.
the she can help the next generation. I see what you're saying, cause yeah, the
Yeah.
kids pick up a whole lot off the parents. They pick up a whole lot of mannerisms,
But if you
wisdom.
don't have no accountability and you still blaming it on other people instead of blaming it on yourself, how can you ever correct anything?
What I was just trying to infer is that someday somebody gonna wake up and say, "Yeah, I fucked that up."
Yeah,
Like,
eventually that's what I said earlier. It's gonna take women to correct women because it's gonna have to be a situation where they keep getting fucked over to where like they start off like, damn, like man, the way that I'm doing things isn't the way it should be. And it'll have to start a whole new routine all over again.
yeah, well, I hear you on that one. I got a different perspective, but I'll see in about 10 years on what's what. If I got one just graduated high school on her way to college, been
Mm-hmm.
here since she got here. So if she go out and be a dumbass, then so be it. But I
I,
just don't think that's the way the dynamics work.
I got a
I
question
think
for
that
you,
the
bro.
majority of us that are making it
Probably
out
the
here,
reason I don't.
a lot of us that are making it out here, that you do see successful blacks or blacks that ain't single in a single parent household or creating a single parent household. Majority of them came from a dynamic where they had some kind of man figure in their life, and that's what makes the difference. But there's a lot of people who didn't grow up with a man in their life, and they're creating situations where they don't need a man in their life, or they feel like they don't need a man in their life because they didn't grow up with a man in their life, but they really messing up the kids.
No, I agree, bro. You have no argument with there. Like I say, I have to impact what I can impact and focus on what I can impact.
Don't say that. Gonna say you're not focusing on the collective.
Well, yeah, I can't influence the collective. I go out there and talk to the collective. The collective will cuss me out, and I'll be like, okay, peace be unto you.
You're gonna have to have a house Stannis, a house Baratheon, a house Lannister to do business with and share it in America because I ain't sending none of my kids to out here.
Chris got the
You
best
came in
idea.
broken, Chris.
Huh? What happened?
Maybe that's me.
I said you got the best idea.
It only makes sense, Sonny. Otherwise, the same shit gonna keep happening. It's just gonna be more single parent households, more shit, more gender wars, more this, more that. What's the point? We might as well just take, I just little clan over here, and build what we gonna build. And, at least I know that this is a good family over here. They got great shit going on. They taking care of business. This is another good family. I got a good family. We all got a cohesion. But
See,
I can't.
the pro blacks ain't gonna like this, but this is why motherfuckers be going outside of their race and fuck with other races because there's more of an establishment of tradition, and people really care about tradition. Whereas we start talking about tradition within each other, then motherfuckers have a problem. People have an identity crisis. People want to be people they not. I'm not even gonna say no names on this channel, but yeah.
What'd you say?
I'm gonna have to do my Kanye. I'm not gonna say what race, what people. I can't say that.
Oh, hey, but Sonny, I agree with you, bro. We down at the individual level. We screwed up individually right now, and then probably the last 50 years it was an attack on the family, and then probably the last 100 years it was an attack on the communities, and then 125, 150 years ago it was an attack on a whole people, and it's some strategically done. So yeah, I agree. But I be looking for solutions,
It's.
bro.
I think that it's always been an attack, but I think that in every situation there was a group of us that could have got us out of this, but it was always us that fucked us over.
Yeah, I agree with that too. It was a fork in the road, and Jokers made a choice, and we made some bad choices along the way. So yeah, I won't say I won't push back on that. We can see that in the history.
I can see that now. If you're not subscribed to Garfield's channel and watching us every Wednesday, you part of the problem.
I don't care.
Well, I ain't gonna go that far, but
We ain't fighting.
Because we talking about real life situations, and we actually make it extend to economics. So it makes a big difference. We can talk about the other stuff. People might get mad, but what we like to talk about is the economics and what we're actually going through as Black people and created through this economic scheme.
hey, but hey, what you dabbing in on right there though? This whole relationship and economics. If we was to do the math, if we could just snap our fingers and fix relationships all together, the math would get a whole lot better when you start looking at average household income and just Black GDP altogether. But I don't even want to go down that tangent. That's a real one. If we could just
We
fix it.
have so much money. Do you like it'd be crazy? Like
Nah, that shit would change
the
overnight,
money,
bro.
just imagine the money we giving these faulty churches, these fake mosques, these little
Yeah.
all these
Shit, what?
different things, right? Wait, if we just said, you know what, I don't care what you claiming, we all the same. Matter of fact, we blue, black, purple. That's what we're gonna call ourselves, blue, black, purple. And we everybody that's blue, black, purple, we all put our money together. You know what I'm saying? Every time you get paid, we're putting it all into this city. You know what I'm saying? Everybody that's a contractor, everybody that does construction work, everybody that does whatever the case may be, is dedicated to this. You know what I'm saying? And now we're in a society where you can actually do an at-home thing. So we can actually start creating our own city with our own corporation, you know what I'm saying, with everything on our own. If we all start dedicating it, and we can have this within 6 months for millions of people.
Some people gotta go though. There's gotta
I
be a
mean,
there's gotta be a
Well,
purge.
if some people got to go, all got to go, because then it gets on the page of, then we
yeah.
have to go under one banner of religion, of the way of thinking and all that shit, just like the rest of the
The
rest of these
reason why I
people.
say that, the reason why I say that is because there's always gonna be a COINTELPRO nigga or or somebody that's just trying to ruin shit. You gotta have like a third of the people doing this. You can't have everybody. It ain't gonna never be everybody. Cause somebody
But
gonna be hating and try to fuck the shit up. It always happens.
yeah, I agree with that, Chris. But I just want to say that if you stick to the plan and we get a commitment to the plan or whatever the priorities is, yeah, I could get less than two flips on what you do on Sunday or
Yeah.
Saturday or Friday.
Yeah,
That
see,
that that's
but
just bottom line.
that's what messes everything up though. So like we gotta have, like what Chris was saying, like it's gonna mess it up if somebody, like, we got bad apples, and these bad apples have ideologies, and these ideologies may be fucked up or fucked up towards the cause. And then it's like, what do you do with that? Because a lot of us do, because a lot of us have identity crisis. You know what I'm saying? And this is real within it, and it's
Okay,
spreading rapid because of the internet. Now you got these Dan Calloway ass niggas. So
but
it's
that's what
getting
I go ahead, finish, good brother. I won't cut you off, but I'm gonna say what I got to
No,
say.
I'm just saying it's just getting big. Like, so what do you do
And
when you have
that's
this identity
that's
crisis?
that's my point. When you get a set of priorities, agenda, or whatever, and you stick to that, and everything else takes second place to that. I mean, oh, I
It
thought you was
can't
talking.
though. Like no, that's somebody in the background.
Okay,
Don't worry about
but
that, Sean.
okay, hear me out. $1.6 trillion. That's what they say. The Black GDP in America is. That's within like the top 15 of sovereign nations. You got sovereign nations around here that deal with the same shit. They got all type of ideologies and religions within them, but they're still sovereign nations. So if we can get together on the same type of vibe, I could
But they
care
don't have
less.
an identity crisis. So there ain't no other place that where they like, well, I'm German, but I'm really not German. Indian German. And then I'm German, but I'm not really German. I'm Caribbean German. Oh, I'm
No, they get
German.
down
I'm
like
not
that,
really German, but I'm Geechee German. Like no
bro.
one is
They
doing this stuff.
Sunday, they do get down like that. What you
Okay,
think
well,
was going on?
how many different factions of Germans do you have
I'm gonna give you a real world
that don't
example
stick
that you can
together?
go. I'm gonna give you a real world example that you can go back and look at Bosnia and what was going on there. They started doing genocide against Muslims over there in Bosnia.
Okay.
Late
I don't
1990s.
understand. I don't understand that. That's different ideology. That's not. That's the same thing as Jews killing Jews in Israel. Like that's not the same thing. What I'm saying is people have an identity crisis. Our people specifically
Mm-hmm.
have an identity crisis. Other people that think like that, they have an identity crisis. They ended up splitting up. South Korea and North Korea, they split up.
Exactly.
So, you know what I'm saying? We are on the page of where we are mixed together with identity crisis. And we could be from the same family, and one of you think that you are Geechee, one of you think that you are Hebrew, and one of you think that you come from the slave ship. But
And
we
I'm
all
saying
from
if
the
we
same
can't,
family.
okay, and I'm saying that that could be all second nature if we just say, yeah, that may be what I think, but I'm only gonna do business with you.
But that's why they don't. This is why you ain't see the big epidemic they started having when you had SETI in the mix and motherfuckers was heavy on that Black Power thing, and they wasn't even going to, they wasn't celebrating Thanksgiving, and it was crazy. See, this
Yeah,
is why I say I like talking to y'all, because y'all older and y'all really don't really understand what's going on
it
in
ain't that I
the.
don't understand. I'm just
I
saying
mean,
that
I
shit
ain't
ain't
saying
worth
that
my
you don't
attention.
understand. Y'all
I'm,
don't be seeing, y'all don't hang out, or y'all don't be around, or y'all don't pay attention
no,
to like things like that, to where you deep into it, where you understand it like that. Like
no. Well, go ahead, finish, bro.
I'm just saying it like that. Not saying it on the down like you don't know shit or nothing like that.
Mm-mm.
I'm just saying it's as far as like it. I mean, it's understandable. I'm learning shit from my son, like you know what I'm saying, because I'm older.
I'm
Like
saying
go ahead.
I'm saying when jokers want to come up and argue about, hey, why you doing Thanksgiving or why you doing this or why you doing that, I'm saying, nigga, that ain't important. That's what I'm saying. And you're not gonna get an audience from me. I'm not gonna even give you social currency to even try to give you to hear what you're even talking about, because it doesn't solve a problem.
No, but that's an example of what I was saying. I wasn't saying that that's what everybody was doing. It was a lot of people doing that. I do remember people I knew personally that was doing that around that time. That was crazy. But um, I was just using that as an example. There was a lot. It's still stuff like that going on right now. Like you know what I'm saying, with the whole Indian movement, you know what I'm saying, or the Native American movement, however you want to say it. Like you know what I'm saying, where people don't want to associate with certain things because they feel like they are the real Native Americans, and we've always been here, and all this whole crazy shit. Like I don't know if you on that kind of math that they own, but that's another movement that's going on. You know what I'm saying? And it's just like people won't come. We can't come together if we have an identity crisis. No other place has an identity crisis. They might have different ideologies, but they all come together because they know who they are. Like Chinese have Muslims, Christians, Catholics, all kinds of shit, but they all know they Chinese.
Hey, yo, Sonny, why is that
Oh
important though?
no, they
Huh?
only. But before you answer that question, they on the Muslims in China ass too.
Hmm.
I don't. That's an ideology. That's not identity.
Okay. Ideology,
Sonny, why,
identity, ethnicity, they on their ass. That's what I'm saying. They killing their ass.
why is
They
that
probably are.
important, Sonny?
I mean, in every country, there's civil war based on ideology. Every country, even this country, it
Why?
was war based on ideology. Crips and Bloods do shit based on ideology. Like it's but the identity is different. Like we all identify differently. Like I identify as being black. I know I'm American. I know that my real history is we came off them ships. Like regardless of however people want to put it together. Like you know what I'm saying? But other people might say something different. They might say they snuck in through Mexico. They might be on like all kinds of crazy shit.
No, I get you, good brother. So let me say this. So if just all people, regardless of what we thinking or what we worship or when we go to church, if we just came to a conclusion that said, you know what, let's just go by what you put on your census. How you come out on the US census, and that's based on how I'm gonna fuck with you. If we was just to come to a conclusion just to do that, and this is a hypothetical and it could be extreme, but if we just came to one conclusion that we were gonna put all that other stuff to the side on who was here first or who left or who came or who did what, if we would just say whatever you mark on the system, I fuck on the census, I fuck with you. And we would start to build from that point.
You ain't gonna like this. Cause this is
No, I want to
I
hear
didn't
it.
like
I really want
I
to hear
didn't
it
like
because this
they
is
answer. I didn't like they answer because that makes more sense, right? Get a DNA test, that makes more sense, right? But they don't go for that. What their thing is, that's the white man, or that's the government, or that's the Illuminati, or that's they come with all these conspiracy excuses on why you can't do that. This is why I said the identity crisis is different. This is a psychology thing.
okay.
I
No,
mean, a
see, not see.
psychological thing.
Okay, can I just jump in just not to
Distraction.
cut your wisdom? Hey, Brandon, just give me one more opportunity because we building on something here. When Joker come
I
back like
got
that,
you.
I ain't hear you, good brother. It came in a little
Go ahead.
broken.
He's agreeing with you. Go ahead, brother.
Okay, so all I'm saying is when they come back with some old fuck stuff like that, some foolishness like that. Excuse the language. When they come back with some foolishness like that, okay, are you paying taxes? Since you so anti-government, do you pay tax? Do you recognize the IRS? Do
Mm-hmm.
you pay taxes when you go to get your groceries? So all I would say is miss me with that foolishness because see now you're not really serious when you start talking like that or making it. You know you're making excuses not to try to find a consensus. But yeah, I'm gonna fall back and let y'all build because it seems like some more folks want to get in.
No, I have people in the background, but no, yeah, I agree with you. Like, I think Brandon agree with you too, but it's just that that's not what they say. Like, their answers be on some bullshit. And if it's our people that have those answers that be on bullshit based on identity crisis, that's where the problem lies. And it's like, how do you break a nigga out of saying that he really a fucking Hebrew and wearing these fucking bullshit on Broadway in Manchester, knowing you grew up in the projects, nigga? Like, this shit is crazy. Like,
It is.
so
It is.
I don't know, man.
Hey, that's when I keep it moving, Sonny. I ain't gonna even lie. I already know your
And
sentiment
that's
about no
all of
man
our
left
people.
behind, but
So
yeah, I
this,
keep it
this
moving.
look, not to cut you off, but I'm gonna say something real quick. But this is why out here in California, a lot of us move when they be like, well, why everybody from California be moving to these different places? We trying to get away from the nigga shit and be somewhere else, but then we end up bringing the nigga shit with us. Some of us, not all of us, but you know what I'm saying? And that's where it just fucks up. So it's just like in reality, it's the identity crisis. Like if you can break that with us, we can come solid just like everybody else. We can come as one. You know what I'm saying? That's why I said if we just say we blue, black, brown, like you know what I'm saying, then you can't say nothing else. Everybody say we blue, black, brown. But then somebody's gonna come with some bullshit because everybody want to be different. We don't want to be what we are because we feel like it's a problem with it. It's a problem with being that you came from slaves. It's a problem with being that you like, you know what I'm saying? We never really built nothing and made money off of it. We built it just, you know what I'm saying? And other people made money off of it. It's a problem with it.
Right. I'm over there asleep, snoring.
I'm listening to y'all.
You
I'm
wasn't
over to
listening.
count them Z's.
Ooh. More
Over to
like in
count them
my
Z's.
world, we don't see that. In
Nope.
my world,
Nope.
everyone has series. In my
Nope.
world.
I don't. I'm sorry. I ain't in the streets and I ain't in the hood. I ain't never been, so I
In
can't
my
relate.
world, what do you mean girls are booty popping? In my
Oh,
world.
now that we do. You can't blame us. It's in our bloodline.
You think y'all bloodline to do that shit?
Yeah, look at them girls in the motherland. Don't act like y'all don't know.
I rebuke.
You
She
guys
said
do.
gangs. What are gangs? They're not gangs.
I ain't never been around no gang. Never grew up. Only ones I've been around the ones that's on doing the event group. I don't know nothing about it. I don't know nothing about the street stuff. I'll be the first to tell you. Sorry, I can't
You ain't
relate.
grow up in the hood, Mo.
That's actually a
No,
good thing that
my
really
hood.
needs to be look, this not to cut you off, but that's a good thing that really needs to be glorified. And we
Right.
don't be glorifying. In reality, a lot of people shame that kind of shit, and it really should be glorified. Like, damn, you grew up in a good. You didn't get to see this and this and that, and you know what I'm
No,
saying. That should be glorified.
I didn't. My hood and your hood are two different type of hoods. Even in my little town and the areas that were real bad, I didn't. We didn't have that lifestyle growing. The most you probably saw is somebody fight, if that. Growing up, it was more sports rivalry and things of that nature. Once I
Right.
graduated, I don't know. I think after Katrina and those everybody started dispersing in Louisiana, and all them badasses came from New Orleans. Yeah, my little town became the shoot 'em up. You know, gun violence is horrible right now. That's why I didn't move back after retirement. I was going home, and I was like, wait a minute, push pause. I didn't grow up with that. Don't know nothing about that right there. So lost two cousins to it. That ain't no good feeling. I'm not with
Well,
that life. And then here, I know people always say me, "Oh well, in South Carolina, y'all have gun violence, things of the nature." Yeah, on that side of town, certain sides of towns, I don't go on. I'm just not. I just don't know nothing about it. I'm not trying to learn either. So stay in my lane. Um, and then I go and I help certain rural areas, but I can assure you, you ain't the ones that I practically gotta be careful in. I can tell you that. I ain't that crazy. I ain't about that life. The only life I'm about is the legal shooting. But if I have to, I do what I have to. But I don't have to. I don't really have to deal with that. A lot of the stuff that suddenly exposed to are some of those younger people. But even with that though, a lot of the conversations you all have in reference to relationships and I just didn't experience. I saw it. I've seen people do it, but it's just not the route I take. Or a lot of the people I know don't really get down in those areas. So we will, it's kind of different. But I don't deny that it exists, though. That's the difference between the two. Some of the philosophies, I think, some of y'all philosophies is weird, but hey, it's probably based on your area and how things go. So, yeah.
But hey, see, Miss Mo, that's very enlightening right there, because that's an issue that we have allowed. I don't care if you look at it regionally, nationally, or whatever. We have allowed dysfunction to become normal. That's what it looks like to me, or that's what it sounds like to me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And I mean, I'm
God
just saying,
damn, pay the
I
man.
be like, shit, hey, bro, your logic and reason ain't lining up. This where we at? You don't see this? So after trying to reason with you, you don't see that. I got to keep it moving. Let me just leave you where you at till you go drink some water or something, and you'll catch up.
And remember,
But we
before we
go
left a
ahead.
lot, well, before I had my little sabbatical in May, that conversation, we were having that kind of conversation of lending a hand, offering support, sharing advice, giving some tips, and people not taking heed to it, you know? So I don't really know. Sometimes you can offer and you can be there for as many people as you can, or possibly, or within your reach. But if they don't make those decisions, or if they're not impacted by what you're sharing, then I mean, I don't know what anybody would want you to do after that. It's a little difficult, you know.
That shit ain't hard for me. Well, no, I take that back. It depends on who you are. But yeah, if you ain't up in my circle, I'm gonna leave your ass. I had no problem saying that, Miss Mo.
What he will leave? Yeah,
I'm gonna leave you
it's
right there. You know, I can
yeah,
see if it's like a day one or whatever. But if you just somebody out of been along the way and you tweaking, yeah, okay, man, I'm gonna holler. This is what I'm doing.
yeah,
That what
yeah.
you want? I can't. The math ain't math. I have no problem doing that.
It's
Look
good.
you in
I
your
think
face and say that.
then Brandon asks, with Brandon. Brandon, remember when you asked that question? Uh, you said you think it's possible. Is it hope? I think you asked Price. You think it's still hope or something like that. And Price, I think
Well,
you said the big homie would have to make that phone call to impact those individuals in that area. You know, everybody's
yeah.
driven by. Do you remember that?
Mm-hmm.
So there's always variables out there, a little different, because it doesn't even matter if you, even if those areas get economically charged, right? You still got those scenarios that pop up. You know, I think we brought up before. We brought up when you talk about solutions. What would I guess how would you bring in a culture or facilitate one or encourage one to come about? So it's household specific. And I think and he was in the chat earlier. I think Asar said this once on one of his shows in reference to family relationships of it, which we started to show off with. Chris said is going into it like a business. If this household have its business and the next household have theirs, and so on and so on, then you have a community which overflows into, you know, and gets bigger and bigger. And if everybody can handle their business, then it becomes of a safe, well, not safe, but it become a more productive place to be. But you got to buy into that, and you have to see it from that angle. And some people just don't see it through those lens. They think of it more of as a hierarchy type thing, a supervisor employee type deal. You know, when it really could just be a playing field where you're operating um, based on how society is set up to have a better quality of life. I think you said that earlier, Price, quality of life. What would give us a good quality of life? Health, what is food, clothing, shelter, health related, what? You know,
Economics,
economics.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Community, safe community. Hey, it go back.
Mm,
Hey, I'm all about Pablo and that triangle, man. That pyramid or whatever. Basic needs, the food, shelter, security, and then I don't even remember number two. And then you get to the self-esteem, and then you get to the
mm.
actualization.
Yep, self-actualization, modelization, self-actualization.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, we all fucked up right now. I mean, messed up right now.
Mm-hmm. Skip some step, but sometimes, getting individual. Well, let's say you start from the youth,
You know what can help
getting them.
that out?
Huh? Would you say,
You know,
Brandon?
I'm gonna say, what can help that out?
What?
Financial literacy.
Mm-hmm. They pay attention to
Oh,
that.
I agree, good brother. I mean, the whole mindset about money needs to change because all we want to do is just
Yeah,
collect fiat and then store it,
and
and that
spin it.
don't even
No,
want to
spin it.
deploy it.
No, spin it.
Well, spend it too. Well,
Spin it.
I threw a number. I threw a scenario out there. 1.6 trillion. We're like number 15 in the damn on the globe.
Yeah.
Could be a
Yeah.
damn nation within a nation. They'd
Then
be
we
like,
can
well, what's
spin
up with the
them.
Negroes?
Question for y'all. The first time you traded, how did you feel when you hit it? Like when you won something, how did you feel?
I, it was like going to Vegas. It was yeah, it felt real good.
Now
Growing.
that feeling. I'm
Wait,
sorry. Go
I
ahead,
ain't.
man.
Oh, you didn't let us answer. It wasn't the trade. It was growing. It was watching the money grow. Um, on that level, you know, because you hear about it. Yeah, it's like find a way to grow your money. Find that vehicle where you can grow your money, or let your money make money for you. And it was paying attention. After the first year, and you say, "Man, I've been having this money sitting in the bank all this time, and I ain't." The gains I gained by allowing it to grow in equities versus just allowing it just to sit into a regular account, in the finance institution, two different things. Oh, that's what you mean making money grow. So it became a different type of discipline. It became just from saving money, but growing money. Saving that money could have kept the same value or not
Mm-hmm.
increasing value by much. But, investing it, that value, that amount change. And in some, depending on what callous is going on in the world, it could be drastically, but it
Mm-hmm.
definitely is more than what happens in the account. And so that hit different. That hit very different. That made me want to do more, or explore more ways to do it.
Uh, continue on with that same euphoric feeling, right? Of getting that money, right, Mo?
Say it one more time.
I said continue
Uh-oh.
when you
Now
actually took those.
wait, you breaking up, Brandon.
Can you
Y'all
hear
can
me?
hear? Yeah, better.
There we go. Yeah, you sound good now.
Uh,
Somebody got to be paying Boston to miss all these shots.
well, no, I was gonna say the euphoric feeling that you did, when you did invest, you want to explore that more, and like just you talking about it, you feel some type of way. You actually went back to that time, and what that was is just that emotional aspect of that. That's what a lot of these kids need. That start off. I don't know if you get what I'm saying.
Oh, I definitely get it. I remember when I first doing that first time. And I'm talking about the freelancing investing because everybody know about the regular stuff with your job and all that stuff. But I'm talking about the freelancing stuff. When when I had first started making money, and I never forget. I think I had heard someone say, "Well, if something happens, if I have a major expense, I just go to my account. I'll just take off some profits and go do whatever I need to do." So I never did that before. I'm talking outside because I have a firm reliever. Don't touch my, you know, 401k or TSP and that kind of stuff, right? I won't go in it for nothing. I won't touch the equity in my house and none of that. Because, I always think that stuff is there for a real emergency, not for me just to be playing with. Or if I have some type of big renovation or that kind of thing. So anyway, so I was like, man, I wonder how that works. But when I got to that point, and I never forget my vehicle, the transmission went out me on the highway. Man, I didn't even flinch. I was like on the phone, called my homeboy. I said, hey, go find me something on the lot. He was like, anything? I said, I don't care, anything. He was like, oh, I said, I'm just gonna pull it out the market. I was just like, yes,
I could just go and just do whatever, and then I go back and I'll make some more. And so I created a goal and a plan, and I did it, and I got that number back up again with no problem or whatnot. And so even now to this day, I think I'm on my, and I know this is materialistic, and y'all probably be like, dang, there she go. That's a woman materialistic. Yeah, it was my money, and I was very materialistic because I'd never been before. And I was like, I was sick of buying vehicles and then brand new vehicles, and then it would have problems. So I was like, oh, so I'm on my second Genesis or whatnot. So people be like, well, how did you do it? As if I'm a scrub, right? And they come at me like I'm like I've never done nothing. And I don't even tell anybody about accolades or what jobs or what I've done in my life. I just always tell them, what, I invest in the market, I let the money grow, and then I go get what I want. And they be like, what, for real? Because everybody don't see school as an asset or a way to build capital. Everybody don't see employment. They think it takes too long, and that's the slow route. But because social media has painted the microwave, get rich quick type of deal, you can show somebody how to grow. Whether and I really push. You guys are talking about the acorns, but I really push those cars and stash. And then now I was telling Chris when I was on the cruise, there was this couple who, they had their certain dollar amount, they had their allowance that they would spend. I think it was like 5,000 a piece while they were on the cruise to gamble, right? But one of the things they didn't know, I was telling them how I was using my niece and nephew was with me, of course, and we always, anytime we go places, we always have that educational financial moment. And so I was sharing, I had Zion was doing something on this custodial account, and the girl was like, what's that? And so I started talking to her about Stash and Acorn and Go Henry and how I had him doing the allowance, paying a certain dollar amount, but he had to do a financial literacy course in order to get the money. And they just perked up like, wait, what? So it was like, we got a regular, 529 plan, but we don't know nothing about that. Can you hook me up? So, I hooked them up with the Go Henry Acorn account, Go Henry account for their kids and set them up, you know? So yeah, that's where I'm at with it in reference to that feeling, investing, and in how to, what I do with it as far as sharing with people. So when I went to the youth challenge, I had shared with these young people this, that's the at-risk kids. And I had to come in and they wanted me to share something about investing. And so I knew the kids weren't going to tap in unless I told them, unless I shared a luxury story. So what happened when I first pulled up, they were marching in. And when I got out of the car or whatever, they had tasked a couple of them to come over and help because I had some things in my hand or whatnot. So when I got in there, when it was my turn, I related the investing to the vehicle and how I was able to get it and all that stuff. And so, man, them kids was all ears. Now they was giving everybody else problems when they were presenting, but when I started talking, so the first thing they wanted to do when the session was over was, "Can we see your car? Can we see your car?" And so I was like, well, only if you open up an investment account. Y'all open up these investments account because they have money in there. Y'all open up a stash account next time I come out, let you see my car. Oh, they was excited. So that's how I try to present it. And I know some people like, oh, that shouldn't be a caveat to getting people to do anything. Well, you got to use whatever tools you have. Because
That
people
was a
are,
good. That sounded like it was a good way to do it.
that's how I got cracked the whip. Because like I told you, the driver's training lady, when she goes over there, they give her a hard time, and she have to, yell and scream this, that, or whatever. I said, girl, I say start relating how you learn the skill of how to teach and how to proctor driver's training tests and how much money you make. They'll pay attention very quickly if you teach them how to. Matter of fact, example, I have invited Garfield down. I'm in a National Association of Black Accountants. So we would have these workshops for the students before they would go to the conferences. So I have invited Garfield down to do a marketing piece. Garfield's really good at marketing or whatever. So Garfield, what he did with the kids, he started talking to them from, we were in there about accounting. Now they're all accounting majors or whatever. But instead of him swinging the marketing just as a typical normal, just marketing, branding, promotion, that kind of thing class, he started talking to him about how to make money from it, what you can use, the different tools out there. Man, we was like, what in the world? But he connected with those college students, and only person they wanted to hear from was Garfield. They didn't want to pay attention to nothing else. We were talking about resumes and all the things they needed to be prepared to go to the conference, to interview, to try to land an intern on scholarship. Shit, them kids was like, oh, we want to talk to him. he was talking about money, because believe it or not, well, I mean, a lot of people, they seem to, majority of the times, these young adults be looking for a way to put money in their pocket. They want to entertain, they want to be entertained, they want vehicles, they don't want to live on campus, they want to live off campus, they want to eat out, they don't want to be in the dining facility. And so teaching them a way, and that's why I went back to started sharing how to work from home, how to be a part of the call center. Be a call center. You could be in your dorms. You can still maintain a job in your dorms, work a few hours, pick your hours, and keep it pushing and still make a couple of dollars and do what you need to do.
Please, man.
And so we found this accreditation with the call center, how you could take a 1 week class and get certified, and that up your stock. It's similar to, I'm not sure if y'all remember when Thunder was speaking on how him and Kaya, when they would do the Tech Tuesdays, and they would speak on how to get your how to get your skill set up in their career field. And they had this cool methodology. And I listened to them talk to somebody one day and sharing how to get in the career field, and sharing how to go and study different YouTube videos on how to gain the knowledge on Python and Java, and then how to take this free test, and then go back and then get in this quick little free certification, beginner certification, and then put all that on your resume, and then apply for the job in the entry level, and then boom, get the job. You know how many kids come out of college that don't even know how to set themselves up for a job or get their resume squared away to even land a job? Just that right there were nuggets to really put you in a position to be relevant in some career field. That's why I said so many variables to, why we lack in productivity or being able to hold our own, or hold each other down, because there's so much stuff that all these, sometimes people just think it's boring, but it's really not, but I also think that instead of us having to entertain somebody to get them to buy into a particular career field or an idea that's could help them in their future, they should learn how to be more disciplined, to tune in and pay attention to the things that's going to help them. I mean, that's wishful thinking, but it almost seems like if you don't teach them from young on how to be disciplined and pay attention to the fine print, they'll never read it.
That discipline part. Yeah.
Yeah. It's not boring. It's actually necessary. So, when you ask that question, how did you feel when you first invest? Remember, I gave y'all a hard time to get off $20. That was free from Stash. I didn't want to buy the whole
Not even
share.
$1. You want to be stingy as hell.
Ridiculous.
You couldn't give up $5.
Ridiculous.
Hey, Price, I was like, wait a minute, how much I gotta do? I
The
think I'm
whole
gonna do
$5?
5. I said a whole 5. What you mean?
Right.
Too
What the hell?
bad.
I never forget that January 2020. I never forget that. And then
Cheap
once I
ass.
figured out a little bit of it, then that's when Sonny them start picking. I say, hey Sonny, I think you're gonna be good at this because you're a researcher. Come on over here. He ain't never been back to the he ain't never been back to the side of the other side since. but yeah,
Oh,
it
cheap.
yeah, I was cheap. I ain't gonna tell no fibs.
I'm
I
still
don't
cheap.
I don't know why it was so hard. I don't play the lottery, and if I do, I'm only gonna play $2, right? But I don't know why it was just like at first I just didn't get it. Like if my money didn't come out in an allotment, then it was difficult for me to give it back up, right? So I had to trick myself and make my stuff come out while I was, before it touched my bank account. Like I had so many allotments set up. I think I used to have a max 6 allotments set up so that I could, do what I needed to do because I knew I wasn't gonna give it up after I had already received it. So I'm trying to teach some friends of mine that were never military that they have a different benefit. So I watch it now because I am getting a little older. And I'll tell people who are working in the workforce, like if they haven't started investing, a lot of people who are still in the workforce already tapped into their 401k. A lot of people already borrowed from their insurance policies. They've already taken equity out of their homes. Not for things that's probably necessary, but because they're trying to bail somebody out of something or help somebody else or whatever the case may be, right? So they've already exalted what's supposed to be available to them in their retirement years. Therefore, they are still working at 60 something, 70 something in many cases. So I try to tell people now. So when I do my business classes now, it's kind of a little different, unique. I always tell now I have to tell people, hey, make sure that a percentage of your profits you are investing it. Do not spend everything because you have to get to a point where you growing you're able to self-sustain because that social security, that 1,700 $1,800 a month that you might get, or if you don't even get that, some of you may not retire because remember they let y'all go before you get to that 30 years or that 28 years. They smart. They offer you that service pay and say, baby, you better get in where you fit in. And if you're not smart
Mm-hmm.
enough to know how to live off that service pay, then you gonna be in trouble. And your kids, they done ran off. So they can't take care of you. They was banking on coming back to you. What are we doing? So
This is gonna
finance.
sound bad. What about aside from them up in the social security age, right? What about them having talks about by the year 2030, I think it's 2030 or 2035, that they will run out of money and won't have enough money to pay for the social security?
Right. Same difference. It's not there. So how are these people going to sustain? The only other options that's I'm gonna tell you what I think I've seen, and I don't know, maybe I could be tripping, but I think that the reason that they've expanded the in-home healthcare programs and the assisted living facilities or independent living facilities. So, assisted living meaning you got somebody there and they're helping you kind of like a nursing home. In the independent living is that you're still getting support with your rent and utilities, but you can kind of live on your own, but it's still in a controlled environment. So they're expanding a lot of that and making that available to your seniors who needs it. And that's seemed to me is and they're also giving them a stipend in their Medicaid, Medicare, where they can buy food or pay their utilities. I think that is the answer to getting rid of Social Security.
Mm.
Because you're still gonna have to offer some type of government assistance because you got too many people that's living longer. The pandemic didn't kill everybody. Sorry. They still here.
Right.
Numbers are still high.
And
What do
Mm-hmm.
you
banking
what do
on
you think
that
about
too.
what do you think about uh them bringing or allowing a lot of immigrants to come into the country, how do you think that do you think that can affect the Social Security?
Is a certain it probably is, but and then that's a certain caliber of immigrants they allow and then who they're giving to, because
Is it?
they ain't giving to everybody.
Well, I personally know some people that have a hustle where they the government pays them 8,000 for coming through here, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they done did it about 4 times already.
Well, whoop, there it is. I know
So
one thing I thought about this.
if
I
they
thought,
did it like, it all this stuff becomes a hustle. But
Mhm.
aside from all of that stuff, I'm just saying, do you guys think, or do you think that it can affect Social Security with um a lot of immigrants coming over here, or any
Yeah,
immigrants coming over here?
you only have to work 5 years in order to get Social Security, and of course, if you get hurt or anything like that. But on another note, I thought about um I actually thought about providing some type of service to immigrants, because if you can't beat them, you gotta join. You gotta get the money somehow. You can't. I ain't about to sit here and whine about the immigrant. I'm shit. We looking for a program now we can offer them. Y'all need citizens. I teach you how to fill out that paperwork or whatever and get some monies off of y'all. Because you can't beat the government and what they're trying to do. Only thing you can do is say, okay, how can I scheme off of them too? Let me see what I can do. To get the matter of fact,
Well,
one of my
what
buddies.
are some of the scheme? So
Well, one of my I give
like
you one. Listen,
when I be speaking, I swear I'm only talking as far as for the general, like, you know what I'm
oh,
saying? And so I don't want to try to make anything about me or make anything about
oh,
specific people, because it makes it harder for the audience to understand. They'll be like, man, they're only talking about them. They don't understand what I'm going through. So I try to like generalize the
gotcha.
conversation.
Well, look,
Hey,
I'm
can I
gonna
jump
tell
in
you
here?
one. Oh, real quick, let me just say it. One hustle, well, not a hustle, but one business opportunity is insurance. So one of my buddies said insurance, and so she met one of the Hispanic ladies who were also real good. She speak real good English, and she taught her how to pass the insurance test and put her on her team. And she got a whole community she about to sell these policies to. That's that
That's
commission
fire.
is crazy.
That's fire.
Can't beat them, join them.
Yep.
Go ahead, Price.
Ambulance chasing.
Yeah. Hey, I want to jump in and say yes, it does impact the social security. It does impact the economy, Sonny. But I want to backtrack to the first question about social security running out, and I think that's FUD. And the reason I say that because about 7 trillion of the U.S. debt is funded by intergovernment agencies, and all I'm saying is that the government agencies buys about 7 trillion of the 31 or whatever the 30 some trillion dollars of debt that's bought by government agencies and is used to fund those agencies. So if Social Security breaks down or goes away, guess what? It's a huge problem. That's not the only problem across the board. And then
wait,
secondly, like you,
wait. Can you say that? Damn, I didn't want to cut you off, but could you say that last part again?
about 7 trillion of the dollars of the U.S. debt, that 31 trillion dollars, 32 trillion dollars,
35.
wherever we have, okay, 35, about a third, a fifth, or whatever that number is almost $7 trillion. All of that goes into government agencies of Social Security, IRS, uh, all these cost centers of the government. They buy this debt to fund their operation.
Who are they buying the debt from?
They buy it from the U.S. Treasury, but they use it. $7 trillion
But
of that
but where's
goes
the
before.
okay? Hold on, real quick. They
Go ahead.
buy it from the Treasury. Where's the Treasury get it from?
The Treasury just make it up. They issue a bond. That's the fiat network. When you issue a bond, you get fiat. For every dollar that's issued, there's some
Okay,
debt issued.
so what fulfills a bond?
What do you mean? What fulfills a bond?
What
So
fulfills
what
a
backs
bond?
it up?
Yeah.
Obligation, boy.
Wait a minute. Say that. Yeah, it's the obligation to
So
pay. Bond is not backed by
no,
anything.
basically, I cut to the shortness of it because I was just going step by step, but like
Okay, let's go step by step.
everything is
However you
built
want to
on
go.
everything is built on a trust basis, right? And
Yes.
so um, through this trust basis is money being printed based on trust. And if this through this trust, we have the scandalous government using different obligations as a means to fulfill that trust, taxing the shit out of us, letting other countries borrow money, all kinds of different shit like that, right?
Yeah, I agree
Now,
with
at at the point where this obligation breaks down, right, or they can't fulfill their side of the obligation, how does it fulfill for the Social Security to where it's for? Like,
you. You just
what would they be able to do? Because then they would have to substitute it with our obligation for that bond, which would create a situation for them to print more money through the treasury, which would create a situation for the government to borrow more money, which would create a situation for them to tax us for the money they borrow. So if Social Security was to run out, what would they use as FUD if we're the obligation? Because that shit's already running out and we're already getting inflated up the ass already. So the only thing obligation it would be is, I mean, what, high ass inflation?
no, but brother. See, you changing the dynamics of your first question about Social Security running out.
Yeah, I'm saying it'll run out. You said it'll be FUD, and I'm
Well,
saying how would it?
I'm
I'm
saying
trying to figure out how it would be FUD.
I'm saying that talk when I say FUD, I'm talking about fear, uncertainty, and doubt. And I'm saying for Social Security to break, that means the 401ks that everybody's been donating to for however long they've been working on their jobs, those shits don't work neither because they got a portion of this debt. They got a portion of this 31 trillion. That shit is failed in everything else. That's what I'm saying when I say that. And it
Yeah,
is
that
fear.
would make a sector fall down. It wouldn't make the whole market fall down.
What's
It would,
that?
no, we're not talking about markets, bro. We're talking about the economy right now. We're talking
Oh,
about a sovereign debt, and we're talking about who buys that debt or who owns that debt.
You got foreigners that own it. You got
Exactly. If they own, it's about another $6 trillion is dispersed through foreign governments with people like Japan, China,
mhm.
and other nations own a certain amount of that. But
mm-hmm.
I'm telling you how much is held right here within the United States. 401ks, all your teachers, all your union workers, uh, and all these other structured retirement plans, they own a certain portion of the US debt. So if Social Security is fucked, all I'm saying, what I said was, if Social Security is impacted, so are the rest of these people or entities impacted.
Yeah.
And we can sit that up and pull up the pie chart and run the numbers and do that at another time, if y'all would like. But yeah, I'm sticking to that.
Mm-hmm. 401k's been booming though.
The 401k's been booming. The 401k's been just like the Russell. The Russell has been suppressed out of all the indices. The Russell has been suppressed. If we was to pull some charts up, we'll see 401k's have been looking just like the Russell 2K, which is your small businesses here in America. And what's been looking fairly good is your SPY, your NASDAQ, and your Dow. But 401ks ain't been booming.
Yeah, they have.
Hey,
Hold on, let me grab some for you.
It has actually been booming. I'm not gonna lie, because
No.
mine
Let
What?
mine has been booming.
let me
But
let me let me
Well,
the
pull up the
last
lip.
this last quarter though, this last quarter was, I think, the worst quarter that I had on my 401k. But it's been booming.
Hold on, I put the article in the chat a long time ago. Fidelity told us
okay. Hey,
401k.
let's make a commitment because I got to get up early in the morning and head down to Houston. But let's make a commitment to come back next Tuesday and let's tease this thing out and let's really look at the charts. Let's compare the performance of the Russell 2K, 401ks with the other three legacy indices and see what are we calling booming.
Okay.
Because
Wait,
all I'm
you said
saying is
401ks with what?
let's
Russell.
compare the let's
Booming.
compare the 401ks with the four legacy indices: the Dow Jones, the SPY, the Nasdaq, and the Russell 2K. Because the Russell
No, that's not
2K,
gonna compare to that. Like, no,
huh?
that's not gonna be a good comparison.
What do you mean? We'll be able to see what an expansion looks like. If we pull them charts up and then juxtapose them together, we'll see what an expansion looks like, really looks like. Because there are times when the Russell moves and the Nasdaq and all that. But you know what? Let's table that from what we're talking about now. Let's come back and revisit it next Wednesday.
All right.
We can show that on the charts, and we can see what real expansion or a bull market or whatever y'all want to call it, what it looks like when everybody's eating. The Russell has been, it was probably suffered the worst during the last 18 months, 24 months. It probably was impacted the worst, and your 401k is looking about the same. And the only reason I say 401k is because most of these investors want you to invest in bond heavy stock. So I could be wrong when I say 401k is been suffering and you come back and say yours is booming because you could have told your guy, no, man, I don't want a 70-30. I don't want a 60-40. Give me a 40-60. And that's equity to, equities to debt ratio, what we're talking about. But let's come back and look at the charts and see if my point not making sense.
Yeah, we can table that.
But I clearly know the Russell has not been performing with the consistency of the Nasdaq or the SPY, and it's really one major player that's in the Russell, and I'm surprised it's still there, and that's that semi SCMI.
It might be because of all the small caps stocks that it has that's been going under, and a lot of them have had to well, within the last few months, a lot of those same small cap stocks that went under that IPO last year ended up doing a reverse split and still got sunk after that. So that kind of stuff, it hinders the Russell too.
No, you're right, good brother, and you're right there. But I'm saying is the Russell represents that's an economic driver because those are your small businesses within the country. And when we look at the economic conditions of what we've been dealing with for the past 24, 18 months, it makes sense that the Russell is not been that thriving or it's so late to sprout, so to say. But that's a
Yeah,
good point.
I get that. But
Yeah,
on your 401k, like, well, I don't know about everybody, but at least with our company, we have a financial advisor on board that actually does their own investing with our portion. And so, like, you can ask them, like, say for instance, I wanted to put all my 401k on nothing but Tesla. I could ask them to do that too. But
yes, sir.
so this is why I say, like, everybody's thing is different, but right now it's booming for a lot of people. So
Well,
Well,
some
all I'm
people
saying,
could be doing bad. They could be doing horrible because they
number
have
of number
well,
of
I'm not saying
401k millionaires hits new record. Fidelity says. I'm telling you, the 401ks is moving, bro.
I'm listen, brother.
Telling you.
All I'm saying, let's come back and look at the charts. I'm not saying nothing is not moving because the Russell is actually, I think, green now, but it's not
Uh-huh.
moving with the percentages as a Nasdaq, a SPY, or
oh
a
Uh-huh.
Dow.
no, yeah,
No,
no,
well, nobody's
it
comparing
wouldn't be.
that.
No, well, I'm just saying. I happen to look at everything holistically, and I already know that these guys that run these 401ks is another sector that funds a lot of U.S. debt. They get a lot of people to buy bonds because they're like, you ain't gonna need this money to 40, 50 years down the line. Buy bonds because it's risk free, and blah 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 blah.
And they could borrow on the cash.
Exactly,
I'm looking
exactly.
at the yearly. I'm looking at the yearly, man, and the Russell is up 191%, man.
The Russell is not performing on the same lines of the Dow. That's why I say let's come back and look at it. I ain't looked at it on the last 30 days.
Oh,
But
okay,
let's
okay.
but let's
I
you
got you.
know, that's why I say let's come back and let's juxtapose everything. The Russell not outperform is it outperforming the NASDAQ? Nope. Is it
No,
outperforming the SPY?
No, it
Nope.
ain't gonna never outperform those.
Okay, but what
because
I'm
they
saying
got blue
is
chip companies that's worth trillions. That's really pushing.
okay, well, hey, bro, write your arguments down, bring your best case, and put them charts. Because all I'm saying is, you're saying it's up 100+%, but what gains have we seen in the traditional legacies? If we really where we at and things is all peaches and cream, we're gonna see consistencies in the gains. That's what I'm saying,
See,
bro.
yeah, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying what I just said was clearly stated. That 401ks been busting and making new millionaires. That's my whole point.
No, I
Looking
agree
at the
with that.
Russell and all of that, that's not what I'm talking about. I hear what you're saying though, but that's not what I'm talking about. I hear what you're saying. I agree. Uh,
Okay, so now we're moving into another
well,
category
it's
then,
only
because
up
my whole
11% on the year. So,
see
um,
that's my whole point was that if Social Security fails, there's going to be other issues.
yeah,
And to me, that's a talking point when jokers say, oh, Social Security is going to fail. That's fear, uncertainty, and doubt that somebody's trying to put out there
right.
because a lot of this, I just said $6 trillion is dispersed right here in America.
Hmm.
No, they didn't
Um,
say it was gonna fail. They said they was gonna stop it altogether. They were planning on doing votes or something like that by 2030 or 2035. I forgot which one it was, but to stop it. But lately, through the years they've been upping the Social Security based on them really not having the funds for it anyway.
but that's what I'm saying. They're saying they don't have the funds, but Social Security also it has a cash fund and it has an equity. They have accounting books. They have a ledger, and that's all I'm saying. Social Security, Medicaid, a lot of the Veterans Administration, government pensions, these are funded and sustained with U.S. debt. And I'm saying that talking point comes out because somebody has saying that they want to make a big deal not to have Social Security, or they want to privatize it, or whatever. And I'm saying let's do the math and nip it in the butt. And I'm saying if that
That's
goes,
everywhere that's talking about that. That ain't just one place. That's everywhere. That's I've been hearing about that for the last 4 or 5 years from all kinds of different stations, all kinds of different analysts. And I haven't heard nobody say that, well, I just heard you, but I haven't heard nobody say that that's not going to happen.
I know I'm saying if that happens, something else is going to happen. It won't just be Social Security. That's and maybe before we even look at the charts, we need to just look at how our debt is dispersed. Maybe we need to look. We need to pull that up too. And I'm just saying that that's the sacrificial lamb or the scapegoat for whoever's agenda to sit there and put that talking point out there because they don't want to do Medicaid. They don't want to do whatever. They don't want to have these obligations. That's why I say it's FUD. If that goes down, that means your 401k is shit. That means Medicaid is shit. That means all these other government agencies are shit because they buy U.S. debt. That's all
So
I'm. That's all
if
I'm
we
saying.
got money for everything, no matter what the, whatever the topic is, if we have money for all of that, then why should we ever be broke? We should never go broke, right?
Well, I'm not going to
As a
say that.
country.
No,
Why?
but
I mean, how could we ever go broke? Because And the way that you're saying it is we always have backing, we always have funding. Like there's no way none of this can ever happen because if anything, they'll go through treasury, the government will go through treasury, and the treasury has it backed by bonds, and we'll always have it. Like this is the way you're saying it, we'll never go broke then.
No, what I'm saying is you had valid points. You asked the immigration impact these entities, and I said yes. I agree with you on that. But what we hear is we take a talking point and we take one sector and we run with it, and we don't even check the math, or we won't even go look at these entities' books, even though that data is available. And I'm telling you, if Social Security is fucked up, so are the rest. So is the rest of the books. And we
Yeah,
can.
But
I'm saying,
that's the point I'm getting at is what they were talking, what's been talked about is that's why Social Security will be shut down or ending or however they do it because the books is fucked up. That's the whole point. I'm saying that you're right. It's fucked up, and that's why we're going to be running out of money to where you can't pay everybody that shit.
but if you hear me say running out of money, so if I'm sitting there holding your debt in my 401k and you done ran out of money, how secure is my retirement? If I'm sitting there funding healthcare with your debt and you done ran out of money,
they'll try to find the collateral to back
Okay, so
to
so
be
it
able
goes
to
back
pay
to what
that
I
debt off.
said. Like then we can never be broke. Then is what you're saying. Because if that topic could go for anything, then it could go for healthcare, it could go for homeless people, it could go for. We could never be broke because
all I'm,
we're always
all I'm,
backed by something, or we can always use collateral.
but
Is
what are
that what
we
you're
backed
saying?
by? What if we
I
backed by?
don't know. That's what I mean. This is what I'm asking you because I don't get it like that, and I don't see it like that. But this somehow you guys see it like that, and so I'm just trying to figure it out because I've never heard that. Yeah, that shit is bullshit. We're gonna be backed by something, and it's all gonna work out. I've never heard that. So
Okay,
ever.
I didn't say, look, I didn't say I was going to work out. I'm more in the camp of something has to change. So, but
No,
let's
but why would something need to change if we're already backed by something and it this is why I said I don't mean it as a joke, but like you're saying it like it's all gonna work out like it's fun. Like they're just making it up and this and
no,
this and that. It's not gonna happen like that. It's all gonna work out.
no, I ain't saying it's all going to work out. I'm saying they're giving you a hollow selling point. That talking point has been around at least 2 or 3 decades. That Social Security is going to run out.
Yeah, because it actually has been getting lower and lower. It hasn't been getting more and more through the years. It's been getting lower and lower.
And I'm saying that's because they manipulate the numbers on the books.
No,
This
it's because by the time I retire, like say for instance, if you would retired in the 90s, you'd be getting paid 90s cash. And the rates go up year after year, so your pay rates go up year after year. So the people that's retiring are retiring on a different scale than the people of back in the day. And as they keep raising the age of the retirement, it keeps on being to where they can manipulate the numbers, like how you said, and extend the line of when they can't pay nobody no more. Because eventually it'll get to the page to where some of these companies won't have no social security. They won't have nobody working for them, so they don't have no social security, and you'll have to create your own backing, your own 401k or your own Roth IRA. So this is the wave that is actually going into. This is part of that content creating conversation I was having earlier. But it's a
that
it's a
that's
big difference.
that's my thing, Sonny. I first heard this. I want to say in the '90s. I first heard Congress was talking about that, and you know what my rebuttal to them was? Give me everything I done put in right now with whatever the interest rate is today, and let me just put my stuff in the market.
But
That
that's
was
what
my
a lot
mindset
of people are doing. That's what a lot of people are doing right now. Because so if you look at it, right, okay, bam, most people are living longer nowadays, right? And 20, 30 years ago, they didn't have a statistic where we're living as long and we're doing more things at an older age. It usually was on the page of you bought a house, you settled down with you and your family and stuff like that. Because more people are older and more people are single and more people have been working, they have a statistic where people are doing more now. And then you have companies that's biting onto this and using that as a gimmick to make people, once you retire, why don't you come over here? Why don't you vacation over here? Why don't you start doing it? You know what I'm saying? So it makes a big difference to throw people off, but at the same time, what they're doing is extending that retirement age. And as they retire, that they extend that retirement age. By the time you retire, the price range that you was getting paid, that's what you're getting paid throughout the month or throughout your lifetime. And as the shit raises, this is why it could be on the page of as the shit raises and I raise the age, it throws people off.
Okay, good.
Eventually there's no jobs. Eventually it'll be on the page of those people that was left over, that's in their 70s or whatever, it wouldn't be as many, because most of the people nowadays, from, like, say for instance, if it starts from now till 2050, majority of people will be self-employed versus working for other people. And this is the wave that is headed to. But go ahead, what was you saying?
Okay, and you said a lot in what you said. I heard you mention
Yeah, I
about
know.
them wanting to. No, I heard you mention about them wanting to extend the age of Social Security. I think right now you can apply for it at 62 and a half or 70 and a half. It becomes automatic. I'm not familiar with the reg, but think back to about 18 months ago when France said they was going to do that and the whole nation went up in an uproar. Yeah, you got people now that already experienced that. You alluded to say that people start doing something. But in lieu of that, and what they started doing was they started doing RAs, or they started doing STEP accounts, SEPs, or they started doing 401ks to want something to supplement, because Social Security was not going to be enough once they did get to the age of retirement. They figured that part out. And then some just, life happens and they come up with a situation where they have to go back and try to work at an age 70 and plus. So
Yeah, they come with a situation because the
hey,
money
but
that
there's
they're getting paid isn't enough.
okay, let me get this part out there, brother. There's still no option to say, if I'm getting income from somebody, don't take Social Security, I'm gonna handle my own. We don't have no system like that going on in the US. Anybody that's earning income or getting a W-2 or W-4 or whatever, that money goes to the Social Security Administration.
Yeah.
So that you mentioned that, but that's
Yeah,
not
I said that
that's not
they're
reality.
talking about the cutting it out. I don't know what you're talking about now. I'm back on the part of they're talking about cutting it out. You guys said that's FUD, you know what I'm saying? And
And I'm saying
eventually
it's
we'll be
fun
back.
because they've been talking about it for about the last 20, 30 years. They've been wanting to do away with that. They've been wanting to privatize that. It goes all the way
Yeah,
back
but
to the
I mean, just because they've been talking about it for the last 20, 30 years doesn't mean that it's not set in place.
I'm saying if it's a problem, then it's a problem across the board. That's the
It
whole
is. That
the
it
whole
is
thing
across the board. They're talking about cutting it off across the board.
when I say across the board, I'm talking about how the way the US government functions. Pensions for government, for soldiers, sailors, Marines, and airmen, Coast Guard, for the DOD civilians, VA civilians, and all the other government workers. There's a problem across the board because these guys feed into the same system. And then all your national teachers associations and anybody else who has a 401k, there's a problem across the board because these entities buy the US debt, about $7 trillion of it.
Okay. Wait, I don't know how, because it sounds like you saying the reason why I'm saying the same thing that they're saying. They're all tied in, and shit's running out. And at the same time, the government is using the debt money for other shit, for the future, for what they call the future of whatever to get paid back. But at the same time, they're borrowing from these debt obligators. And
Well,
so all of this is tied in, and for the like how you said, like just same thing as me. The last 20 to 30 years, they've been talking about this because we're all tied in. So eventually it's going to come to a head. Same way that we look at the stock with the .com thing or with the housing market. Like eventually this stuff is going to come to a head. It's not going to be like, oh, well, we're going to be back. Something's going to break.
okay, I agree with that, but we start off just talking about Social Security. I
But that's
spoke
what I'm
because
talking about is the Social Security. That's the thing that they're saying is what they're determining is going to break because they're going to run out of money to give for Social Security. They may have like all of this stuff is tied in. They can't take the money out of the military and I'm gonna just start paying the Social Security. They'd rather put the money in the military. They can't take the money out of the hospital. You know what I'm saying? So these are things that they're saying will break by the time 2030, 2035, to where they can't pay Social Security.
so Social Security is going to be the scapegoat.
However you want to pin the tail on the donkey, all I'm saying is this. I've never heard what you said where it's FUD. And it's interesting, you know what I'm saying? I want to hear it because I want to
No,
hear I want to hear everybody's thing on how this can't be happening or it won't happen. Because if that's the thing, there's a lot of other options that shouldn't be happening too. It shouldn't be on the page where everybody thinks that Bitcoin could be doing something or replacing the dollar or any of that crazy stuff because we're always back if that's the case. You know what I'm saying? These things it's up in the air. It's like we'll say this, but in reality, it's not like that. Like we're really losing money. It's really getting hard out here. Everything is on the teeter totter right now.
and that's why I'm inviting us to look at. Go ahead, bro.
I didn't say nothing.
I thought I heard somebody say something. I'm saying that's why I'm saying let's look at this on how we say we distributing stuff and we're allocating stuff and see does that line up with the talking points? Because it don't when I look at it. It really don't. And maybe I'm just tweaking.
Well, I mean, if you say everything is connected, then if one falls, it affects the rest of it. And we're in agreement in that. So if one falls, then it affects the rest of it. Then how do you fix that part? And they're saying that they're running out of money because nobody cares about fixing that part. The money that could have went there went to Ukraine. The money that could have went there in the 90s went to Kuwait. The money that could have went there in the 50s went to Israel. You get what I'm saying? So if no one is really caring about it and they're just upping the ante on the age just to throw people off, because eventually the people that will be getting it at that time, it will be slim, then who cares? And nobody's thinking about that. They're thinking that because of the millions of people that's getting the Social Security today will be getting that same amount in the next 5 to 10 years and so on. They think that that will be happening when we won't have no money to do that. And it's a throw off to keep extending it because if it's like me, I owe you $1,000 and I tell you, well, shit, I'll pay you it next month. Next month come, I tell you, man, I'll pay you next year. Next year come, I tell you, oh, I'll pay you 2 years down the line. And then something happens to me where I can't pay you. Like, come on, like this is the same process, and this is what people are have been complaining about for the last 20 or 30 years because that's the process that's been going on. I remember when
Well,
retirement was at 59.
yeah, you're right. But I just want to say, now you're bringing up a whole nother point. Now we're talking about foreign aid, because what you just described was when they kick the can down the road and pay you back later, it falls back onto the American taxpayer. I do the foreign aid, defense contractor get the bag, whoever gets whatever they needed, and they go and do their agenda. But 20, 10, 20, 30 years down the line, hey man, I ain't got it.
So either
Taxpayer,
it's gonna raise the taxes so extensive to where it makes it hard for people to live, or it's gonna inflate everything. So this gets back to the whole inflation thing, and it still is on a domino effect where it affects everything because it's still connected.
You got somebody that's trying to protect the whole inflation thing right now with the policy. It got thrown with a hiccup with COVID and all that, but
yeah, but that's for right now, and that's only based on spending and the money we have budgeting towards these people war, people helping everybody else. Like all of this is the fluctuation, this COVID thing. So we're trying to balance off of that kind of stuff, because once economy stops, our money is based on sales. We can't sell nothing to people. We asked out.
well, we ain't really selling a whole lot. We more consumer based than we are
We're
selling.
not.
But yeah, we're not selling a whole lot, man. I mean, well, we sell a little oil or whatever. But hey, before you get that
We
point off,
sell
I'm gonna
more
let
than
you.
oil. But go ahead.
Before you fight that point off, let me just throw this other angle at you, because what I'm saying is now we at a point where we're paying more interest on our debt than we spend on defense. And our defense budget was an average about 800 billion a year. You're paying more interest than that now. So what I'm saying is Joker's got us looking and talking about Social Security and who's benefited from it. And that, yeah, that is an issue, and there is a solution to remedy that. But we
What's the
already,
solution to remedy it? Because these things I haven't heard. Like I'm telling you, but I've never heard no solution for it. No one's talking about no solution.
something has to change. We've been talking about it all evening, man. Hey, bring
No,
in, hey,
I'm saying we talking about the Social Security. Don't let me throw you off.
okay.
Because we're stuck on the Social Security. I was telling you about it should be cut off about 2030, 2035. You said it was FUD. We're talking about, okay, man, if it's FUD, then there must be some kind of solutions. You said that America got us, but at the same time, it's a
I did
domino
not say
effect.
America got us. I
Okay,
said what
obligators got us. Obligators
no,
got us.
ain't
Okay.
nobody got us. I said what I said was if Social Security break, some other stuff is gonna be broke as well. And I said the
Yeah. Yeah.
401ks is gonna be broke.
So it
I
couldn't be
said the
FUD.
Medicare is gonna be broke. So that's why I'm saying the FUD part is when you just dial in and want to just single out Social Security when
Okay,
$7
well,
trillion
what else?
in debt.
What else are they would cut off? We'll say if we don't just dial in on Social Security, because that was the conversation was that. But say it was something else, right? What would be where it would fall off because of us running out of money compared to Social Security as fast as Social Security?
I gave you two other things, bro. Healthcare is going to suffer, and private retirements are going to suffer.
Wait, you think healthcare suffered before Social Security?
Okay, you're clearly not listening to me.
Yeah,
I'm
you
saying
said because I
what
said
I'm
what
saying
else
is
will suffer, and then you said healthcare.
okay.
So I'm saying
You
you
say
saying that healthcare will suffer more than Social Security.
let me say this real good. You said Social Security is projected to run out between 2030 2050, right?
Yes.
So let me say it like this. If Social Security is projected to run out 2030 2050, Medicaid is going to run out between 2030 2050. 401ks are going to run out by 2030 2050. That's what I'm saying right there. Now, I can't make it no plainer than that.
Yeah. 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 Because it's tied in on that on the money thing.
Hey fellas, I'm gonna go ahead and call it for the night, bro. Y'all have a good one.
Yeah, I'm about to tap out
Yeah, I'm
too.
out.
All right, peace, y'all.
Hey, peace, bro. So I'm saying if we don't think all that is true, then let's pull up the charts and let's take a holistic view at the markets with the economy and what's going on. That's what I'm saying. And we ain't even brought in the whole thing that people are trying to shy away and not purchase so much of our debt on foreign soils. We ain't even tapped into that part because that's about another $7 trillion that's dispersed to foreign entities. So I
Yeah.
don't want to give
No,
go
yeah,
ahead,
yeah,
bro.
yeah. Well, no, I was gonna say that one was deep too, because we have to pull up the charts on that one. Because that gets into this well, people been talking about the whole Japan takeover and how they had reduced their debt in so fast. But I think a lot of that has to deal with them borrowing money and them selling us products that we end up reselling for more. But that gets into something else. But that's why I said we'll definitely have to pull up the chart on that. Hey, Price.
What's up, bro?
But yeah, I'm gonna shut it down. It's just us left, and it's been some hours.
Oh
Uh,
man, it's just me and you. I didn't even
yeah.
catch that.
So I'm gonna hit you next Wednesday.
Yeah, we'll chop it up, bro. Like I say, we'll pull it up and tease it out, and we'll build strategies within the strategy. So, well, yeah, it was always good chopping it up with you.
All right, cool,
Well,
man. Peace.